to a very sunny Teesside for round 4 of the NRG Owner-Driver Sprint Series. Happy Father's Day to all those fathers that are out there. Lovely day to be celebrating. I'm sure there will be many trackside who will be hoping that their children give them a nice little Father's Day present.
No better place, Tom.
My name, of course, as always, is Tom Butterworth, and always alongside me is David Sullivan, my commentary wife, the aunt to my deck, always stood to my right. And yes, looking forward to another fantastic day of racing, David.
It wouldn't feel the same if I was on your left.
It wouldn't.
It really wouldn't.
No.
It's been like nearly 7 years now.
It's because the right is right.
Yes. And the left is left.
And the left is wrong.
Yes, good morning. As you can see, the track baked in sunshine and with quite a lot of rubber down. Tom made for some very, very fast times yesterday in our practice sessions and 3 classes of qualifying in our Bambinos, Honda Cadet and Honda R200 Interclass. So they will qualify. So it's start where you finish for them. A few drivers, particularly round 3's final winner, Jacob Jones, didn't qualify yesterday, but is here today. So we'll be going off the back of heat number 1. That'll be an interesting proposition for Honda Cadet Heat 1, seeing the 42 go off the back row of the grid. A couple of new drivers as well, Tom, in the class that we are about to see in Junior Pro Kart. So we will run through a grid shortly because they head out. I think we might just be waiting for one driver to make his way up. We are running a little bit ahead of schedule, but as mentioned during the driver briefing, the schedule is a guide and we do run back to back in terms of sessions, and we do try where possible to get in front to give us plenty of time, Tom, throughout the day to take advantage of that and potentially get finished a little bit early.
Yes, indeed. I'm just trying to...
Alpha timing has changed, hasn't it, slightly?
It's an absolute nightmare to find a grid nowadays.
Just do that on Junior Pro, I think, and then should give us heat number 1.
There
we should have Aaron Williamson on pole position in the 67, a new name to the championship, and he'll roll off his first race from the pole position berth. He'll have Josh Brown, who was formidable in practice yesterday. He comes in with a fair bit of confidence on the outside of the front row. Marley Simpson and Mia Duffel on row 2. Adam Roberts and Andrew McCross on row 3. Isaac Welburn and Rhys Dodds are on row 4 in front of Harry Pennington and Ashton Kennedy. And then it's going to be Freddie Battersby and Lewis Dean, Lennon Wright and Ted Hall, Archie Young and Rhys Cranston, the reigning champion, in front of Ashton Horspool and Peter Webster, Fen Wheat and Joshua Milburn, with Charlie Henderson, Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn, Joshua Sullivan and Ben Edwards. Edward Rye and Dylan Slack will complete your Junior Pro Kart Heat 1 grid. It's a bumper grid in this class that is proving increasingly popular. So we head up towards the timing line. 10 minutes and 1 lap of action. And the first race of the day is away at the first time of asking. They run up towards the National Loop. Is everybody going to make it through? It's very dusty up there, Tom, from whatever we've had overnight, and Fields have made its way through so far. We are 3, 4, 5, 17 wide further down the order. As the field makes their way and up towards the first 2 switchback hairpins, and already making big gains in the mid-pack, Tom, is Rhys Cranston.
Also making big gains as well. Ted Hall up into about 7th place from 14th. Although just had his momentum checked slightly through South Bank Corner, it looks like. But they head round hairpin 4 for the first time today, and about to cross the line for the first time in anger, and it is going to be
Adam Roberts from P. Oh, we've got a spin in the middle, the cone's gone, and that's Lewis Dean going for a spin as he takes evasive action. It's the 25 of Freddie Battersby round. A lot of people very, very lucky there, Tom, not to make contact. Don't know what instigated that.
Looks like he's okay, but it looks like he's also pulling into the pits and into retirement from Heat 1.
Aaron Williamson round at hairpin number 1, so a frantic opening lap. But Adam Roberts from P5 leads us over the line for the first time, Tom. It's the first time he's been there. He was very confident after practice yesterday. And Adam Roberts makes his way through.
Rhys Cranston, it looks like, has just done third place into second place in 2 corners. He overtook Ted Hall into hairpin 3. In fact, he did.
Got past Mia Duffel as well.
Into hairpin 4, and so went from 4th into 2nd in 2 corners, did Reese Cranston. Ted Hall still there in 4th place. So it's Roberts, Cranston, Duffel, Hall, Simpson, Welburn, Webster, Sullivan already up to P8. Pennington and Rye also already up to P10. So big gainers so far. Edward Rye up 15 places. Joshua Sullivan up 15 places. Peter Webster up 11 places as well. And Reese Cranston also up 14 places. And Reese Cranston now in the lead.
Yeah, good move, as always, by Reese Cranston. No, second place, Tom, still behind Adam Roberts.
Oh, my apologies.
Yeah, doing him injustice.
I saw the white helmet from the distance.
Yeah.
That was the thing. It's quite difficult with the sun as bright as it is.
Poor Adam Roberts. Poor Adam Roberts. So Roberts leads then from Cranston, Hall, Duffel, Sullivan up into P5. Peter Webster going with him and pulling away. The both of them from Harry Pennington. Edward Rye from the back row is starting to come through as well as Ashton Horspool goes down the inside of Isaac Welburn there. The all-white cart blue suit for Ashton Horspool.
Heading down the back straight one more time. Cranston with that new fastest lap of the race as well. 7 minutes plus a lap to go. Plenty of time to get this one done for Cranston.
Doesn't need to rush it, does he, Tom? But then we have seen he's through and he's away for Reese Cranston up into the lead. And we've had some treats delivered, Tom, but Frankie can't stick around because she's out in about 10 minutes. So
thank you very much.
We'll speak to Frankie in a little while from Track Snacks by Frankie.
Lovely. Some nice looking sweeties in there as well. Sure they'll keep us going throughout the day.
Some sugary ones as well. Always good for energy.
Yes, indeed.
And hyperactive children.
One of which is stood next to me in the commentary box.
We've got a contact warning out for Peter Webster, who's finally got the file out and sharpened them elbows up in the last couple of months, Tom.
As Sullivan just moves through to P3, demoting Ted Hall into 4th through hairpin 3. So it is Cranston still from Roberts, now Sullivan, then Hall, Webster, Duffel, Edward Rye up to P7.
Had some brake problems yesterday, Tom, did Edward Rye, that his dad worked late into the night trying to fix, which involved cannibalising a caliper off another cart. But
does the other car owner know?
I'm not entirely...
I'm assuming yes.
Well, they're not racing today.
I'm assuming it was donated rather than cannibalised.
I don't think it was. But we know that person isn't going to be here today. Their cart was in the garage, so I'm sure it'll be replaced at some point. Hopefully he's not coming for a test day on Monday.
Gets in it. Hairpin 1, he'll find out whether it's on or not.
Personal best for all of the top 6 now as Edward Rye moves in front of Mia Duffel, who's still going well in P7, having started in P4, is the only one, with the exception of Adam Roberts, that started inside that top 5 that is somewhere near the front still. Roberts just down into 3rd place.
Joshua Milburn is just pulling into retirement as well.
Another new name. We've got 3, I think, new names to the championship, Tom. Milburn being one of them. I think we've used the other ones. We've already seen Aaron Williamson. And there was one more, Marley Simpson, we've seen previously just in a different class. Mm-hmm. And it was Archie Young, who's doing well at the moment, Tom, in P10, up from 15th in his first outing here.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to get some background on these drivers as well. Obviously not necessarily brand new to karting, but certainly new to this championship here. As in junior pro karts as well. Like you said, David, Marley Simpson we've seen in different class here, but first time in junior pro karts.
Great little battle going on with Horspool, Duffel, Pennington, and I think it's Archie Young, in fact, over at 7th down to 10th, heading up towards South Bank now on the entry. There's a really good battle going on. They're just going to come into camera shot there at the bottom as Archie Young goes down the inside of Mia Duffel. Ashton Horspool had gone down the inside and created the opening for Harry Pennington, but Duffel had come straight back at Pennington at hairpin number 1. There's a contact warning for the 41 of Archie Young. Cranston and Sullivan dipping into the 48s, Tom.
It's a 45.
Oh, sorry, yeah, sorry, 45. 45.8, 45.9 for the two of them.
And Ted Hall now moves into P3. Adam Roberts still holding P4. And it's Webster, Rye, Horspool, Pennington, Young, and Duffel now your top 10. So Duffel dropping down the order. Adam Roberts showing well in 4th, though. And Peter Webster, this will be a good result for Peter as well in P5. We are starting to see the cream rising to the top, though, with our championship contenders, some of which have come from right at the back of the grid in the likes of Sullivan and Rye, holding now P2 and P6. I believe, I need to check again, but I believe Edward Rye was 25th on the grid.
Yes, I believe he was.
And
well, go back, it will tell you on the screen, Tom. Go back onto timing and it tells you.
Oh, yes, on here on the right. Yes. But then I've got to do maths because it only tells me how many places they've gained.
Well, the top 3, Tom, have made up 47 places cumulative. That's quick maths for you.
That is quick maths. I'll let you off with that one. I'm not even going to check it.
They've made up 700 places.
Cranston continues to lead and looking comfortable as usual.
Good move down the inside there by Isaac Welburn. I think that moves him up inside the top 10, I believe.
You told me something this morning, David, which I didn't know. This was new information to me this morning.
You're just telling me now for the first time.
Yes, that Reece Cranston is 2 months younger than the boy, your young protege, Mr. Sullivan.
Yes, he is.
Sullivan Jr.
But also looks 2 years older.
But at least, yeah. I mean, he's 2 months younger, but they're almost like from different eras.
Yes.
Never mind years. Yeah, big difference in height, big difference in body mass. I think it's fair to say Cranston with a lot more height and ability to build muscle. I think it's fair to say. At the moment, we're still waiting on young Sullivan to have his growth spurt, which I'm sure will be incoming in the next few months. And David's going to be ruining that because it'll be about 4 shoe sizes in about 3 weeks.
Just cut the ends off through the summer. He's going to get flip flops until he goes back to school. And I'd suggest that to any parent. Don't buy shoes in the summer. Buy them flip flops, and then they can just grow as much as they want, can't they? So
money saving tips there from Mr. Sullivan. So we're going to have another 2 laps here as they cross the line this time around. Yes, 40 seconds to go, so this will be the penultimate lap for Reece Cranston. Both drivers comfortably in the 45-second bracket. Sullivan just a tenth or so quicker, but it's not going to be
on the previous lap. Cranston still with the fastest lap of the race, set on lap 10.
Starting to spread apart now as Edward Rye has made his way up to 4th place. There's Peter Webster in behind and Adam Roberts in behind Peter Webster. So you've got Hall, Rye, Webster and Roberts in that group of 4. Starting to spread apart now towards the end of the race, although Hall
is under pressure from Rye.
Yeah, it looked like he made a slight mistake there going into hairpin 3, and that's allowed Rye to close right back up.
I'll tell you what, if they have a little battle, Peter Webster's in this. And Adam Roberts' drive of the day so far, Tom. I know we've had some of the expected runners get to the front, but Adam Roberts going inside the top 6 here. I think that'll be his highest junior finish. Expect Rye to maybe go down the inside, although Ted Hall has that well scouted as they head down the back straight. We go with the leader, but behind them, Hall is defending hard from Edward Rye, who initially tries to go all the way around the outside of South Bank as Hall takes a defensive line. Out of hairpin 4, though. 16th to 1st for Reece Cranston. 23rd to 2nd for Joshua Sullivan. And it's going to be Ted Hall, I think, in 3rd place coming through. Neither of those top 3, as Rye does draw alongside, tested yesterday, Tom. All 3 of them made the 320-mile overnight drive from Llandaw in South Wales to race here at Teesside today, having competed in the British Pro Kart Endurance Championship yesterday, and cumulatively make up 47 places in heat number 1 to finish 1, 2 and 3. The top 3 seeded really drivers, Tom, from last season in terms of where that come into this season. proving that the cream does rise to the top. But Edward Rye showing well, Peter Webster, Adam Roberts all showing well as well. That's your top 6. Horspool, Pennington, Young and Brown are your top 10, with Isaac Welburn, Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn and Charlie Henderson, Mia Duffel, Marley Simpson, Dylan Slack, Lennon Wright, Lewis Dean, Ashton Kennedy in front of Reese Dodds, Ben Wheat, Ben Edwards, Andrew McCrossan, Aaron Williamson, and then 2 drivers that did not see the checkered flag, Joshua Milburn and Freddie Battersby. 26 drivers, Tom. What was originally 25 signed on, so we break records again here, Tom, as having the largest junior pro kart grid, not only here, but anywhere in the UK.
There you go, folks. The UK's largest junior pro kart grid. You want your kid on TV? Get him in a junior pro kart. I think that's sound advice to all. So we head through for our second heat of the day already. Bambinos are about to leave the dummy grid and head around. We do normally, just for people who are tuning in for the first time, we used to run in essentially age order, didn't we? Youngest to oldest, but with Ted Hall doing double duty once again this weekend, he's running in Junior Pro Kart and Junior Rotax. So we thought we would give Ted a bit of a rest.
Well,
I think it's fair.
Usually it was one straight out of one and into the other.
Exactly,
wouldn't it? So it would have been a bit harsh.
It would have been, because it would be essentially be a half-hour race or half hour of racing in 2 different classes back to back. So, would be very difficult with that. So what we've done is move Junior Pro Kart to the very front of the order, and then we will essentially run in age order with Bambinos then going in Heat 2.
Ayrton Tennant then makes his way round. We'll start with our Mighty runners at the front. Ayrton Tennant. He'll have Jake Wynn, who makes his Mighty Bambino debut here this weekend, having moved from Coma to Mighty. He goes off the outside of the front row with Oliver Mullen, who missed the previous round because he wasn't very well. He goes off P3. Then we'll have our Comas of Logan Grassie, Theodore Lee, and Sebastian O'Connell to complete your 6-driver grid.
So 6 drivers, but split 3 by 3.
So saying good morning to Mummy Jules in the live chat. Saying
Mummy
good luck
Jules.
to Team Nichols today. And wishing all the dads happy Father's Day from Mummy Jules. And a few people in the live chat as well discussing Honda R200. And there is a Facebook page for R200 owner drivers. So a class that we are keen to grow, not only here, but throughout the country, because growth breeds growth, Tom. 2 more people. I mean, we'll look at Junior Pro Kart. It had 5 drivers 2 years ago. Now it's got 26 because a few more people got some, and then a few more people said they were going to move out of the cadet classes into the junior ranks. And then we had 10, and then we had 12, and they're breeding like rabbits.
It's peer pressure as well, isn't it? I think it's the green flag is up and down, and we are away in Bambinos. We'll come back onto the Junior Pro Kart chat in just a moment. We are away and racing for the opening heat of Bambinos here at round 4 of the Owner Driver Sprint Series. And it looked like Jake Wynn got a very good start off the line and took the lead away from Ayrton Tennant. And then it is Oliver Mullen that's in P3. Logan Grassie is in 4th. In the Coma C50 Bambino, and hanging on to the back of the Mighties at the moment, and in fact potentially making his way past Oliver Mullen down the back straight. Certainly getting very close.
Looked very quick in practice, Tom. Was in the 59s, and I think at one point was the only driver. Well, it was 3 laps warm up, but he was straight on it this morning for the Coma, and they do normally take a little bit of time to warm up to them Comas, but was straight on it this morning. And was in the 59s in the 3-lap warm-up. So,
well, I think it's safe to say that Logan Grassie's not going to be lacking in protein, is he?
No.
Growing up, he's going to be a big boy.
Growing up in a family that sways heavily towards the steak.
Yes. He's not going to be lacking in beef, is he?
So all 3 of the Mighties.
I reckon he's going to be a muscly lad, is Logan Grassie.
Oh, round goes Oliver Mullen. I think he tagged the back of Ayrton Tennant, and the kart went light and round, and now he's parked on the inside.
You may well be right, David. You usually are when it comes to this kind of thing, but to me, it just looked like he just lost the rear and it just went down.
Just these are very light carts, including driver. We're only at 71 kilos on the Comas. My T, I think, might be a little bit heavier than that because the power unit is a bit more weighty. But yeah, I think there was a little bit. I think of just not in terms of actual like push contact, but I think when these Comas get that, so the Bambino carts get that close to the one in front, it just puts all the load on the front and lifts the rear effectively and makes them very, very easy to spin when following.
Indeed, it does. And Logan Grassi with that has actually moved into P2 overall, so mixing it up with the Mighty Bambinos. 58.7 last time around as well. We talk about lap times a lot here in the Mighty Bambinos because it tends to be, as we've got the two different classes going side by side now with the C50 of Grassi alongside the Mighty of Jake Wynn, but we talk about lap times because that's where we see the progress, because as you can see, the field spread is quite large in Bambinos, and with such a small number of entries in the 6 entries that we've got, it's you can see the progress quite easily, as it looked like Jake Wynn was going to close the door then, but Logan Grassi managed to find a way through. I think Jake Wynn saw who it was and then opened the door, realizing it's not for the leader's own class, and has decided to let Logan Grassi go and follow in the slipstream for a few laps. So Ayrton Tennant's closing back in now on Jake Wynn. But yes, we do tend to see quite large field spread here in Bambino. So we talk about the lap times because you can see the progress that drivers are making as they level up in experience and age. You'll see those times come down. And yeah, it's what we tend to focus on with Bambinos.
It's all about progression, isn't it, really? Nobody's, to the best of my knowledge, ever jumped out of a Bambino and straight into F1. No. Although Max Verstappen wasn't far away from that.
No, he was still in nappies, I think, when he stepped into F3 for the first time.
I think you can race like F4, can't you? It's like the year of your 15th or something, or year of your 16th. I think he did. Was he like an F4 and F3 and then straight into F1 or something?
I don't even think he did F4.
Yeah,
I think he did a year in F3. I might be wrong, but obviously he was European karting champion in various categories, wasn't he? He was racing KZ, and then all of a sudden he was in F1.
Very similar machinery.
About as savage.
Yeah. Logan Grassi leads then, having made his way through the Might E Bambinos, as that's Sebastian O'Connell and Oliver Mullen. Mullen's going to try and go all the way around the outside. Oh, that is superb.
Yeah, lovely. Just carried all that momentum around the outside.
I can't remember the last time we've seen a driver go all the way around the outside of...
Well, Edward Rye tried it in the last round, last heat, didn't he?
Yeah, but it adds about another half a mile to you.
Yes, it's a fair old distance, isn't it?
So, don't know if O'Connell was here testing yesterday, but he's normally a lot closer to Logan Grassi than today, and just doesn't seem to quite have the straight line speed of things at the moment, does Sebastian O'Connell?
Well, as we usually say as well during each round, Coma C50s are a bit of a temperamental animal. It's difficult to tell whether that's going to be an engine issue, a chassis setup issue, or a driver issue. It could be any of the three, whereas with the Mighty Bambinos, it's pretty much plug and play. There is a little bit of setup you can tweak and things like that with them, but the engine, with it being the power unit, with it being a electric motor, it's just you take it off charge, you turn it on, and away you go.
It's very, very simple, isn't it?
There's no messing around with jetting or fuel or carb tuning and
It's probably easier than
faffing about.
easier than boiling a kettle, isn't it? It's like charging your phone. Plug it in, unplug it, bring it up. Do you know? I'll openly admit I've always been fairly skeptical of the electric powertrains. You know, it's something new. It comes in. It doesn't have the sound, but for Bambinos, it's absolutely brilliant
And
because
that's exactly what I was just going to say.
what it does is, and it's not even for the driver; it's for the mechanic.
Well,
when you're starting out on your karting journey, you're not necessarily having any sort of mechanical background. Not everybody, has worked in a car garage or has stripped down a Ford Fiesta or anything like that. There are people coming into this, and if you've got a kart to learn, a setup to learn, as your driver progresses, you don't want to then also have to deal with engines as well, and particularly engines that, if you want a really good one, let's be honest, in Coma, you're gonna have to get the wallet out, and hope that when you open it, it's full.
Yeah, well, like from my point of view, it's why bother when you can have these mighty Bambinos, and you can go almost as fast, if not as fast.
Well, we proved it the last round at how fast they went.
But also, you say it's for the mechanic. I say it's great for the driver as well, because they know that if they're getting faster, it's because they're driving faster. It's not because the wind's blowing in the southeasterly direction instead of a westerly.
Yes, there's no jetting change.
Exactly.
Or the clouds covered the sun halfway through the race. They appear to be a second a lap slower.
And that's how temperamental the C50 Bambinos can be. And that's not an exaggeration either. They really can be a second off the pace just because the sun has gone in or gone behind a cloud. It's crazy. So, the mighty Bambinos, like you say, David, I also was fairly skeptical when they first came about, but as a learning platform, an entry level platform into karting, I think it's certainly a very, very good one. My mind has very much been changed on it.
Last lap then, board comes out for Logan Grassi in Coma as he leads us over. Jake Wynn, who was on a Coma but now is on a Mighty, is taking the fight to Ayrton Tennant and leads us round over the timing line in Mighty. So he could be on for his first win here at Teesside. We'll touch all the wood we can in the commentary box to not apply the commentator's curse to yet another driver, because we do know it's very, very real.
Just as a prime example, the sun has just gone behind a cloud and Logan Grassi's lost 0.4 of a second every lap.
To be fair, there's a lot of cloud cover now, Tom.
Yeah.
Particularly down towards South Bank. Better get the wet tyres prepped. Hopefully not.
I mean, it's crazy, isn't it? It's not forecast or anything. It was supposed to be clear all day. Anyway, Logan Grassi rounds hairpin 4 for the final time, as does Jake Wynn and Ayrton Tennant, and they are about to cross the line. Logan Grassi will take victory in the C50 Bambino class. Jake Wynn will take victory in the Might E Bambino class, followed by Ayrton Tennant also in the Might E. Then we are about to get another little battle going on.
Two different engines.
Two different power units, and Oliver Mullen just took 4th place away from Theodore Lee by 0.003 of a second, as Oliver Mullen recovered from that earlier spin. 0.003 of a second took 4th place away from Theodore Lee, although it was for 3rd place in Mighty Bambino. Theodore Lee taking 2nd place in the Coma class. And Sebastian O'Connell came across the line in 6th place and 3rd in Coma C50 Bambino.
So Logan Grassi comes all the way through the order to take the overall victory and the victory in Coma. And for the first time in Mighty and overall, the 66 of Jake Wynn wins.
How long have you been waiting for that one?
I just thought of it this morning. It's written in his name, Tom.
A bit like he's not put a foot wrong.
That was unreal, by the way.
Which was a line that David used a couple of weeks ago, wasn't it?
There's a driver in Junior Rotax called Jude Pudderfoot. He won a race. He'd not put a foot wrong. I am funny.
Yeah. It did make me giggle. I was listening at home, and it did make me giggle. Not going to lie. In fact, I think I texted you something to that effect.
You told me you were proud of me.
Yeah, which I've never done before.
So
we're going to go with Honda Cadets Heat 1 will be coming up next, and it's going to be Joshua Adote going off pole position with Sebastian McCarthy alongside. Then it's Reggie Cook going from P3 with Alfie Keeling in 4th. Oscar Somerset in 5th with Aston Wilson in 6th. Zach Schieber in 7th. And Jack Thompson in 8th. Abel Hutton will go from 9th with Thomas Chalk in 10th. Then it's Harlan Pritchard and Frankie Turnbull, 11th and 12th. Calais Tennant and Sam Vout, 13th and 14th. Oliver Reed and Edward Charlton will go off 15th and 16th with Phoebe Rogers and Evie Nichols, 17th and 18th. We will come back on to Evie in just a moment. 19th and 20th for Alex Hatima and Oliver Bullock. Jacob Jones and Tyler Grufferty will go from 21st and 22nd, and 23rd on the grid will be Archie Mostyn.
I think there will be one slight change to that. I think on that, it shows that Alex Hatima has got a 5-second deduction, where I think it was actually his fastest lap deleted from qualifying. So he actually going off the mid-pack, and it's a false start anyway, so I didn't have to rush through that. So it does show that he's going off the back, because it showed a 5-second deduction, but that's just the penalty that gets applied at qualifying, whereas actually, because he got a front fairing penalty, removes his fastest lap. So Alex Hatima will, in fact, go off, I think, around about P10 in the number 40 machine. But, yeah, a debut, Tom, for the 113 of Evie Nichols, carrying on the Nichols name. Grandad Steve will be racing in Senior Pro Kart later on today. Dad Adam, who runs Apollo Karts, 2-time British champion, will be incredibly proud seeing his eldest daughter in a kart for the first time. And yesterday officially became the first Nichols ever to come in underweight, because there's no chance of that happening, certainly with Adam, because he's about 6'2".
And we've got another false start. So they're going to go around again, which gives us a chance to...
to be fair,
yeah,
Tom,
I mean, she's got pedigree, hasn't she?
Yes.
She comes from...
well, to be
she's
fair,
third-generation karting
third-generation
family.
Nickel, but also her mum, Danielle,
that's exactly what I was
is
just
a
gonna say.
former Senior Pro Kart Club champion here as well at Teesside. So I think it was almost inevitable
yes,
that this day would come.
I think there was a Bambino bought for her on her 2nd birthday, if I remember rightly.
Second day of being alive, maybe?
Probably, yeah. She was definitely sized up for one.
So, to be fair, good to see the Honda Cadets now have got themselves slowed down a little bit earlier. The top 10 or so were nicely formed up. However, they formed up that late that the tail end of the field couldn't get to them. So, looks like at the 3rd time of asking, this one is looking a little bit tidier as Joshua Adote in the orange helmet brings us to the timing line, being told to slow down heavily. The field is tightly packed together side by side. We run up towards the timing line. The green drops and we're away and racing. As Aston Wilson's going to try and go all the way around the outside. Will it be high risk and high reward? He slots in nicely. No harm done. It's been a good start by the 79 of Reggie Cook. He's up into 2nd place as Alfie Keeling tries a half nose down the inside of Sebastian McCarthy. Doesn't work. He slots back into P4. And Oscar Somerset, there's a big gap then back to P6 as Jack Thompson has made some good inroads on the first couple of corners to move up to 6th, although he's quickly disposed back down to 7th, trying to figure out who that is. Could well be... I can't even pick it out, Tom. We'll figure it out at the end of this lap, but I get a feeling it could well...
Oh, we've got one of the Micro Maxes off at South
Bank.
Bank.
We do.
On the exit of South Bank, they were trying to make their way around Evie Nichols, who had a spin at the National Loop
Tom,
on the opening lap.
Aston Wilson, Tom, was the one that had dropped a little bit back. I still expect to see him in that green and dark blue livery, but he's not. He's in a sort of red, black and white one now. It's
Archie Mostyn who's gone round at South Bank.
Change for the lead, Tom, as Reggie Cook goes down the inside of Joshua Adote. It's a hairpin one with a lovely move, and we've got waved yellows beyond that, though, so there'll be no overtaking on the run up towards South Bank, as they've got to wait till they're past the green board at hairpin number 3. Looks like everybody has adhered to that nicely, Tom, so well done credit where it's due to the Honda cadets.
Yes, indeed. And we'll keep an eye on what's going on with Archie Mostyn as well, who is still in the kart at South Bank. So it is Reggie Cook who leads us over the line from Adote, McCarthy, Keeling, Somerset, Wilson, Thompson, Zeba, Hatima and Jacob Jones in P10.
From the back of the grid, Jacob Jones didn't qualify yesterday.
Likewise, Alex Hatima as well, up 10 places as well. So 11 and 10 places for those two.
So I think that Hatima qualifying position isn't quite correct. We had but the top 5 on a bit of a breakaway here, Tom, at the moment. Aston Wilson in P6 is hoping that something happens in front of him, that they start battling a little bit.
You just saw on screen there that Archie Mostyn has now been helped out of the kart and is making his way to the marshal's post under his own steam, which is great to see.
We're green throughout the track as well, Tom, which is nice. Overtaking opportunities are plenty now then as we head up onto lap number 4. It's still Cook, Adote, McCarthy, a few kart lengths to Alfie Keeling, but he is very, very late on the brakes at hairpin number 1. Alfie Keeling, particularly on the racing line, whether he's got the confidence to send it down the inside of somebody remains to be seen. But on the racing line, at the very least, he is very, very late on the brakes, and they are pulling away of this 5 from Aston Wilson, who is currently defending hard from Jack Thompson.
Jacob Jones is still making his way through the field, and he up to P9 now, set the fastest lap of the race last time around. So Reggie Cook still leading the way in that very distinctive livery and helmet. Makes it very easy for us in commentary as Jacob Jones once again goes on to a new fastest lap of the race and up another position up to P8. So he's going to be on the back of this train fairly shortly, I would imagine.
Leaders are all being fairly compliant so far, Tom. They're all most of them are setting personal bests as well. And yeah, Jones is in the sort of region of them, but it's finding a way through and hoping that they start battling sooner rather than later to give him an opportunity. But even if he finishes P6, Tom, it's going to be a great effort and give him real confidence going, bearing in mind we start where we finish, into the second heat.
Yeah, well, Jones is the 3rd in that group. Now he's the 2nd in that group behind because he's just taken another place away from Jack Thompson and is now up to P7. Reggie Cook still leading the way. And as you said, David, they were very compliant and they are still remaining line astern as they head through hairpin 1, although they are now side by side as the concertina effect brought them all into the rear of each other's bumper, the front bumper meeting the rear as they came together in that concertina effect. That meant that Sebastian McCarthy was briefly deposed by Alfie Keeling, but has now retaken the position. And yeah, they are pushing away with each other down the back straight as well. So all working together at the moment. We're in that Honda Cadet mid-race lull where they all decide to work together before 2 laps from the end it all kicks off.
Jones hasn't managed to find a way past Aston Wilson yet, helped in part by Aston Wilson putting in a personal best on the previous lap in P6. As, up towards hairpin 1. That was a robust move by Jacob Jones, side pod to side pod into hairpin number 1. Took Wilson a little bit by surprise into that corner.
Got that move done though, and meanwhile at the front,
Keeling's gone wide round South Bank, and
Reggie Cook's been lost a couple of he's lost a couple of places.
Yeah, down to 3rd. Adote is through, and the gap that he created has allowed Sebastian McCarthy through as well.
I wondered whether Reggie Cook had got a problem for a moment there because he looked very sideways into hairpin 3. Jacob Jones again with a new fastest lap of the race. We've got a contact warning has gone out now for Jacob Jones. Imagine that would be for the move at hairpin 1 on the previous lap. He's now starting to bridge that gap to the front 5, so I think that's one that we need to keep an eye on. You can just see him there on the left of the shot, that red car. That's Jacob Jones starting to move towards this group of 5 at the front.
Bit like Jaws, isn't it? It's coming.
Jacob.
Adote has been reeled in by McCarthy after the gap was created A few laps ago. They will most likely catch some lap traffic before the end of this lap. This high-speed 5 at the front. They may well get that sooner rather than later, but McCarthy is down the inside. He's done waiting. He's played the waiting game throughout the early part of this race. He's come over the timing line, seen that we're down to about under the 2-minute mark. Adote is going to come back at him, though, at South Bank. And this is what Jacob Jones is going to want to see as they head up towards hairpin 3. It's pretty much as you were. They're all going to go down the inside. And they're trying to go 3 wide, and that's not going to work.
Well, Sebastian McCarthy, dressed in blue, has lit the blue touch paper in Honda Cadets Heat 1. As, the field now is starting to be split apart because they are all now fighting over positions with 30 seconds plus 1 lap to go.
Jones is up onto the back of this.
And he's through on previous race leader Reggie Cook now.
He's got some confidence at the moment, hasn't he, Jacob Jones?
Indeed, yeah. He's flown through the field. And as you say, Reggie Cook was leading the way for some time in this race. Now down into P6.
It's going to be a race against the clock as to whether we're going to get the last lap board out. 10 seconds. I think we will, but it's going to be tight as they come out of hairpin number 4.
Last lap. Last lap board is out.
Doherty from McCarthy. Gap back then to Oscar Somerset, Alfie Keeling, Jacob Jones, Reggie Cook, who was led the mid part of this race, has been cast adrift somewhat now in 6th place, but has still shown some good pace. Although that kart did seem to go off handling wise, Tom, as you said, halfway through this race. Then there's a gap back again to to Thompson, who's found a way past Aston Wilson. Alex Atima then in front of Abel Hutton, but we go down the back straight up towards South Bank for the final time, with Joshua Doherty still leading from Sebastian McCarthy.
Yeah, heading into hairpin 3, and there goes McCarthy. Forced his way through on the inside, created a gap, did Sebastian McCarthy, demoted Dote into P2, and Sebastian McCarthy is going to come over the line and take victory here in heat number 1 from Joshua Dote, Oscar Somerset, Jacob Jones up to P4 in the end, with Alfie Keeling, Reggie Cook, Jack Thompson, Aston Wilson, Alex Atima in 9th place, with Abel Hutton in 10th. Then we have Zach Schieber, Sam Vout, Thomas Chalk, Calais Tennant, and Harlan Pritchard, the top 15 runners in Honda Cadet.
Great overtake, I think, there on the last lap by McCarthy. Even better placement of the kart to stop the return attack from Joshua Dote at hairpin 4 that I think was the most important part of that race. Yes, he got through, but he parked the kart superbly, learnt from what he'd done a lap and a half before, where he'd gone down the inside of hairpin 1 and didn't close the door on the run towards South Bank. And you just saw he went down the inside and just parked the kart on the inside to stop Doherty getting the run at him. And that was a really good placement of kart by Sebastian McCarthy. Heat 2, though, Tom, will be a very different proposition from that charge through from Jacob Jones. He'll start from P4.
Yes, indeed. He's definitely going to be fighting at the front, is Jacob Jones. But you liked the defend into hairpin 3 and 4. I liked the original overtake because Dote tried to cover it off down the inside. He defended to the inside, but he didn't quite go all the way to the white line. And there was about 7/8 of a kart width between the edge of the track and where Dote had placed himself. And McCarthy went, do you know what? I'll just breathe in a bit. I'm coming through. And he just found a way through. So,
instead of just the side pods just going.
Yeah, it kind of was
just in.
Like Inspector Gadget style. He just brought the car in a little bit. And, yeah, made his way through. Yes, a great move from McCarthy, and ended up taking victory as well. So yeah, interesting. We shall move on to R200 heat number 1, which will be coming up as soon as we have recovered Archie Mostyn from the side of the track.
There's Mostyn's kart being recovered. So the
kart
will go on the. Oh, he's going in the front.
I think it went backwards into the barriers. I thought he was going to drive back then from the driver's seat.
So kart is being placed. That's a slightly different trailer, Tom. It angles back so that the driver doesn't necessarily have to sit in that. We'll just pop a gentleman on there, and
there's the wedge.
to wedge the cart so it doesn't move. In Honda R200, it was a maiden pole position for Max Platz yesterday in the number 26 machine. He'd shown great pace throughout the day and converted that into some good pace in qualifying as well. JJ Allen will start alongside him on the front row. Championship leader and thus far unbeaten in finals, Tom Nichols, will go off the inside of row number 2 alongside the T-side debuting in R200, Ethan Pearson, a name that we've seen through Bambino and Honda Cadet, moves up now into Honda R200. He goes off P4. George Wilson and Jensen Simpson complete your Honda R200 grid.
So much like Bambino's, we've just got 6 in R200. If you have got a Honda R200,
some nice
come along
action in the live chat, Tom.
Yes, come along and bring your Honda R200 along here, and we will look forward to seeing you on the grid. So we've got. If we had, did we do the David Nichols one? We did, didn't we?
Well, we spoke about Nichols in general, but not that message in specific.
Well, wishing everybody happy Father's Day. We've got, yes, you mentioned the R200 Facebook page. Jules Nichols wishing everybody happy Father's Day. We've got Faye Hurley saying, good luck, Theodore. Love Mummy and Aurora.
Theodore Lee, I'm going to go with for that one.
Catherine Potter's been on saying, good luck, Jake Wynn and Phoebe Rogers. Anne-Marie Roberts saying, happy Father's Day to Jeff Roberts. Yes, happy Father's Day, Jeff Roberts. Happy Father's Day to you, David.
And to you too, Tom.
Oh, thank you, David. And we've got Catherine Potter again saying, go on, Jake. Alan Wynn saying, well done, Jake. We are all proud of you. Lots of support for Jake Wynn coming in. Jude White saying, well done to Frankie Turnbull. And Fran Smith saying, go Oliver B. Mum and Zara.
Oh, JJ Allen's on the grass. I thought he didn't think he had a problem. I think he's just been warming the tyres up and then cooled them down a little bit. So he's going to make his way round and into position now, which should just be about.
Oh, no.
It's a position where he needs to be.
Here we go. We've got Young. Oh, hang on. No, we're going to take the start. My apologies. We came round a bit quicker. Here we go.
We are away as Max Platz leads us up then to the national loop for the first time. Tom Nichols trying to get into the gap and doesn't allow JJ Allen in and moves through well into second place. Allen slots into third then as they head up towards the first hairpin. And already Max Platz has started to have a little bit of a gap as Allen tried to move on Tom Nichols. It didn't quite work out for him on that opening lap as Nichols was semi-defensive. Behind them, we've got George Wilson, who appears to have moved up into fourth place at the start. Ethan Pearson down into P5, although Pearson was on the outside train, so always tough sometimes to get in, particularly on these smaller grids, Tom, where the gaps don't naturally open up. But Max Platz, for the first time, will lead us over the line at the end of lap number 1 from Tom Nichols and JJ Allen, George Wilson, Ethan Pearson and Jensen Simpson.
Yeah, Tom Nichols already looking very racy, right on the back of Max Platz, looking for a way through at every opportunity. He looked down the inside into the D chicane, couldn't get it done. Down the inside into hairpin 1, couldn't get that one done either. Now goes alongside, down the back straight, and will now get the move done on Max Platz and Tom Nichols to the lead. JJ Allen about to follow through as well, and indeed does. The door just opened for him and swept straight through to JJ Allen. Immediately onto the tail of Tom Nichols. So it's now Nichols from Allen from Platt. Then we've got George Wilson, Ethan Pearson and Jensen Simpson now comes across the line in P6.
Top 5 still together, split by less than a second. It still is early on in the race. And
I said Nichols was looking racy earlier. That's nothing compared to what JJ Allen is now looking. He is looking feisty today, is JJ Allen. Not sure what he's had for breakfast, but he's about to launch it down the inside. Is he? No. He elects to work with Tom Nichols for now. Yeah, looking every which way to try and find a way through, and because of that, it's actually cost him a little bit of time through hairpin 3 and 4. He's going to use that slipstream once again to tow back up to the rear bumper of Tom Nichols, who sets a new fastest lap of the race.
0.02 of a second between the two of them on that previous lap, and I don't think that's a surprise in
I
terms
think
of
that
lap
was
time.
about the gap as well. 900ths of a second was the gap.
It's normally 700ths. The gap is when the nose of a cadet is buried into the rear bumper of the one in front, which is the gap between the back seats, the back of the seats on both of the two carts, which is where the transponder is usually attached.
Well, these two starting to move away now from Max Platz, and likewise Platz moving away from George Wilson, although
Heath and Pearson's in front of George Wilson now for 4th place, so that may well be part of the reason that the gap has elongated. That overtake by Ethan Pearson, moving him up to P4, so he's back into his qualifying position.
Oh, Nichols was leery coming into the national loop, very sideways. Coming out of the D chicane, surprised he hung on to it, to be honest with you. It was that sideways, but not only did he hang on to it, but managed to keep up the momentum as well. JJ Allen with a new fastest lap of the race by 0.07 of a second. So,
yeah, I get the feeling that
the timing is wrong. Yeah, I was a bit confused by that myself. I thought, have I missed 5 minutes of this race all of a sudden? Because I think the timer says 2 minutes plus a lap, but that is definitely not correct. We've got 5 minutes plus a lap. That's a bit more like it. There we go. Cat was having kittens in the commentary box for a moment there.
It's not even a play on words either, that is it, Tom?
But yeah, it's all managed to sort itself out now, or rather, Cat has managed to sort it out, and we are back onto the correct timing. I did go. Have I fallen asleep for 5 minutes? What's gone on? But it is still Nichols leading, but Allen is looking like he's just biding his time. I think it's fair to say he's not using the slipstream at all opportunities. In fact, he's pulling out of the slipstream to almost air brake himself
it's to a point as well,
to not overtake Tom Nichols at the moment.
You look at the entry into hairpin 3, and Nichols is taking a slightly different line on the way in, and what Allen is having the opportunity to do is to learn lap on lap where Nichols is placing his kart, and we'll use that later in the race, but as Tom mentioned, won't want to go too early.
Well, you can see he gets a really good drive out there, and then he just pulls to the outside. Now, he's not pulling to the outside to overtake, because he knows he's not going to drive all the way round.
Nichols,
and again here,
there was a semi-defensive line there by Nichols by coming one kart width in. Is doing what he needs at the moment is Nichols, but at the same time is also showing Allen where he keeps putting that kart on a fairly regular basis, which there's not really a lot Tom Nichols can do other than that. He has to put the kart where he wants to put the kart, but at the same time, it does allow JJ Allen to learn.
Again, out of the D chicane, with that camera that we've got there at the national loop, you can see this four-wheel drift that Nichols is getting as he comes through the right-hander, the exit of the D chicane, the entry to the national loop. It'd be interesting to see if we can pick that up next time around. I'm sure we will. So JJ Allen still electing not to put a move on Tom Nichols, has very much decided that it's too early to go, and is just biding his time. A warning go out for JJ Allen. Not sure what that was for. There you go. There you see that four-wheel drift again from Nichols. Manages to continue his momentum, though. It certainly doesn't cost him any time. They continue to move away from Max Platz. Ethan Pearson now in 4th, George Wilson 5th, and Jensen Simpson in 6th. Nichols has slightly gapped Allen this lap around, although instantly brought back by Allen. I think he's just pacing himself. Is JJ Allen? I think he's waiting for the timer to go down. He doesn't want to give Nichols
the opportunity to come back at him.
But... Well, it's more that I think he doesn't want Nichols to learn what he's doing. You know, he's weighing and measuring Tom Nichols.
If the move comes, I do get the feeling it will be into hairpin 2.
You feel hairpin 2? I think it's going to be here into either South Bank or into hairpin 3.
If I'm honest, I think Nichols has got the defensive line by coming in at South Bank and also hairpin 3. I think the only one that he doesn't necessarily cover off because he can't, although Allen's going to try and go all the way around the outside, that's going to be brave, and Nichols parks it nicely as we see Ethan Pearson and George Wilson having their battle over 4th place. Is that I think the only one that Nichols can't fully defend is that run into hairpin 2, because then it compromises his run down the back straight. Slippery surface flag, because I'm getting reports that there are a few spots of rain in the air.
Surely not.
Well, I've had a message that said it's starting to spit. So reports of rain in the air, Tom.
From the start of what the weather looked like at the start of the day to now, what are we, half an hour in or so, and we're already starting to get spots of rain is surprising to say the least.
I don't know. I don't know whether people are lying to make friends, Tom. Who knows? 2.5 minutes to go as we commence lap 12. Again, Nichols parking that one nicely at hairpin 1.
Ooh, there we go.
It's actually got a little bit of a gap now, Tom. 2 car lengths or so, but the slipstream or also the fact that they have slightly different gearing as well.
Pearson and Wilson just in a nice overtake at hairpin 1.
George Wilson then back up into 4th place. As I just mentioned, it's open gearing in under R200. So that's why you may well see a driver getting a good drive out the corner and then getting reeled in. And what you want really is to be the driver behind with a little bit more top end, use the slipstream to full effect and then pop out. You don't want to be sort of sat there with more bottom end and then not be able to use it.
Now George Wilson has removed himself of the shackles of Ethan Pearson as Nichols and Allen made a little bit of contact between hairpin 1 and 2. But George Wilson setting a new personal best lap of the race. Was 3/10 quicker than Ethan Pearson.
It's a very defensive line now, corner on corner, Tom, by Tom Nichols, parking the 74 machine well at the moment, but at the same time, J.J. Allen hasn't had a full-blooded attempt at getting past him, so they've been half moves and just a nose down the inside to see whether it creates anything.
So we're already on lap 13. We've still got 45 seconds plus a lap to go. It's going to be a long old race here for the R200.
It is a long race, this one. Down towards South Bank they go. And they'll get round as well, won't they, Tom? So
yep. So 2 laps to go. Or lap and a half to go. Or rather 2.5 laps to go. There you go. Quick maths, everybody.
Allen again drawing alongside round the outside. I think Nichols going to get that one parked again.
We've seen this almost every lap, haven't we?
Yeah, up towards the D chicane. 2 laps to go then. In what's going to be a 16-lap opening heat for Honda R200. Into hairpin number 1, there you go. There's Allen, I think, has tried to create a gap there at hairpin 2. Nichols has got more drive by going all the way around the outside and holds on. Last lap board this time. Nichols has been defensive for the last 5 minutes or so. And J.J. Allen hasn't managed to find a way through.
I think Allen needs to straight line it between hairpin 3 and 4 next time around if he's going to have any chance of overtaking Tom Nichols for the victory here. So the last lap board is out.
Round the national loop they go then. Single file round there. No opening. Up towards hairpin number 1 will be the first chance. And there is a kart length between them. But Nichols taking the defensive line. That evaporates and parks the 74 machine nicely. He will then migrate even more to the inside, I think, than what he has on the previous laps. He's closer to the white line on the right as Allen then sweeps out to try and maximise the run round South Bank. It's going to have to be wide for Allen, and then that straight line move that I think Tom was talking about. Is he going to try and get the switch back out of hairpin 4 and up towards the timing line? They're side by side. As they head up there, it's going to be a shorter run for Nichols as he squeezes him out to the side. Nichols with the victory from JJ Allen. Max Platz, George Wilson, Ethan Pearson cross the line now in 4th and 5th respectively, with Jensen Simpson in P6. He will making his way round South Bank.
Yeah, excellent defensive drive in the end from Tom Nichols. I thought JJ Allen had him scouted all the way through that one, but Nichols did enough to hold on in the end. Max Platz, as you said, David, come across the line in 3rd place. And then George Wilson and Ethan Pearson. Jensen Simpson crosses the line now to take P6. Which brings to an end the Honda R200s. And I'm going to try and find my way around this new Alpha Race Hub. So try and figure it out while I'm going. This is the first time I've actually seen it like this. It's also dark. It's gone to a dark scheme as well instead of the usual white scheme, and that's throwing me off as well.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure that everything is correct on there. However, I should be able to find something.
While we attempt to find grids, we've got our junior Rotax drivers already heading out for their rolling lap. Ah, here we go. Right, so I can't make it bigger though. Bear with us, folks. Here we go. Right, so Rotax heat number 1. It's going to be Logan Pebbody from pole position with Alex Lynn alongside, then Jake Grufferty and Adam Causa. Morgan Cooney, Ronnie Harrer, Ted Hall. We'll go from P7 with Henry Armitage in 8th. Aidan Connolly in 9th. Albie Cam 10th. Jacob Carnes 11th. Max Hall 12th. Mark Laredo Gomez in 13th. Joey Swan 14th. And then in seniors, Paul Swan, Oliver O'Donovan, and Holly Swan will go off around half a lap later. And there have been 4 karts gone off on the outside of the national loop on the opening lap. They've gone full GT challenge at Monza and have all gone sideways. And looks like all of them have managed to get going again. I know Ted Hall was one of them. I think Albie Cam, possibly another one, as they're making their way back round. I'll try and pick their numbers up as they come through over the start-finish line. It looks like it's going to be Alex Lynn leading the way. Indeed it is. It's Alex Lynn from Jake Grufferty, Adam Causa, Logan Pebbody, Ronnie Harrer, Jacob Carnes, Aidan Donnelly, Henry Armitage, Joey Swan, Mark Laredo Gomez. And then it's Ted Hall, Morgan Cooney, Max Hall and Albie Cam, who were the 4 who came to grief at the first corner. And in fact, Albie Cam is now pulling into the pits and into retirement from heat number 1. So a big shame for Albie Cam. Did make it round to the pits safely, though, and didn't need recovery. Meanwhile, Alex Lynn continues to lead the way from Jake Grufferty and is now starting to open up a bit of a gap to Jake Grufferty from Adam Causa as well. Those gaps equidistant. We've got a contact warning going out for the 16th and 16th of Henry Armitage. And Ted Hall received a warning as well on the opening lap. I'm assuming that's for the incident at the National Loop. Grufferty started to close the gap now to Alex Lynn. Adam Causa dropping back ever so slightly. In fact, it looks like Gruffity is about to potentially make a move on Alex Lynn, really closing in now. And Jacob Carnes has moved up to P4 on that lap as well, and is starting to make inroads into the gap in front, held by Adam Causer.
Gruffity down the inside of Alex Lynn for the lead at hairpin number 2. Alex Lynn, though,
I said he looked like he was
back
getting
at
ready
him.
to make a move.
Side by side down towards South Bank. Lynn retakes the lead, but then will potentially be wide because he had to take a tighter run. Gruffity, though, can't get through. Contact warning for Aidan Donnelly in the 27 on the previous lap.
Lynn's still managing to hold on at the moment, but I think Gruffity's got the pace at the moment in this early part of the race. Certainly was enough to close the gap. Meanwhile, in seniors, Holly Swan leads the way from Paul Swan. Sorry, Oliver O'Donovan leads the way from Holly Swan, then Paul Swan. O'Donovan and Swan are nose to tail in seniors.
Gruffity tried to move down the inside of Alex Lynn at South Bank. Lynn closed the door. Jacob Carnes is now up into 3rd place.
That's one of those where Gruffity had to back out of it because otherwise there was going to be a huge coming together at those speeds. So we've got another warning going out now for Jacob Carnes. I say another warning. It's the first warning for Jacob Carnes, but it is another warning in this race. Jacob Carnes taking 3rd place away from Adam Causer now as Gruffity is down the inside once again at hairpin 1. Alex Lynn immediately returned the favour and retook the lead, but Gruffity got the switch back at hairpin 2. Now draws alongside, and he's going to have the inside line into South Bank this time and takes the lead. Alex Lynn with a little tap to the rear as they were halfway through the corner, and there's the lines crossed over. So Jake Gruffity now taking the lead away from Alex Lynn and will lead us over the line. We've got a warning going out for Alex Lynn as well, possibly for that tap to the rear into Jake Gruffity. So they are being policed today in Junior Rotax.
Jacob Carnes has broken away from Adam Causer and is closing in ever so slightly with those two battling in front on the previous couple of laps by a few tenths of a second, but we'll need them to have a much more robust battle as the gap at the moment is 1.5 seconds back to Jacob Carnes in 3rd place. Causer running well up in 4th, and he's got a good gap back as well to Logan Pebbody and Ronnie Harrer. Harrer running well and inside the top 6 and for the first time, but they're being closed in by a recovering Ted Hall, who was that opening lap incident was 4 of them parked up together, Tom, for what would have felt like a lifetime, but was probably around about 4 or 5 seconds, Tom. Ted Hall is coming back into this, and I think he could feasibly, in the remaining 4 minutes, pick at least 2 off in front given his current race pace. Personal best on the previous lap was nearly half a second faster than Ronnie Harrer, and that was also a personal best for Harrer as well. There is Hall in the second of the 2 yellow helmets, the fluoro one with Ronnie Harrer's darker yellow with red detailing.
Right, so it's Hamilton's Ferrari helmet-esque, isn't it?
Right up on the back and trying to go down the inside. Behind them, there is another 3-kart battle with Morgan Cooney, Aidan Donnelly and Joey Swan. And then a further 3-kart train with Mark Laredo, Gomez, Henry Armitage and Max Hall, who was another one of the drivers involved in that opening lap incident.
Both of those drivers on the between hairpin 1 and 2 as Max Hall is flying back up the order now. I was keeping my eye very briefly on the senior battle between O'Donovan and Holly Swan, but that now seems to have opened up in the favour of Oliver O'Donovan. But Holly Swan was looking very racy on the back of Oliver O'Donovan for a good couple of laps there, but it seems to have petered out slightly now.
Yeah, they're still close enough, but I think Holly Swan in particular, let's give the credit to where it's due to Oliver O'Donovan. Swan's got some really good pace. I just think O'Donovan is just ruthlessly consistent, putting in the same lap time, lap after lap, and that just builds the gap. As Hall is through on Ronnie Harrer, as on screen at the moment we see Aidan Donnelly and Joey Swan battling out over P9.
Yeah, Donnelly feeling the need to go defensive at hairpin 3.
Max Hall's back up onto these already, Tom.
Yeah, he's absolutely flying as Max Hall.
Slippery surface flag is out again, but at the same time that Jake Grufferty and Alex Lynn put in personal bests, as did Ted Hall. So it's clearly at best psychological at the moment, I think, on the visor, if anything. And
Ted Hall up on the back now of Logan Pebbody. So a good recovery drive from Ted Hall as he goes down the inside at South Bank, but cannot get the move done.
Can't even do Brolly watch, Tom, because I don't think anybody would have bought one.
No. I mean, why would you? The only reason you'd have one is for shade. Well, you would have done this morning anyway.
Having said that, the leaders are 3 to 4 tenths slower than where they were on the previous lap.
Oh, I've just had the universal signal for it's raining from Bella here in the commentary box.
See how much it's raining as the fastest lap of the race so far for seniors was Holly Swan with a 41.2.
Oh, they are going. Yeah, they're fighting the cart through South Bank.
41.9 for Grufferty on the previous lap is a 41.8 this time. So they're still within 2 tenths, really, I think, of their best laps. So this is a confidence game, Tom, for the drivers, isn't it? They've worked hard throughout the race to get the heat and the temperature in the tyres. So if this was an early part of the race, I think they'd be struggling a little bit more. But they have got some temperature in the tyres. Up towards hairpin 2 we go.
Ted Hall still trying to find his way past Logan Pebbody for P5.
Joey Swan is going to pick up a contact warning, and him and Aidan Donnelly are like half a lap apart now. So
I'd imagine where that's coming from then.
Yeah, I think we don't have to do too much. Although at the same time, I think Joey Swan's right side rear bumper is currently detached. We'll confirm when he comes up and over the timing line. Indeed it is for the 95 of Joey Swan, and I do get the feeling his race may well, even with 30 seconds to go, come to a premature end.
It was that was actually just radioed in about 5 seconds after you said it, David. So the marshals were already on that as Ted Hall finally took the place away from Logan Pebbody. And we just saw it at the bottom of the shot, and you can see how dark it's got on camera there, and how it actually looks like it's really heavily raining, but it's not yet. The slippery surface flag has been rescinded. One would assume it's stopped raining, or maybe it was just out for long enough to give the drivers a fair warning. Grufferty still leads the way, as you can see on screen, but Alex Lynn keeping him very, very honest. This will be the penultimate lap. Last lap board will go out this time around. And here they come to take it. So has Alex Lynn got anything left to challenge Jake Grufferty on the final lap as they head round the national loop? For the last time, it's Jacob Carnes in third, Adam Causer fourth, Ted Hall fifth. Morgan Cooney is now up to sixth place and has deposed Logan Pebbody.
He was another driver involved in that lap one melee.
Yes, he was. Max Hall as well, recovering up to P9 now.
Round South Bank for the final time. Alex Lynn, I don't think he's going to be quite close enough to Jake Grufferty. Unless he's going to make a dive down the inside at hairpin number 4. He's a cart length probably too far back. And as they come out of the final corner, heat number 1 in Junior Rotax goes the way of Grufferty from Lynn. Jacob Carnes. It's going to be Adam Causer. I think that'll be his best heat finish here at Teesside in P4. A superb recovery drive for the duo behind in Ted Hall and Morgan Cooney, having been stationary for nearly 5 seconds on lap number 1. On the outside in that 4-kart skirmish. Hall finishes in P5. Cooney in 6th. Pebbody, Harra finishing P8. A good run for the 11. Max Hall, another driver recovering from the opening lap. Oliver O'Donovan in seniors comes all the way through up to P10 overall, having started near the back. Holly Swan, Henry Armitage with Mark Laredo, Gomez, Paul Swan, Aidan Donnelly. And then Joey Swan with that technical defect for his rear bumper. He's been in the pit lane, as has Albie Cam, who retired at the end of lap number 1.
So already we're on to our final heat in the first set, with Senior Pro Kart going off next, and David, I'm sure, will endeavour to bring me a grid, because I don't think any of us can work this this new Alpha Race Hub website at the moment. And it sounds like there's a potential penalty coming in as well. I didn't hear over the radio which number it was for.
Me either. We'll have
There was
to.
a potential 5-second advantage by contact penalty. Yeah, you see on the new thing, the pro karts are split by class, which doesn't help me with a grid.
No. Well, I can help you with a grid. It will be Isaac Duff on pole position on what will be a 12-kart Senior Pro Kart grid. Random grid. So Isaac Duff and Zach Hudson on the front row, David Brewis and Danny Bean on row 2, Bradley Rowe and Matthew Hauschby on row 3 in front of Scott Blackburn and Zach Dean. Steve Nichols, Lewis Blench, Joseph Williamson and Freddie Cowley are your 12 Senior Pro Kart runners here this weekend. Bit of a shout out to Isaac Young as well, unfortunately unable to make it here this weekend. He's out injured, Tom, with a broken finger.
Yes, this is what I was getting to before we went the last time we dipped into the live chat comments, but we had a race to get on with.
We did.
But yes, a broken finger. Interested to find out how that happened.
A bit of a shout out as well to Catherine Potter as she comes here supporting Phoebe Rogers. And
I'll be working with her next weekend.
You're at Croft?
I am at Croft next weekend for Janetta Festival.
Ooh, G-Fest.
G-Fest.
I covered that at Silverstone once. It was a good day out. I was alongside Adam Weller in the commentary box that day, and he was superb.
Oh, good.
Really good. Who are you working with?
Everybody.
Everybody?
Yeah. Working with everybody, as always.
A bit of a shout out as well to Kyle Kerr, who's watching Aidan Donnelly.
Not actually on comms next weekend.
Pit lane reporting?
No, I am just working.
Just working?
Just working for Alpha.
Oh,
just turned up for a day's wages.
Runner?
Yeah, well, I'm just here, there, and everywhere.
Oh, right,
I'm the gopher.
Yeah, runner. There's a nice word
go
for
for this and go for that.
Yeah. He's a T-boy.
I'm the show runner next weekend. Just an extra pair of hands just to help out Luke.
Well, they need them on them.
Luke from Alpha was looking for an extra pair of hands, and I said I would happily go down and help.
They need them on them big tracks, don't they?
Yeah. So
I hope they get you a scooter.
I would never even thought about
whipping
that.
round. I know they've got a few for when they do the Euro event. So
normally I just get my step count in. I did something like 25,000 steps last time I was there.
Nice.
As a runner. The last time I went there as a runner, which is, a good few years ago now.
Just doing pit lane.
I think it was about 2 years ago. But yeah, there was there was a huge amount of steps. It was something along the lines of 25,000 steps that I put in that day.
Cool. Pro karts making their way round then.
Moving on. One way to shut down that conversation. Cool. Right, move on. So Senior Pro Karts making their way onto the formation lap. Bit of weaving to get some heat into the tyres. It certainly still doesn't look wet out there, does it? Even though there may be rain in the air. I think it might also be warm enough that as soon as it's hitting the ground, it's instantly evaporating.
Yeah, it's still very humid outside. It just looks very grey now.
Like, I can't believe genuinely can't believe how much it's changed since the start of the day.
And when I say grey, I mean like the sky is like battleship grey, just grey. It's not cold. It's apparently it's freezing now. It's humid a minute ago.
It was 18 degrees when we got to the track. It's still 18 degrees now, according to my weather app.
So Isaac Duff on the outside. He's got a new helmet, which means he'll be 2/10 faster than the last time we saw him.
Of course he will.
It's the standard incremental increase when you get a new piece of kit. I think helmets and suits 2/10 a piece, gloves and boots 1/10 a piece. is the standard amount that you go faster.
If you get a full new kit set up, that's a second.
Oh, like an accumulator.
Yeah, absolutely.
Up towards the national loop then for the first time, and it's going to be Duff, and he's going to have a gap because some have gone slightly wide in front of him. Danny Bean is up into second place, Hauschby third, Bradley Rowe in fourth place. It's a very tentative run up towards hairpin 1 at the first time as Bradley Rowe goes down the inside of Matthew Hauschby. Hauschby's already not particularly impressed. Zach Hudson is in P5, and we're going to have a warning for Bradley Rowe.
Yeah. He was robust, I think it's safe to say, on Hauschby. So Danny Bean already looking very racy on the back of Isaac Duff.
I mean,
pushing along Isaac Duff, in fact.
That move by Bradley Rowe was a move that you normally see in every pro kart race. It's just there's normally about 30 of them and it just never gets seen. But today, they're all going to have to be on their best behaviour because we've got a much smaller grid because of other events going on.
Well, as we saw in
other parts of the country.
Well,
so they're
the
going to
marshals and the stewards are very much on it today.
So they're going to get seen, aren't they? So they're all going to have to be well-behaved drivers.
Everybody being very well policed so far.
So these are your two pro runners, indicated by the yellow background in the top left-hand corner next to their number 74 and 23, respectively. Blue are your newer runners, and red is in between. They're your club runners. So.
Goes Isaac Duff still managing to hold on to the lead from Danny Bean, who seems at the moment very content just to push him along, try and break the...
No, he doesn't, Tom.
No, he doesn't.
No, he doesn't.
Okay, well, he did. He did seem very content. Now he's had enough of that and says, right, you can push me along for a while if you can keep up.
We had a waved yellow at the national loop for Freddie Cowley, who went round. Not entirely sure the reasoning, because at the same time we were watching Danny Bean send it down the inside of Isaac Duff.
Using the full width of the track here in Senior Pro Karts and the entry into hairpin 3. Really carrying that momentum. Danny Bean now with a new fastest lap of the race now that he has got past Isaac Duff on that lap. But Bradley Rowe doesn't seem too far away either.
No, he was 8/10 of a second off the lead the previous lap. He's still 8/10 off, but more importantly, he's now within half a second of second place, whereas before they were nose to tail.
I think he's going to be in the slipstream of the front two as well. So they head down the back straight. So we'll see what kind of lap time Bradley Rowe can do compared to Danny Bean. Whether he's actually going to be closing in. Definitely looks like Isaac Duff is able to sit in the slipstream of Danny Bean. It's not been broken so far, and he's really pushing hard now. Is Isaac Duff to stay on the back of Danny Bean, but Bradley Rowe, as expected, with a new fastest lap of the race. I thought he looked quick that lap around. And we've got a contact warning going out for Zachary Hudson in 6th place. Joseph Williamson in 7th.
I think he's just fallen behind Lewis Blench. I know he hasn't. It's Williamson and Hudson who are battling it out. Like I say, some, and Williamson is going to go down the inside of Zach Hudson. The gap's going out at the front here on this lap, Tom. I think Danny Bean's got another couple of kart lengths there on Isaac Duff, although I think Duff is reasonably strong down the far end of the circuit that it might not show in terms of timing. It was 3/10. It's a fraction more, but more importantly, Bradley Rowe is the fastest of the three at the front, and he is at the back of that train, closing in on Isaac Duff.
Surprised that Matthew Hauschby hasn't been able to go with this front four.
He's been a driver that's been in a fair bit of form recently, hasn't he, Tom?
And that's why I say it's surprising.
After a really good showing at the first 24 hours of the season at Campilos, and then came here the week after and was invigorated.
Williamson has just deposed Lewis Blench from P5, of course, in different classes, but has now moved Lewis Blench down a spot as they went through hairpin 2. Already coming over the start-finish line, though. Danny Bean now with a new fastest lap of the race, and he was a 10th quicker than anybody else on circuit. So he's now starting to stretch his legs at the front. 5 minutes plus a lap to go. Bean and Duff, the only 2 pro class runners here this weekend.
Good opportunity for them to score some points.
Yes, certainly. It's part of the championship effort, while a lot of the other pro drivers will be using, or in fact, a lot of the pro and club drivers will be using this as a drop round.
It's 7 of 9, Tom, to count, isn't it? So you take your 7 best results, you can drop 2. So some drivers taking the opportunity to race elsewhere in another championship that does only allow 1 drop round from 8.
Does leave you open though.
Does leave you vulnerable to if you have any issues.
Yeah, if you have two bad rounds, mechanical failures in finals or something like that, or you come into contact, you're quite vulnerable now, aren't you? If you're not here this weekend, particularly with the likes of Bean and Duff rocking up. Zach Dean now with a contact warning. Zach Dean in 9th place.
Yeah, I think he went into the back, I think, of Scott Blackburn in the 11, and it slowed him and allowed Steve Nichols to go down the inside at hairpin number 2. So they're on screen here having a really good battle at the moment.
Danny Bean with a new fastest lap of the race as they came over the line that time. He's almost half a lap ahead now of the lower part of the field.
3 minutes and 20 remaining.
Well, he's consistently a second and a half quicker than those sort of in their 7th, 8th, 9th positions.
Zach Dean's got a good run there on Steve Nichols. And slides
nice to see Steve back as well, though, isn't it?
The inside. Yeah, signed on for the British 24-hour as well.
In owners?
Yeah.
Oh.
Running the kart. I think we've got a few familiar names. Gareth Plackett being one. I was trying to convince Adam that he needed a run out.
So is Craig coming back as well?
Not sure. But would be good to see Craig Day back again for the British 24. Yeah, I was trying to convince Adam Nichols that he needed a run out in that kart that weekend because there's nothing else on. So he should definitely come.
Is there nothing else on that weekend then?
Not for him. Not for him, I don't think.
Oh well, he's got to come and do a stint then, hasn't he?
Blackburn and Dean. He said that he will do it if it rains.
Well, we've certainly seen that over the last few years, haven't we? not last year, but 2 years and...
Oh, we had 2 years on the bounce where the rain was biblical. One caused an
early
premature
finish, and one caused a late start, didn't it?
We had a 5:30. I had a 6:30 a.m. Cessation of racing on 1 year, and the following year we had a 20,000 litre tanker clearing water off the start line and down at Rib Bend.
Well, it cleared 20,000 litres and then it went and emptied itself and came back.
It came back.
That's how bad it was.
But testament as always to the staff here, Tom. They managed to get that race on. Danny Bean with a 45.894 on the previous lap opens the gap up now to 1.5 seconds. So Blackburn and Dean again go side by side.
Yeah, and Steve Nichols right on the back of that group as well. And we've got a contact warning has gone out now for Blackburn. So they are being heavily policed here this weekend. Seems everything is being picked up. Nothing is being let go as just as a racing incident. But
reminds me of a teacher I once had, I think, in year 8 in high school, where he pretty much we'd walk in, he'd go,
"Sit down, shut up."
No, he before you'd even done anything, he gave you a detention, and it was your job to unearn the detention throughout the lesson. It was a brilliant way of maintaining control.
I'd have just stuck with the detention. I had a similar thing with school where I realised I could spend an hour on my homework or I could do half an hour's detention.
Oh, so you did the detention.
So I just took the detention, yeah. Quick maths tells me I saved myself half an hour.
You did. Bradley Rowe closing in on Zach Dawson. And this is going to be a 4-kart train, I think, before the end here, because off the back, you've got Freddie Cowley, who had that spin earlier on. Onto the final lap now, Danny Bean looks comfortable. Bradley Rowe's going to need to find 2/10 and something special to find a way past Isaac Duff for second place, but at the same time doesn't need to be silly because he's picking up maximum championship points in the pro class, so doesn't need to be sending moves down the inside of Isaac Duff.
Freddie Cowley started to make his way back onto that group that we were just looking at.
Yeah, might have needed one more lap to get himself into the mix there for Cowley.
He was well off the back at one point, was Freddie Cowley, so good effort from Cowley.
In fact, he might not if they battling in front, because Blackburn and Dean have been going at it since about the midpoint of this race, and I don't think it's going to end.
Meanwhile, Danny Bean comes across the line to take the checker flag and victory in heat number 1, with Isaac Duff taking second place, Bradley Rowe in close company for third place in the end, Matthew Hauschby in a very lone fourth place, Joseph Williamson likewise in fifth. Then it's Lewis Blench and Zachary Hudson. Scott Blackburn will come across the line in P8 with Zach Dean, Steve Nichols and Freddie Cowley. So it's as they were for 8th, 9th, 10th and 11th at the start of the final lap, but they did all start to close together towards the end of that race. So really good to see Steve Nichols back in a kart. Well, certainly in a pro kart as well. We see him at Le Mans and various other events as well. But really good to see him back in a senior pro kart, and takes 10th place.
It's hopefully, I'll confirm, but hopefully we'll see him at Le Mans again. Met Police Motor Club are always very difficult to get driver information out of.
Yes,
until we arrive. And
well, now that he's here, we might actually be able to collar him and see whether he's actually doing it and who's in the team.
So seniors will make their way in. We'll move swiftly on to the second round of heats because we've got a big grid of juniors to run through. Ted Hall will go off pole position for the second heat with Archie Young on the outside of the front row. Row number 2, Reese Cranston, the Heat 1 winner and reigning champion. He'll be alongside Ashton Horspool with Peter Webster and Fen Wheat in front of Joshua Milburn and Charlie Henderson. Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn goes off night. Joshua Sullivan alongside Ben Edwards and Edward Rye with Dylan Slack and Aaron Williamson. Josh Brown, Marley Simpson and Mia Duffel with Adam Roberts. Andrew McCrossan and Isaac Welburn, your top 20. Reese Dodds, Harry Pennington, Ashton Kennedy, Freddie Battersby, Lewis Dean and Lennon Wright are your 26 junior pro karts.
They make their way round steadily through hairpin 3 and 4.
Okay, I don't know.
They are about to get into position.
Oh, yeah, actually, just quickly, we've got a spanner on the track on the outside of hairpin 1. It's come off someone's car and it's on the outside of hairpin number 1. We might get going here because the marshal's just going to grab it, but it's on the tarmac. And hopefully we can get this going. We're away and racing. It's been retrieved, which is good. And as we head up towards the national loop, Ted Hall and Reese Cranston are your leading duo from Horspool. And it's going to be the number 41 of Archie Young. Edward Rye has made a good start. As round goes Fen Wheat, and a few drivers have to take evasive action, including the number 30 machine, Joshua Milburn.
At hairpin 1, they went off to the outside. We picked them up down the back straight. And it's Reese Cranston now who has taken the lead away from Ted Hall.
On a mission today again, Reese Cranston. I mean, he was on a mission at the last final, wasn't he, when he came from 19th to 1st.
That's Horspool now in P3. Archie Young 4th, Webster 5th, Rye and Sullivan 6th and 7th. Henderson, Roberts and Scarlett Whittaker Dunn the top 10. Biggest mover so far, Lewis Dean up 10 places from 26th and last, already up to 16th place. Ashton Kennedy likewise up 9, Harry Pennington up 8.
Peter Webster with a Move down the inside there of Archie Young, and that may well open the door for Edward Wright to go down the inside. And in fact, he's gone round the outside. But warning for the 9, Tom.
That's Marley Simpson. Cranston starts to stretch his legs now at the front of this one, moving away from Ted Hall. Ashton Horspool still in very close company as Edward Wright and Joshua Sullivan now depose Peter Webster. The Webster fights back on Sullivan through hairpin 2. You see them on screen, and Sullivan's going to get great drive off hairpin 2 and just drive clean past.
Had the outside, didn't he? Just had a little bit more momentum. Tried the move down the inside, although he has lost the back of Edward Wright in the meantime. I think he would have liked to have tried to stay on the back of the number 66 machine and have somebody to sort of work with. Gap at the front's going to be nearly a second, 8/10, 3/10 quicker on that lap for Reece Cranston.
Still looking very grey and murky here, but no more signs of any rainfall. Your top 10, Cranston, Hall, Horspool, Rye, Sullivan, Young, Webster, Henderson, Roberts and Whittaker Dunn still holding on to the top 10 is Scarlett Whittaker Dunn. Got a warning going out for the 53 of Dylan Slack, who's down in 24th position. And Aaron Williamson dropped 3 places on that lap with Battersby, McCrossan and Lennon Roberts.
Try and challenge Ashton Horspool, who goes wide round the South Bank corner and just allows 2 of them through. Didn't have to work for that one, did Sullivan or Wright?
Well, what you were saying about Sullivan not working with Rye, how many times have we seen it where if you give Edward Rye an inch, he will very much take a mile in terms of the gap in front. If you don't overtake him when you've got an opportunity, you're not going to get another one.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? We know Edward Rye is clinical as Edward Rye. I think is the best compliment that we can give him, is that he's just ridiculously consistent. It is his local track. He does do a fair amount of track time here, no matter what his dad says, who says that he never comes testing and that the kart's never seen the track since the last round. We all know that Paul Rye is lying through not only his back teeth, but most of the rest of his body as well when he says that. And I say that in no jest at all.
Sullivan looks down the inside at hairpin 3 on Ted Hall, but that's actually going to bulk his progress. And I thought Edward Rye was going to draw alongside, but actually elected to tuck him behind.
Again, though, Sullivan's in that position, whereas if he doesn't attack, he's going to get attacked by Edward Rye, because we've just spoke very highly of Edward Rye, that he's not the type of person to sit in 4th place for the crack.
And there goes Sullivan now at hairpin 1 and gets that move done. Slides through in front of Ted Hall. And actually Ashton Horspool then, because of that, Rye took the opposite line, went on the contra line round the outside of hairpin 2. Horspool went through, but then Rye, with the momentum, manages to hold on to 4th place. From Horspool. So Cranston still leads and is still moving away at the front of this one. So Sullivan now into P2. Hall in 3rd, and Sullivan starting to move away from Hall now. Rye putting Hall under increasing pressure. And don't count Ashton Horspool out of this either. Rye went for a move there and then backed out of it, which I don't think I've ever seen him do.
Get the lad some Calpol. He's clearly not feeling well.
He went for the move and then he braked late and then braked so much harder that Hall then regained the momentum into hairpin 1. Yeah, just second thoughts from Edward Rye. No second thoughts at hairpin 3 though. Hairpin 4, and moves through now on Ted Hall with a wonderful slide job move to take away P3 on the road from Ted Hall. Joshua Sullivan with a new fastest lap of the race was around about a 10.5 quicker than Reece Cranston last lap around. The gap 1.7 seconds. It's going to be a very tough ask to close that gap. We see time and time again that once Cranston hits the front, particularly in Edward Rye-esque almost in cadets, it was as soon as he hit the front, 3-second gap. that was it. Game over. Well, Cranston, very similar in Junior Pro Kart.
Well, I'll echo my words from the trophy presentation at the previous round, Tom. On a grid stacked with talent, he is the standout talent.
Cranston.
Yeah.
Yes.
Without doubt.
No, I'd agree with that. Well,
You know,
championship winner last year.
But the thing is that championship winner last year, and he's better this year than what he was last year.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. I do.
You know, cannot speak highly enough of Reece Cranston as a driver.
He's come on leaps and bounds since he's hit this Junior Pro Kart field, hasn't he?
And what's going to be very, very interesting, Tom, for Reece Cranston is that
when he steps up to seniors.
Yeah, because he's going to be
I preempted what you were going to say.
He's going to be straight in the mix.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah. Well, I mean, he's going to be straight into club class, isn't he?
No, he'll go straight pro.
He's going straight into pro.
He's going straight. I promise you, he'll go straight pro, and he'll go straight to the front of that pro, and he will take it to them. And I have no doubt in future, and I don't want to put any undue weight on his still very young shoulders at 13, Tom, but we're looking at a future senior pro kart champion now.
I think you're right. I think you're right, David. He's certainly going to be in the mix for one. Max Shields might have something to say about that. Of course, not here this weekend. But he's been perennially at the front in that 43 as Max Shields. Of course, winner of the championship in seniors last year. Reece Cranston winning juniors last year and doing everything he can to make it 2 from 2.
So many people over the winter would have thought that Reece would have moved up because they look at him and the fact that he looks like a good height and he looks like he's ready to go. But he's still very, very young, and that's the thing. He moved up to junior early because of his height. He was effectively the chest and shoulders above his steering wheel in a cadet and moved up into juniors and used that first year as a grounding, and his second year went and won the championship, taking 6 out of 9 final victories. He's going to cross the line with bang on 45, so we'll have 2 laps to go. Does a personal best as well with a 45.903. Still eclipsed, though, by Sullivan in second place with a 45.836.
Well, he's brought it down from 1.7 seconds to 1.1 seconds, but it's not going to be enough for Joshua Sullivan. I mean, he's done everything he can.
It's a confidence drive, if nothing else.
Likewise, Edward Rye in P3 has done everything he can as well. From these random grids, they've made their way through to the highest possible positions that they can get to with the pace that they've got in the karts. Ted Hall still holding on to 4th place, just still from Ashton Horspool, who is looking increasingly impatient to get past Ted Hall, is Ashton Horspool as they take the final lap board. There they are on screen, heading through the D chicane, now entering the national loop for the final time.
Peter Webster, P6, in front of the very impressive 41 of Archie Young in 7th place.
Personal best lap time around that time around for Reece Cranston and Edward Rye. Still not as fast as Joshua Sullivan, though, who continues to close in, brings the gap to just under 1.1 seconds now.
Needs a half an hour. Needs one of them in 2 hour, 40-minute enduros.
Yeah, well, we'll talk about that a bit later on. Reece Cranston now over the line to take victory in heat number 2, to go with victory from heat number 1. Joshua Sullivan in P2, Edward Wright in 3rd, Ted Hall 4th, and Ashton Horspool didn't quite manage to take Ted Hall on the final lap. No. Takes P5.
Hall wasn't happy about something coming out of hairpin number 4, and whilst having his arm off the wheel, looking down to his right engine, nearly lost that 4th place to Ashton Horspool.
When he came in on the, I'm just going to, before I run down the rest of the grid order, or the finishing order. When he came in at the end of Heat 1, Ted Hall, he was pointing to his left engine in some description, almost like there was something with the clutch. Now he's pointing to the right engine. So not happy is Ted Hall with the kart so far this weekend. Anyway, let's run you through the rest of the order. Peter Webster finished in P6 and has been very consistent so far this weekend. Well inside the top 10 for Peter Webster. Archie Young in 7th place, Adam Roberts in 8th, Harry Pennington in 9th, Josh Brown in 10th, Lewis Dean 11th, Charlie Henderson 12th, Scarlett Whittaker Dunn dropped down to 13th in the end, with Isaac Welburn in 14th and Freddie Battersby the top 15.
The records have tumbled again, Tom. Joshua Sullivan broke the lap record last season. He's broke his own lap record again on the final lap of 45.733. Eclipses his 45.756 from last season. We have a new lap record once again in Junior Pro Kart.
Well, the
Rapid.
So 45.733, new lap record here at Teesside in Junior Pro Kart. So what was it this morning we were talking about, the string of pasta?
Yes.
Did the string of pasta get removed and that's made all the difference?
Must have done.
We were talking off air about Caster, and I thought David said a string of pasta.
Yeah,
remove a string of pasta.
We were talking about stripes of Caster.
Oh, stripe of Caster. Yeah, remove the stripe of pasta, and all of a sudden he'll go quick. And there you go. See, less pasta in the car, and all of a sudden it's a new lap record.
It's all about pasta. 3 drivers in the 45s there as well, Tom, on their fastest laps.
Yeah. So pace is high. Despite the mixed conditions that we've been experiencing so far today, it's been, it seems to be, with the track being as rubbered in as it has been, I'm assuming it's been dry here for the last week, Kat?
Yeah, it's been dry everywhere, hasn't it? And bit of drift rubber.
Not in Scotland, it hasn't. I
can
very much assure you, on Friday, when I went to pick my daughter up from school, I was genuinely contemplating putting the canoe on the roof.
I've started working in Manchester on Tuesdays, and that just rains whenever it feels like it.
Honestly, it was horrendous on Friday. Thursday night, when I was working Thursday night as well, my work's yard, with 80 odd trailers in the yard, was well and truly flooded. Drivers were fuming, having to get out and wind the legs down on their trailers, and it was like, it was almost knee deep. That's an exaggeration. It was certainly a couple of inches though.
Ankle deep. Making their way round then are our Bambinos. Mighty will once again go off the front. Jake Wynn, Ayrton Tennant, Oliver Mullen, your top 3, because they'll go be there at the front end. And then it'll be Logan Grassi, Theodore Lee, and Sebastian O'Connell are your Coma runners. So they head forward, Noah's Ark style, 2x2. Jake Wynn doing very well in heat number 1. Most importantly, adapting well to the electric powertrain. It is very, very different to the Coma in terms of the initial power output. The Coma engine, you have to keep the revs up and it spools, and you basically just have to keep the revs, but it sort of doesn't pull in the same way out of the corner. And the Mighty, and I know that Mr. Stinson doesn't like using the analogy, but it's Scalextric in terms of it's a very, very firm initial burst of power. You put the throttle down and it gives you everything it's got immediately, which makes them fast in the dry, but a little bit harder in the wet. It's been a good start there by Ayrton Tennant. He's going to draw alongside Jake Wynn, but Wynn's got enough in the second phase to go all the way around the outside. I think Ayrton Tennant eased off to not have them come together, but I think when he watches that back, I think he was more than alongside Jake Wynn and would have had the inside for the left-hand part of the D chicane to make his way round. So I think that he could well have gone with there. Let's see. We've got a Theodore Lee round at hairpin number 1. He's going to fall down into 6th place as Logan Grassi already starts his ascension through the Mighty Bambinos in front. He's going to go down the inside of Oliver Mullen. All is not lost, though, for Mullen. He's got to stay with, and Grassi's going to go down the inside of Ayrton Tennant as well. And Oliver Mullen, who had that spin in heat number 1 that dropped him well down the order. He wrestled 4th place overall back right at the line with a good run at Theodore Lee out of the final corner. He's going to try and stay with Ayrton Tennant this time. Logan Grassi, though, in that 2nd place, already looking to try and find a way past Jake Wynn. Wynn stayed with him, though, on the last race, so be interesting. I don't think it will do either of them any harm to be in 1st or 2nd, and they can go with and push as Wynn gets a little bit of understeer that then immediately becomes oversteer on the far side of the corner. And it does drop him 6 or 7 kart lengths back off the back of Logan Grassi. Grassi looking comfortable as he moves away at the front. So just going to have a quick look in the live chat because we've got Kyle Wynn saying a big shout out to Jake on his first win. Uncle Kyle watching live from the sunny Isle of Wight. Next question, do you live there or are you on holiday? Because we as a family love the Isle of Wight and we're going again this year between in a couple of weeks after the British 24-hour. Normally we go on holiday the day after, but given that I've got to do the drive early morning, I didn't quite fancy it, having been awake for most of the night for the preceding British 24-hour, which comes to you live here at Teesside on TSK-Motorsport Media. The entire 24 hours streamed of the British 24-hour with 24-hour commentary as well from myself, Tom Butterworth, Ewan O'Leary and Joseph Black joining us for the first time this year for the British 24-hour. Before that, though, we have got Le Mans in 3 weeks' time as we head out to the Circuit Alain Prost, set inside the confines of the iconic Circuit de la Sarthe that played host to the Le Mans 24-hour race last weekend. Toyota taking victory once again at the greatest event for me in the world. So we're looking forward to that. Again, that event will be streamed in its entirety with commentary from midday till midnight from myself and Tom, and then back the following morning from 8 a.m. through till the end of the race as we look to crown a new champion. Last year's winners not rejoining us this time for Le Mans, so there'll be a new name on the trophy this time round on. And if the weather is anything like it's been this week, they've been touching 40 degrees, and as a bald man, that's always quite dangerous for sunstroke, but it's a risk I'm going to take. Logan Grassi then with a good gap now from Jake Wynn, Ayrton Tennant and Oliver Mullen. So all 3 of the Mighties still nose to tail. As they head down the back straight. Grassi's comfortable and away at the front. Just having a quick look in the live chat. Dave Nichols saying R200 did 16 laps in Heat 1. Yeah, we had a timing issue and rectified it the best we could. Normally it's around about a 12-minute heat, 14 or 15 lap final. So we did have a little bit of a timing malfunction mid-race, but we got it fixed and everybody saw the checkered flag in pretty much the order that they were. I think in exactly the same order they were in at lap 12 anyway, so no harm done. Kyle Wynn lives on the Isle of Wight, which is fantastic. I'll drop in for a brew mid-August. Big shout out as well. We're getting some love on the commentary.
Are we?
Yes,
that
from
makes a
Alan
change.
Wynn. He says we never get a mention, so he's going to shout us out and give us a mention.
Are we like Steve Wright in the afternoon? You've got to say love the show, so you get a mention.
Yeah, of course. Most like when podcasts read stuff out, it always starts off with "love the podcast," blah blah blah, and all that.
Of course, flattery will get you absolutely everywhere in this commentary box.
Oh, we're not just you and I, Tom, but all commentators. We're a vain bunch. We love to be told how good we are.
Hey, everyone, come see how good we sound.
We're getting some love for Adam Causer as well in juniors from Isaac Young, and for the 42 of Jacob Jones. He'll be out in 5 minutes or so time.
Were you discussing Le Mans briefly while I was on a
I was
break?
discussing Le Mans. Well, I say discussing, but it was with myself.
Have we?
So when you say I discussed, that makes it sound like I've gone a little bit crazy.
No, as I said, I was out of the commentary box at the time. But have you discussed the fact that #Cake Chat will be out?
Well, it will because it'll have to be changed to something more continental.
Yes, so I have made an executive decision. It's very rare that as a pair I get to wear the trousers in this particular relationship, but the foot has gone down. #Cake Chat is out for Le Mans, and in comes Chat du Fromage.
Which doesn't even make any sense.
Which I'm very well aware is cat of cheese. But I think that just makes it even funnier. So we're going to do Chat du Fromage.
Where are we going?
Since we're continental.
Yeah. You'll have to drag me out of the boulanger before that.
Yes, it may be boulanger chat, boulangerie chat.
It's the only place I go where I feel it's acceptable to have a steak, tomato, and cheese sandwich and herbed potatoes for breakfast because it's sensational.
There is a not so secret boulangerie.
Well, it's en route to the track as well.
It's en route to the track, but nobody goes in there except us, and we've introduced Kat to it as well. Kat started going as well, and it is so good.
I don't know why more people don't go in there. It's
the mirror glaze that they put on the chocolate fondant stuff. They put like this mirror glaze, and it literally is like a mirror. You can see yourself in it.
I remember my good wife Ashlyn messaging me one morning going, "What have you had for breakfast?" I went, "I've had a chocolate eclair at quality." Mighties, as you were, they'll be on their final lap when they come round for the next time, as Logan Grassi has moved through and has a commanding lead, half the length of the back straight for Logan Grassi. But all three of the Mighties showing the parity in those powertrains, Tom, are nose to tail.
Before we head to Le Mans, we do have one final instalment of #Cake Chat, which will be coming up after lunch, as usual. Not only have we got the five-side Colin the Caterpillars that have been kindly donated by your good lady.
My wife. She is nice.
But we also have, I believe, coffee cake coming in.
Yes, and I'll run through that.
As a tax write-off from the fiscal wizard.
At the end of this race, because we're on the final lap, I will run through the funny story about that coffee cake. As Grassi leads around then, Jake Wynn is trying to add another one to his Heat 1. So they head off down the back straight. Theodore Lee, after that spin on the opening lap, has moved up into 5th place. I'm still convinced Sebastian O'Connell has got some sort of technical problems going on. He's doing 102s and 103s, and we've seen him battling for race victories. Talking of race victories, though, out of hairpin number 4 will come Logan Grassi to take the second overall and Coma victory of the day. Second victory as well to Jake Wynn as he takes the checkered flag in front of Ayrton Tennant and Oliver Mullen. All three of the Might E Bambinos nose to tail, split by 3.5 tenths of a second. That's second, third and fourth. Theodore Lee comes out of hairpin number 4 to take the checkered flag. He'll finish in P5. And then that will be Sebastian O'Connell in P6.
Well, do you know what gave me the inspiration for Chat du Fromage?
I do not, but you're going to tell me.
I am going to tell you. So, IndyCar this weekend is on in Wisconsin at Road America. And I tuned in for about 30 seconds of IndyCar qualifying yesterday while I was getting ready to come down here. And Will Buxton and James Hinchcliffe were basically doing cheese chat.
Cheese chat.
They were literally talking about what their favourite cheese is and why. And I thought, they've clearly stolen that from us, and they're that bored
absolutely.
that they're doing hashtag cheese chat.
I mean, look, credit where it's due to Will Buxton. He did send me a message and say, can we use the segment? And I went, look, just don't copy my homework. Change a few bits.
All right, okay.
Let's
so
not
that's
make it look
right. Okay.
Don't make it look, like you've done it on the school bus and that sort of thing.
So they've taken hashtag cake chat.
Yeah. So
changed it to hashtag cheese chat.
Let's say credit where it's due. He did seek permission, reached out on the Facebook Messenger, and all that. And then obviously there was a follow-up message by Hinchcliffe just saying, look, I know you've been chatting with Will. We really appreciate your endeavours in sharing what is a fantastic segment with us.
And allowing us to pad for 3 minutes about Caerphilly cheese.
Here's the thing, and
which must be eaten
just
carefully.
Just gonna do it.
They didn't make that joke, and I thought that was a massive miss.
Just really quickly gonna say, Peter Webster and Peter Webster's dad messaged me in the week and went, "It's my birthday at the weekend. What cake do you want?" Basically, it's his birthday, and I've picked his birthday cake. Right, Honda Cadet, they're making their way round. It will be gridded in order of Heat 1 finishing position. So it will be Sebastian McCarthy and Joshua Adoite on the front row, Alfie Keeling and Reggie Cook row 2, Jack Thompson and Aston Wilson in front of Oscar Somerset and Jacob Jones. He's further down than expected. He picked up a penalty, I'm guessing, for front fairing, but I haven't scrolled down far enough. Alex Atima and Abel Hutton with Zach Sieber and Sam Vout in front of Thomas Chalk and Calais Tennant. Harlan Pritchard is 15th with Oliver Reed, Frankie Turnbull, Tyler Gruffity and Phoebe Rogers, Edward Charlton, Oliver Bullock, Evie Nichols. And then it's going to be your micros of Tyler Gruffity and Archie Mostyn.
We are away and racing for Heat 2. They head up to the National Loop for the first time, and it is going to be McCarthy leading the way.
From Alfie Keeling, Reggie Cook, Joshua Adote off the outside the front row, which is always a tough position, drops down into 4th place. Oscar Somerset thought about a move down the inside of Jack Thompson, but then got overtaken by Jacob Jones and may well take advantage as well as they go down towards South Bank. Alfie Keeling has gone down the inside of Sebastian McCarthy.
Yeah, while everybody was waving arms down the back straight, Alfie Keeling has moved through to the lead. Jacob Jones in 5th place now. Started a lot further down than that, but has now come through into P5 already. So Keeling, McCarthy, Adote, Cook, Jones, Somerset, Thompson, Wilson, Vout, and Hottimer, your top 10.
Keeling leads us over the line for the first time. He's qualified on pole here, but couldn't hold it. And that's the first time that Alfie Keeling has led a lap here round Teesside. He's gone slightly wide at hairpin 2, but should have enough drive, and indeed does. And ask Sebastian McCarthy for a little bit of assistance, although head-banging in the seat there, he's got some heavy metal going on. Hopefully it's not the engine.
I think if McCarthy looked behind, he'd see that there was a big gap, and that was their opportunity to break away. So he needs to work.
Keeling at the minute is driving at about 105%, and he's throwing that cart round. He needs to widen that back to about 95 and let McCarthy notice his lines in terms of consistency. As, Reggie Cook down the inside of Joshua Adote carries too much speed. The leading duo are gone. They're away. The move into there is opened the door, and basically we're going to go all the way back. Jacob Jones is going to try and go down the inside of Reggie Cook.
Ooh, that was forceful.
Yeah, and Cook's managed to fend that off. The door was always going to close, and Jones is going to pick up a warning for it. I think the move will inevitably come at South Bank, and indeed does, and we're 4 wide, and Adote
into the back.
Adote is getting shuffled here.
Indeed, he is. Yeah, it was, and Jacob Jones has now hit the front of this second train. It'll be interesting to see how this one now strings out. Whether Reggie Cook's got any kind of answer. Sebastian McCarthy with the new fastest lap of the race in P2.
Well, Jones is going to need 2/10 a lap, I think, 1.9. But the thing here is, with Alfie Keeling at the front, he's really wringing the neck on that car, and he's just got to just be consistent in his lines and allow McCarthy to push him. Well, and then they can have a two-car battle for the lead in 5 minutes' time.
Well, as I said, you said drop it back to 95% and allow Sebastian McCarthy to make up the other 5.
Yeah.
And then you're both running at 100%.
But it wasn't about pace. It was about the consistency of the racing lines for Alfie Keeling. He was throwing the kart round, and it was fast but unpredictable. But when doing that, McCarthy then can't tuck in on the rear bumper and push you away from this inevitable battle behind. The gap is down a chunk, 0.4 of a second, Jacob Jones. And the main reason for that is because he's being pushed along by Reggie Cook and Oscar Somerset. There's a gap back then to Jack Thompson, Joshua Adoate. Sam Fout's got a gap. Then it's Hatima, Wilson, Jensen Chuck down the inside of Zach Sieber into hairpin number 1 with Abel Hutton and Calais Tennant in the mix as well.
Joshua Adote really looked like he was struggling to hold on to it through hairpin 1. He went really wide. Just looked like the back end was a bit loose, and he was just fighting it all the way through the corner. He ended up about 3 kart widths wider than he should have been. Hairpin 4 looks a little bit more controlled for him. I'm just keeping my eye on him because he has been front running here, of course, has Adote throughout the year so far. Currently holding P7. Oscar Somerset with a new fastest lap of the race, 0.3 faster than Alfie Keeling in the lead. But more Oscar Somerset, the third in that group of 3 that is Jones, Cook, and now Somerset. They've broken away from Thompson, Adote, Vout, Hatima, and Wilson. And there's Zach Shebers in that group as well. I think it goes down to about Calais Tennant in 14th.
Indeed it does. There's Tennant. Then there's this gap back, and I think that's Phoebe Rogers leading the remaining
Rogers,
train
Reed,
of
Pritchard, Turnbull, Bullock, and Edward Charlton are all in that group. So that goes down to P20. So the great thing about having a big grid is there's always somebody to fight against. There's always somebody you can have a race with, particularly on a random grid as well. So it makes for lively racing, and one of the reasons why we love it so much, because it builds up the driver's racecraft at a young age in these Honda Cadets. Some of them are stepping up out of Bambino.
2 minutes and 40 on the clock, and I get the feeling that McCarthy's going to have to make the move sooner rather than later, because he's going to come under attack, I think, in about a lap and a half's time from Jacob Jones.
Well,
he
takes
3/10. Yeah, another quarter of a second out. The pace at the front's still fast, Tom. 47.8 is fast, but Jacob Jones is coming here, and right on cue, Sebastian McCarthy sends it down the inside of Alfie Keeling. Yes, they've lost a bit of time in doing that, but he's put a cushion between himself and Jacob Jones, or has he? Because Alfie Keeling has got a good run, and he's still got the nose down the inside. McCarthy can't turn in there. It's too risky.
And Jacob Jones is going to be grinning like a Cheshire cat going into South Bank, as he is now right on the tail of those two because they started fighting.
But McCarthy, I think Tom had to go at some point.
Oh, he did. Yeah. He had to make the move.
I don't think he was quite close enough to make that cleanly, but we go 5 deep for the lead with 1.5 minutes on the clock.
That gap was huge at one point. It was, nearly 2 seconds, wasn't it? And now it's nothing, and the front, that second group of 3 has now made it
fastest
a
lap.
5-kart train. Yeah. Jones already looking racy and trying to put a move on Sebastian McCarthy. As he said, Reggie Cook, fastest lap of the race in P4, using the slipstream of the 3 in front.
And Keeling goes defensive now, Tom, on Sebastian McCarthy. And will white line. He's left a little slither, and we know from heat number 1 that Sebastian McCarthy needs no less than that. Up onto the back of Jacob Jones goes Reggie Cook. And Keeling's going to get a little bit of a shuffle back here, unfortunately.
Keeling's dropped from first to fifth in 3 corners.
Yeah, he needs a reset, does Alfie Keeling. But the gap was there for McCarthy. Again, we saw in heat number 1 that he needs no more than that. They just need to be very careful because they're taking what is the faster line into hairpin number 1, but it leaves the door open, and we know certainly into that corner, Jacob Jones doesn't need an invite, and he's going to go down the inside into South Bank.
He got an invite from Sebastian McCarthy by Sebastian McCarthy saying, come on, work with me.
Got some straight line speed in that 42. McCarthy comes straight back at him, though, at hairpin number 3. Jones will have track position. As McCarthy tried to get the switch back, but couldn't because Reggie Cook was there as well. They'll come up to the timing line. Last lap board is out. There'll be lap traffic to contend with as well, all to play for in the top 5.
Yes, indeed. Here they go then. A lap and 3/4 to go as they head into hairpin 1 for the final time. It is as you were so far. Is McCarthy going to nose down the inside? No, he isn't. It's still as you were for that front 5, just trying to work each other out.
I think that's a missed opportunity for Sebastian McCarthy.
I think he thought he could get down the inside here, but he's not quite going to have the straight line speed as Jacob Jones actually starts to pull away down the back straight, such as the power of that 42.
He's done him, Tom, down
now
the
McCarthy
inside to McCarthy, and the lap traffic being there as well. He's up on the back of him. Jacob Jones went for a gap that was never going to be there upon arrival. And they've also collected Evie Nichols, who knew nothing about that. Reggie Cook, for the first time, will take victory here at Teesside. Alfie Keeling with Oscar Somerset. Sebastian McCarthy crosses the line in P4. Joshua Adoate in front of Jack Thompson, Jacob Jones and Sam Vout. Alex Atima and Thomas Chalk complete your top 10 in a chaotic final corner. I thought that McCarthy had certainly done enough with the traffic being there on the outside that nobody could get a run at him. That was a gap that was, I don't feel, Tom, was ever going to be there by the time Jacob Jones arrived into it.
It was an ever-closing door, wasn't it? And,
but on the flip side, it's the last corner of a race, so as a racing driver, it's your last opportunity to make the move. Naturally, Sebastian McCarthy is very frustrated by that.
Understandably so. He will feel that he did absolutely nothing wrong there and came in P4. So Reggie Cook taking victory from Keeling, and then Somerset comes across the line in P3. McCarthy in 4th in the end, with Adote 5th, Jack Thompson 6th. Jacob Jones ended up coming across the line in P7.
Nichols is driving it back, Tom.
With
driving it back.
Sam Vout in P8, Alex Atima in 9th, Thomas Chalk in 10th, Zach Sieber 11th, Abel Hutton 12th, Aston Wilson 13th, Calais Tennant 14th, and Phoebe Rogers in 15th. And yes, indeed, Evie Nichols did drive it back to pit lane, which is good to see. Oh, it's just a bit upset. Yeah, well, it's understandable. First race meeting here at Teesside.
Oh, yes. Okay. In fact, Kat's asked us to do a public service announcement for the wrench that went missing earlier. However, I'm going to see if it's any good. And if it is, I'll just steal it. Because, you can never have enough wrenches. But no, in all seriousness, if you have lost a wrench, probably off a junior pro kart, as we saw at the start of that race, and it had to be recovered.
Kat says it's a big ratchet. We'll find out in a moment.
We're going to have a guilt amnesty. Okay, we're not going to make you feel bad, and we're not going to name and shame you. Yeah, we're not going to name and shame you, and we're going to have a guilt amnesty. But if you would like to come and collect it, we won't even laugh at you, will we, Tom? Could do with some WD on it, though.
Yeah, I think it's...
I mean, is that the side effect of it bouncing across tarmac?
I think it's knackered.
Is that the word we're using?
Technical term, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, apologies for anybody that may well find that word offensive, but we've said far worse.
Is that an offensive word?
Mate, at the moment, on current form...
Who knows?
Who knows?
It's lost its ability to...
Jeff Lee's asking a very important question. Great view of the leaders. Why are the other karts not shown? Well, on that occasion, it's because there was a gargantuan battle in the top 5 for the lead. So we do endeavour, as always, to try and show the entire field. And Tom and I will generally try and speak about battles throughout the order. However, when there is a 5-kart battle for the lead in the final couple of laps, the general expectation from the masses and generally the neutral viewers is that we stay with that battle. So look, we cannot please everybody on every occasion. We do apologise, and we'll try and get as much of the action as we can as possible. But on big fields, it's naturally going to be battles throughout the field that we try and pick up, but we do the best we can, don't we, Tom?
We do. And we're already away in racing for Heat 2 in Honda R200s. It was Tom Nichols taking pole position from JJ Allen and Max Platz, George Wilson, Ethan Pearson, and Jensen Simpson, who lost a place initially.
Did George Wilson, and
yes,
Wilson's back
and then
into
immediately
P5.
Claimed it back.
Yeah, he started P4, did Wilson, currently running P5. Again, it's that outside row. It's quite tough, particularly if you're going off P4. Although on this occasion, JJ Allen...
Tom Nichols got a big slide through South Bank. Sorry to cut across you there, David.
It's all right.
Huge slide. JJ Allen, I'm not quite sure how he avoided him, to be honest, because it looked like he was about to drive not just into the back of him, but straight through Tom Nichols.
So Nichols on a Zip chassis, which always seems to have a bit more of an aggressive rake in terms of the rear end sitting a little bit further down, the front end looking like it's up in the air compared to JJ Allen's Project 1.
Yeah, I was going to say, for those new to karting, that doesn't mean he's going to go raking up leaves as he goes round the track. It means the front is lower than the rear, or the rear is lower than the front.
I think it just is just the way that they like that kart set up with a higher rear axle, which lowers the chassis down. You can see Allen's looks, fairly flat to the tarmac.
Well, you can see the axle above the rear bumper.
Yeah.
Not actually above it, but
it's
you
that
can
shot
see it on
there
the camera
where you
shot,
sort of see.
Whereas on the other two, you can't.
Yeah,
it's hidden behind the rear bumper.
Different chassis have different setup characteristics. I've always found on the Cadet chassis, which an R200 is that the Zip is probably the slightly faster chassis, however, has a narrower operating window, whereas the Project 1, you can pretty much get that kart dialed in at every circuit without a huge amount of work, really.
I was going to say different strokes for different folks, but they're all 4 strokes.
They are, yes. I saw you'd thought of that because you did start to giggle to yourself.
I did,
slightly.
yeah. I was about to say it, and then you continued to talk.
Yes, because what I was doing was
but
offering.
Then that's what you're paid for.
Well, I was offering insightful knowledge, and that did trump your humour slightly.
Yes, whereas I'm here for the comedy value.
I know you'll be surprised, folks, but we actually pay him as well.
What's your favourite phrase, David? When it comes to commentary? The commentary is what's paid for. The jokes come free.
Oh, yes, there's that. I'm also a big fan of using that's handling like a pig on roller skates.
Yeah, that's another one.
That normally gets wheeled
it's
out.
on the bingo card, isn't
Try
it?
and wheel that out about once every 18 months so that it doesn't lose its charm. Although on both occasions, the cart, after I've said that, has lost the wheel about 30 seconds after it. So it's been absolutely bang on in my assessment.
There is currently an Ali McCoist bingo card for the Scotland football games, which I have been thoroughly enjoying. I reckon we can get one as well. for the viewers at home.
Nothing
we'll have a Tom and David bingo card.
Nothing will ever beat that video where he's like, "Is that Ishi Dishi?"
Ishi Dishi?
Yeah, you've not seen where he's like listening to. It's not live. He's listening to the PA. And he's going, "Is that ACDC, man?"
Oh,
it is.
Yeah. I know, I have seen that. Yeah.
But then there's another one which is Into the Pits peels off. Jensen Simpson in the 25
brings us down to 5 runners.
Is a comedy one by Grado, who you may know as being a Scotsman.
Yes, he is.
Where
he's on Breakfast Radio.
Yeah, where he goes, he's in a football team. He says, "Is that Wigfield? Saturday night?"
It's everybody on Scottish radio has an O or a Y on the end of their name. It's actually the law.
I'll find you that video.
It's Billy, Davey, Grado, Gary, Bobby, Stevie, Kenny, and then various surnames like Smithy and McMisty and stuff like that. You know, that everything's got a Y on the end of it.
Top two already breaking away a little bit, but Max Platt staying with them to keep them honest. But we generally know Tom Nichols and JJ Allen.
Well, this is an exact carbon copy of what we saw in Heat 1.
Well, we normally say that they have a 2-minute race at the end of the race.
Yes.
Albeit this race does seem a lot shorter.
Identical lap times that time around to the 1,000th of a second.
45.728 for Tom Nichols and JJ Allen.
And do you know what their personal best laps of the race are? A 45.728 for JJ Allen. So that was his last lap. The previous lap, 45.728 for Tom Nichols. His best lap of the race at 45.727. So that's consistency.
He dropped 1,000th on the previous lap.
Off his previous best lap.
Look, there's nothing between these two. As it stands so far this season, though, points-wise, Nichols has had a 3 final victories. Technical defect for the 33 of George Wilson.
And that's going to bring us down to 4 runners in the
rear bumper.
R200s.
Yes, left side rear bumper is hanging. Although, to be fair, I think he knows about it because he's on. The pace has dropped. And oh no, it's not rear bumper. Flat tire, left rear puncture.
That would be why the rear bumper was low.
Dragging, but left rear puncture for the 33 of George Wilson. That explains the pace drop off as well, rather than rear bumper generally. It's just noisy. It doesn't really slow you down a lot. It does drag and provide a little bit, but not to the point where we're doing 50-second laps, and that will be why for George Wilson. Now, they do run a very soft Mojo tyre. And here, particularly into hairpin 1 and the inside of hairpin 4, that was a left side as well, is that there is a little gap down the inside. And if you go down there, when you pop back up onto the circuit, there is a chance that it can drag that, the tyre off the bead and will lose a good chunk of your pressure. It wasn't fully down, Tom, but it was doing enough that it was causing him some issues. JJ Allen got a good run there. He's got to pull out a little bit earlier because they go halfway down the straight and Nichols is there parking the cart.
But I think he needs to be on the inside. He keeps continuously moving to the outside. Yeah. And again, there, look, outside of hairpin 4. He's going to be on the outside here for the right-hand side turn over the start-finish line. So Nichols forcing at the minute Allen to go to the outside. I think if he can get to the inside at some point,
it's out of
hairpin
2. Yeah,
and I think he's got the pace to pull away.
Allen at the moment, he comes out of hairpin 2. We'll see when they come here at the moment in time. He's not quite close enough, but they both take the normal line there on the outside and wait until they're halfway down the straight. And it's now Nichols really starts to pull in by a kart length to try and ward off the move down the inside into South Bank. And Allen's got to get a good run out of 2 and get to the inside earlier than what he's doing there. 2 laps to go at the end of this one. Tom Nichols and JJ Allen. Allen got a really good run out of the final corner in heat number 1 to draw alongside. Nichols squeezed him over the timing line on the final lap and took the victory. 2 to go.
If JJ Allen's going to win this race, he needs to straight line between 3 and 4 and get on the inside of Tom Nichols at hairpin 4. And maybe if he's watching Heat 2 back, and again, look, between hairpin 1 and 2, he's quicker. He can get down the inside of Nichols.
Nichols parked it that time, though, Tom, compared to the previous one.
And look, he moves to the outside again. There was a big space to the inside.
He did park. Credit, though, to Nichols there, Tom. What Allen wanted to do, he couldn't because Nichols had parked it between 1 and 2 to stop him getting that run. Up towards the timing line then. Last lap board. And through. JJ Allen does get a little bit of a contact warning for that run.
Into hairpin 3. He went into the back.
But hasn't been shown on the screen.
Still in third place, but a very lonely third place now.
Allen's going to try and go round the outside, not quite close enough to then use that momentum to slingshot down the inside into 2, and Nichols has got a kart length, but then we'll come to the inside. That may well scrub him off a little bit too much speed and means he's got to actually slow halfway around South Bank to try and hold that white line on the inside. JJ Allen's going to have to go down the inside at 4. There was a gap for him to do it.
Oh, he half got his nose alongside, but Nichols is going to use the momentum and drive cleanly around the outside and hold on to victory. JJ Allen remonstrating. I think he's more frustrated with himself than he is with Tom Nichols there, because Tom Nichols did nothing wrong.
In fact, Nichols gave him probably more space, particularly around hairpin 4, than what he was entitled to, really, as a competitor.
He's coming through the wiggles. Is JJ Allen clapping his hands in frustration, not like sarcastic, like a kind of damn it kind of, and a shake of the head as well.
There was a gap down the inside there at hairpin 4 to do the move early.
Yes,
and Nichols
thought it had been there for 3 or 4 laps,
and Nichols thought it was coming and just drove round the outside of hairpin 4 and just got the drive on the way out of the corner. Another well-managed drive by the championship leader, Tom Nichols, to take the victory in heat number 2. He'll need a second place in heat number 3 to put himself on pole position for the final.
So while David brings up a grid for the next heat,
Junior Rotax then will make their way out with Henry Armitage on pole position. He's got Aidan Donnelly for company with Albie Cam and Jacob Carnes on the second row. Max Hall and Mark Laredo Gomez with Joey Swan and Logan Pebbody. Alex Lynn will start 9th, Jake Grufferty in 10th, Adam Corsa, Morgan Cooney, Ronnie Harrer and Ted Hall. Some big names in the latter half of the field, Tom, in this one. In our seniors, they're all going to get a first, a second and a third start because there's 3 of them. This time it's Holly Swan's turn to go off pole position. She's in front of Paul Swan and Oliver O'Donovan. So we've got some of our newer drivers on the front row here, Tom, this week. Aidan Donnelly has progressed out of Honda Cadet into Junior Rotax. So he joins us here for the first time in juniors, but he had raced in Honda Cadet, so is well versed, albeit maybe not at rolling starts.
There's a big gap there. Why is there a big gap?
And we are good to go, are we? No, we're not. The train split before the green dropped. Now, they can split, but only after the green drops. They've got to be in their 2 lines when the green flag drops. And it doesn't matter whether them 2 lines are 20 metres apart, as in we've got one right on the inside, one right on the outside, as long as we've got 2 trains until the green drops.
You can't see me because this is audio commentary, but I am nodding my head in agreement.
And
as in the folks at home can't see me.
But we do have a camera in the com box. You should put us in the bottom corner. We use that for the British 24-hour and for Cake Chat later on, which I'm reliably informed will be turning up just after Heat 3 of Junior Pro Kart.
And again, another gap. Are we missing a kart from the grid? Is that why there's a gap there? Just close.
We should be behind Carnes. Let's have a quick look. I imagine it'll close up, but
nope.
Should be Max Hall. No, he's there.
There we go.
Away we go.
Racing now.
Up towards the National. Has everybody made it through? It's certainly tidier than the first attempt at...
Oh, Joey Swan gets airborne. He got loose and sideways.
Do you know what? Really done well there to just hit the brakes and just stop right on the inside off the racing line, did Joey Swan, because there was a fairly good chance he could have got collected, but it wasn't pleasant for us to watch, and I don't imagine it was pleasant inside the helmet of the 95 either at the front of the race.
Swan was trying to take flight there.
You've done well on the word play. Jacob Carnes heading up towards the timing line will lead us over from Max Hall and then the 16 of Henry Armitage. Alex Lynn and Jake Grufferty with good starts. 9th and 10th on the grid. Move up to 4th and 5th respectively in front of Aidan Donnelly and Adam Corsa. Albie Cam with Ted Hall, Ronnie Harrer, Morgan Cooney, Logan Pebbody and Mark Laredo Gomez. Joey Swan peels off into the pit lane stage left.
Yes,
he'll be classified out as well. He won't pick points up, unfortunately, because
he's coming to the pits for a new spine after that one.
Yeah, he's not the tallest of drivers, and he's
it was a heavy landing. It was a very heavy landing, and he was already squirrely through the wiggles as well. I think there was somebody who made contact with the rear of him and got him sideways, that then put him onto the grass, and then as we've seen many times, that final section of the wiggles is. Everybody gets air if you go off there.
Yeah, so he's just onto pit lane. He's going to try and unmerge vertebrae 3 to 5.
Yes. I know a guy if you need someone, Joey. I know a good chiropractor.
Edward Webster Axis Osteopathy. For all your osteopathy needs in the Manchester and Lancashire area.
Oh, you
We'll take personal sponsors now.
Yeah.
Hello, welcome. I'm David Sullivan, sponsored by the following people.
Moving on. Lynn and Gruffity have made their way now through into third and fourth, respectively. So it's Carnes from Hall, Gruffity, Lynn, Armitage, Donnelly, Ted Hall, Adam Causa, Morgan Cooney, and Albie Cam, the top 10.
If you could have a personal sponsor, Tom, who would you pick as your personal sponsor?
Elon Musk.
Really?
Well, he's got enough money that, it's not going to bother him, really, is it?
I'd have gone with Rio Brazilian Steakhouse. I'm just throwing all the sponsors in. Good times. We have actual sponsors at the bottom. We'll talk about them
I
later.
reckon 10% of Musk's net worth per year be a good sponsorship deal for me.
Max Hall is keeping Jacob Carnes honest, and I think he may well have nibbled away at the gap. Indeed, he has. A 10th and a half for Max Hall in that second place, closing in on Jacob Carnes, all of the top 5 with personal bests. And, Jake Gruffity, similar distance back to what he was on the previous lap, and he's found a way past Alex Lynn a lap or so ago. Lynn's going with him, though. Then there's a big gap back to Ted Hall, who's moved up from last into 5th place now. He's got past Henry Armitage, I think, on that lap, as Morgan Cooney picks up a contact warning. I think he's currently battling it out with the 27 of Aidan Donnelly, who's both of them, I think, have got past Adam Causa.
Yes, indeed, they have. Yeah, Morgan Cooney up to P8 in the 8-numbered carts as well. So there's nice symmetry for you. Jacob Carnes in the 22. He's currently P1.
Yeah, no
That's
correlation.
Not really symmetrical, is it? But
seniors have seen a really good battle going on between Oliver O'Donovan and Holly Swan. Are still nose to tail, but still got 5 minutes to go, and they were at this phase in heat number 1, and then O'Donovan just managed to just wind it up a little bit, didn't he? And go, Morgan Cooney with a late dive down the inside of Aidan Donnelly. That was, again, I think if he'd have thought about that at hairpin 3, it'd have worked at hairpin 4. It's just that he thought about doing that and then did it immediately. And by the time he thought about it, the opportunity had gone. There's your leading duo in seniors coming round, with O'Donovan still under pressure from Holly Swan. The longer she can stay with him, the more it's going to give her that she can have a nibble here at Oliver O'Donovan.
It'll be interesting to see the run that she gets down the back straight as we focus on this fight further down the order in juniors. That is Henry Armitage, and it goes all the way down to
Logan Pebbody in the white helmet off the back. And there's a little bit of a gap to Mark Laredo Gomez.
Yeah. So it's that group from 6th all the way to 13th in one group there that we're looking at. I think Laredo Gomez is just dropping off the back of that train now, so we'll call it 6 to 12.
Cooney's toiled lap on lap trying to find a way past Aidan Donnelly, and it's just not quite worked out for him at the moment, has it?
No, and
I get the feeling he's got in more than enough pace. Yeah,
that got a little bit rough and ready as they went through South Bank.
He's going to pick up another one.
Cooney decided that he was going to try and force a way through, create a gap for himself.
Needs to be careful now, though, Tom, because that's 2.
Yes, 2 warnings for Morgan Cooney. So yeah, does need to be careful. That's the essentially he's now on a yellow card. He's had a warning from the ref, then he's had a yellow card. So just be careful now.
Armitage
if
is
it was
doing
football,
really
you'd
well.
sub him off at this point, wouldn't you? And say, no, we're going to save it.
Say Armitage was doing really well at holding back the field, but it's backed effectively Aidan Donnelly in, and now I get the feeling the floodgate may well open, although Cooney is through.
That was a nice move from Cooney.
Yeah, I didn't know whether had to be a nice move, though, didn't it, Tom, as you mentioned with the warnings already in place. But
indeed,
he's got more than enough pace to pull away from this train, I think, as Morgan Cooney. I think that's where part of the frustration was coming from. when he was struggling to find a way through, and indeed has already pulled 10 kart lengths, I think, on the way up towards hairpin number 1.
We've got the air conditioning on in the commentary box, and it's just wafted our first proper smell of two-stroke into the commentary box for the first time today.
We do need a small I want a window here that can open, a little latch that just when the Rotaxes are on, we can just open to get the smell in, as Adam Causer trying to go down the inside of Aidan Donnelly.
Causer looking like he's struggling with his neck a little bit. His head is wobbling side to side, particularly through hairpin 3. Adam Causer.
He's done a lot of Rotax though, Tom, as Adam Causer now.
Look,
so
you can see how tilted his head is through these, particularly through the right-handers of South Bank and the National Loop.
If it was anybody, that I thought you may well have been talking about Donnelly, just because he's the smallest of all those drivers, and as is a graduate out of Honda Cadet.
Bolt upright is Donnelly. There we go again, looking at Causer, and you can see, look, his head is off to the side, although he is down the inside and takes the position away. And Albie Cam's right there as well. Yeah, where's he come from?
Another Honda graduate, albeit cadet, through into R200 and now into junior Rotax, although he is very much on the tall side, is Albie Cam.
Well, he struggled a lot this year, actually, as Albie Cam, and retired from heat number 1 as well. Struggled mechanically, I think it's fair to say.
Yes.
It's not. I don't mean driving wise, but now he's starting to make inroads into this field. Already up to P10, and now starting to look at on the inside. In fact, at the rear of Aidan Donnelly, got into the back of him there, and thought there might be a move at hairpin 4. Left the door open there with Logan Pebbody. Who's closed back in. And
that's Oliver O'Donovan coming through now, which may well fragment this junior grid at the front. Carnes leads from Gruffity. That's closing up with Lynn. Max Hall has fallen away. The early race pace has subsided, but he's comfortable in 4th place and will pick up a huge chunk of points towards his final qualifying position at the end of the day. This has been a great battle throughout, Tom, although I get the feeling with we might get 3 laps in, so we might not need to go early, but there's going to be a battle for the lead at some point. Causer is through and is pulling away now from the battle behind. Although, having said that, his front nose is absolutely stoved in.
Who is this, sorry?
Adam Causer, and would appear, I may well be mistaken, to be wobbling round now.
Right. Well, that might be a penalty incoming then. We'll keep an eye on that one post-race.
I mean, that's not even an opinion-based thing from Tom and I, is it? If it's pushed in, it's pushed in, it's 5 seconds. If it's not pushed in, it's not. It's very cut and
black
dry.
And white, yes, indeed.
Very easy for the scrutineers these days.
It's
change for the lead as Jake Gruffity gets past Jacob Garnes.
Yeah, they closed that gap fairly well, didn't they? And Alex Lynn is still right there as well.
Yeah, on pure pace, this should be your podium, I think, today at the end of the weekend. But that's not how it works.
No, indeed. And Max Hall, who had a very difficult start to the day, going off on the National Loop on lap 1 of Heat 1, is now in 4th place in this one. And lapping on pace with the leaders as well. So don't count Max Hall out at the end of the day either. Could well be a train of 4 going off the front of this one. Ted Hall is detached from this group of 4 by the tune of around about 4 seconds. So he's in a race of 1 at the moment. It's Ted Hall. Likewise, Morgan Cooney now in 6th place has gapped Adam Causer and Oliver O'Donovan behind. Of course, O'Donovan is in seniors
on final lap, and Jacob Carnes has just thrown the rear wheel down the gap on the inside of hairpin 1, and it nearly chucked him all the way outside and nearly lost him the 2nd place that he was in. Certainly lost him the opportunity to challenge Jake Gruffity. Gruffity takes the win then. Carnes, Lynn, Hall, Max in front of Ted Hall. No relation. Both quick, though. Then Morgan Cooney, who managed to gap the battle behind him after he finally found a way through. And then Adam Causer in front of Henry Armitage, Aidan Donnelly and Albie Cam. The tough break there for Causer, is that, and particularly I think Morgan Cooney as well, I think has got a front fairing penalty. If you look at his nose as wobbling as well, is that the field behind was still really tightly packed together. So that 5-second penalty is going to throw them, potentially down to 12th
if there is
or
a
13th.
5-second penalty coming.
Yeah, if it isn't coming, it's going to throw them back down to like 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th place. So it's all well and good doing the hard yards, but then, if you get your drop down, Tom, and I'm going to keep an eye out when they come through, because when they hit the bumps,
Well, Morgan Cooney's is definitely floating around.
Definitely in. So Cooney's and Causa, they'd slow down enough that we're just doing.
Well, we shall await official judgment.
Of course. Well, no. I want.
You're going to speculate.
No, I just want Payne to be the scrutineer as well.
Okay.
What have we got in the chat?
Not much else, to be honest with you. Keep your comments coming in. And we will endeavour to read them out as soon as we can. As the rattling you can hear is David about to wire into the five-a-side Colin the Caterpillars. They're all wearing caps.
Yes. What I would say
during that caps.
I don't know.
What I would say, Tom,
during that race is it was pleasing that we got to watch some battles in the midfield that will make the viewers happy.
Yes. I would hope so. Although there's no pleasing some people, is there? As we well know.
So, final race of the morning before we head towards luncheon. We should see Matthew Hauschby leading. No, that's Heat 3. My bad. Scott Blackburn from Zach Dean, with Steve Nichols and Lewis Blench in front of Joseph Williamson and Freddie Cowley. Isaac Dove, Zach Hudson with David Brewis, who should be there. And then, although I'm not sure he is, in front of Danny Bean, Bradley Rowe and Matthew Hauschby.
Well, speaking of, in fact, let's do a thing that I've absolutely not told Toby, our producer, about before we start the race, but let's focus on Scott Blackburn for this race, because he's going off pole position, and we don't normally see a lot of Scott Blackburn during a race.
Well, he only does ad hoc meetings
exactly.
as well.
So let's give the people what they want. We're going to do Scott Blackburn focus. Let's see how his race goes, and we're going to focus on him for the entire race. And here he goes, off pole position in the black helmet on the right-hand side of the grid. And he's going to take us round to the national loop for the first time. Immediately gets levered wide, but holds on to the position to Scott Blackburn.
Come on, Scott.
Excellent drive, and he's gapping the field. It's, I believe is that Lewis Blench in second?
No,
Zach Dean.
Zach Dean from Steve Nichols, Lewis Blench, Joseph Williamson in 5th place in front of Isaac Duff and Danny Bean, Bradley Rowe, Matthew Hauschby, Zach Hudson and Freddie Cowley as they run up towards the South Bank, and down the inside of Steve Nichols goes the aforementioned Lewis Blench.
Well, Scott Blackburn was fighting the rear through hairpin 2 and now fighting it into hairpin 3 as well. Needed to do a little bit more tyre warm-up, but he's going defensive and parking it on the apex.
Get the checker out.
He's got Zach Dean trying to draw alongside, but leads over the line to Scott Blackburn with a 48.452 opening lap, and continues to lead the way from Zach Dean, Lewis Blench, Danny Bean, Isaac Duff, Joseph Williamson, Bradley Rowe, Matthew Hauschby, Steve Nichols has dropped all the way down to 9th through that lap. Zachary Hudson and Freddie Cowley. We're still focusing, rightly so, on Scott Blackburn, who continues to lead the way as they go side by side, two abreast down the back straight. It's Danny Bean and Zach Dean side by side, with Lewis Blench now moving through as well, and Isaac Duff fighting through 3 wide into hairpin 3.
Good move by Joseph Williamson.
That was a great move, actually, to manage to find his way into that position.
Danny Bean, though, leads in what I get the feeling, Tom, may well be a fairly repetitive line that we use throughout the race day today.
Yes, I feel that way as well. Scott Blackburn now deposed into P2. There he goes in that club class. Still your club class leader, Danny Bean, in the pro class, but moved through between hairpin 3 and 4 did Danny Bean. And there is the number 11 car, Lewis Blench and Isaac Duff going side by side down the back straight in behind. And that is going to be music to Scott Blackburn's ears, as he will let them fight away and try to pull away himself, as That is Matthew Hauschby moving past Zach Dean as well. So Zach Dean dropping down the order. Scott Blackburn still holding on to P2 though. So Isaac Duff now in third place. So the pro drivers, the two pro drivers that we've got here, started towards the back of the field. They're now starting to make their way towards the front. Danny Bean, of course, now leading the way. Isaac Duff in P3, putting our focused driver, Scott Blackburn, under pressure.
Gone as Danny Bean at the front, hasn't he?
Very much so, yes. As you said, David,
If
I
I'm
think
not
it's going to be a theme that we're going to explore today.
The Nassau panel on Scott Blackburn's car looks a lot like a driver called Ben Cook from about 4 or 5 years ago. Used to run a Lardass Racing sticker kit, and I think that Nassau panel is that. Oh, we've got two carts pitched up. That's Lewis Blench with Joseph Williamson up on the top of him. And we had one more driver having to take evasive action as well. That didn't look the most comfortable of positions.
Now, both Isaac Duff and Bradley Rowe have made their way past Scott Blackburn now, so deposed Blackburn down to fourth place, and he's started to come under pressure now from Matthew Hauschby as well, who didn't have the best start to the race, but has started to make his way through the field now as he goes up and under, and likewise Zach Dean decides that he's going to take the contra line and pulls to the inside of Matthew Hauschby and takes the position away. So it's one of those where you go on the attack and actually you end up losing a position instead. There goes Blackburn, defensive down the inside of hairpin 4, just trying to hold on to the position. But this is where he's been losing places every lap. Holds on this time as he keeps to the inside and holds off Matthew Hauschby. It's like a side-by-side through the D chicane. That was Steve Nichols, was it? And Freddie Cowley? No, sorry.
Zach Dawson, Freddie Cowley. No, Zach Dawson and Zach Hudson.
Zach Dean. Oh, as Dean got into the back there of Hauschby.
Yeah, but because Hauschby got balked by
Blackburn
Scott
just parked it on the apex, as is his right to do. He parked it on the apex as a defensive line. That caught Hauschby out, and then Dean straight into the back of him.
Has put a little bit of a gap between them all. We've got a warning for Joseph Williamson. That'll be for the incident with Lewis Blench. He was down the inside of him, and then just their rear wheels just sort of caught each other and just pitched one up. Hauschby gets a contact warning for going into the back of Scott Blackburn. I wonder if he's learnt what Blackburn's tactic is.
Well, he needs to go full send down the inside, doesn't he, if he's going to make the move.
He has gone a little bit wider. Again, Blackburn, I'm not even sure he's deliberately braking. I think the left rear is going down the gap in the between the tyre wall on the inside every single lap, and it's just he's taking a really tight line.
It makes him very difficult to overtake, though, as Hauschby is now finding out, because then between hairpin 1 and 2, he takes the contra line, which opens him up to being overtaken once again by Zach Dean.
We can't see the back part of that, but I get
there goes Hauschby now between 3 and 4, then parks it on the apex. Blackburn then turns in and makes contact with Zach Dean, who was halfway alongside. And that actually ends up costing Dean a place to Hudson, who has now moved through to P6. Danny Bean with a new fastest lap of the race, a quarter of a second quicker than anybody else out on track. So Scott Blackburn continues to make his way round. We've still got 4 minutes plus a lap to go. Hauschby now starting to gap, and Hudson and Dean are beginning to take stock, I think, of how this race has panned out. Start to formulate a plan of how they're going to get through here on Scott Blackburn, and that's one way to do it, is to full send down the inside. But Blackburn, with the momentum, carried the speed around the outside and held on to the position. I'm quite enjoying this, actually.
3.5 minutes on the clock.
Focusing on one driver.
As Hauschby's put a little bit of a gap between them now, and there is Blackburn down the inside, and Hudson goes at him.
He left the door open there, did Blackburn, and that's actually then, it's once again, because the two behind are finding Scott Blackburn very unpredictable. It's very difficult to try and figure out where you're supposed to place your car between one corner and the next, because Yes, well, that seems to be
But
the
then
way. But then
Blackburn just drives. Oh, I thought he'd have done enough
no,
there.
he lost the rear there coming through. He just couldn't get
Bit
the traction.
unfortunate that, because I think he could have just driven all the way around the outside and held on.
Yeah, he just couldn't get the traction. I think what we'll do now is, now that Scott Blackburn has dropped to the rear of that group, I think we'll focus on the two in front now of Hudson and Dean.
Blackburn could well stay with them pace-wise, because I think these two are going to battle in front, and Zach Dean does indeed draw alongside Zach Hudson, but he's tight, Tom, on the exit, and it's not going to give him a huge amount of momentum. Well,
I think we just need to drop back slightly to the two behind.
He's found a way through there with Zach Dean. There he is at the front.
Just missed it off camera.
White bits on his
Well, he had
arm.
a good start to the race, Zach Dean, and then he sort of, for want of a better phrase, he got a bit bullied, didn't he?
Williamson coming into the mix as well, Tom, after that incident earlier on with Lewis Blench, who is still out there circulating with a Nassau panel that we will describe as squiffy.
Yes, well, it was
mullered about 5 laps ago, but now it's just squiffy.
Position to. Do you know what it looks like now? It looks like the old Formula A style, where it's behind the nose cone. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, like now they go over the top of the nose cone, don't they?
They never used to, and they were all pretty much vertical.
Yes,
weren't they,
exactly.
back in the
And
day?
now it dips. I like it. It's a good old school look. You know, if you're really tall in the seat as well, it's actually a better way of doing it. It's more aerodynamically efficient, I would feel, than having this one where they all go flat to the steering wheel now, because then you've got a big helmet behind it. Surely it's more aerodynamic to have it a little bit more vertical. In the way when you see the Isle of Man TT races, they've got a big bubble on the top of the front fairing where the windscreen is. It's a big bubble on the top of there. One, because it's more aerodynamically efficient, but also because the speeds are so high, the buffeting is less for the rider's helmet. So you've got to think, having it, if you're a tall driver, having a panel that's a bit more vertical is going to be a benefit. Anyway, we digress.
I don't think the nose and the Nassau provide much in the way of aero efficiency compared to the others. It's just that every year Tony can't decide they need another influx of money, so just change the design.
Yeah.
Hot dog one year became effectively the star the following year, didn't it, for the number board?
But I like the fact that Lewis Blench has got the old-fashioned Nassau panel anyway. You know, the thin bottom,
the flat
of it.
one.
The thin bottom, flat.
So much
shape.
easier to apply the stickers as well.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and it's a lovely looking car. It's
well, it was until about
I think it's better now. I think it's even better now, because
final lap for Danny Bean.
School.
Gap is nearly 3 seconds for Bean.
He's consistently a quarter of a second quicker than anybody else out there, is Danny Bean today. So very much on a flyer. Was talking to his dad pre-race or pre-race meeting this morning on various topics. So,
including some breaking news that he told me I was allowed to break, that he's going to do some rallycross soon.
Did I tell you you were allowed to break it?
Yes, I spoke to him yesterday.
Oh, okay. Oh, he told you were allowed to break. I thought you said I told you.
Mate, I do like full weekends. Danny Bean then out of the final corner, up towards the timing line.
Future British rallycross star Danny Bean.
Yeah, there's no rally crossing. He's kept it all on the tarmac, and he takes the victory by over 3 seconds from Isaac Duff. The two pro runners
looked behind out of the D chicane and went, "Where's everybody else?"
Yep, the two pro runners making their way to the front. Then Bradley Rowe finishes third and takes the victory in club in front of Matthew Hauschby and Joseph Williamson, recovering to third in that class. Zach Dean takes the victory in the novice class from Zach Hudson and Lewis Blench, who finish 5th, 6th and 10th respectively.
And Curtis Yule is watching from, I'm assuming, Landau.
Holiday.
Oh, Holiday.
Holiday. He's not in.
You went with the Welsh pronunciation earlier, didn't
Landau.
you? Landau.
That's because that's how you actually say it.
Yes. Well, in the same way that it should be Circuit de la Sarthe.
Yeah, in the same way that when we went to Campillos, it should have been Campillos.
Campillos. Yeah.
And the only reason I say Clandau is that's a bit of a nod to Youssef bin Sahel.
the British Empire wasn't formed on pronouncing things how they should be said. we decide
Yeah.
how it's going to be said. Anyway, moving on. Curtis,
lunch.
you're giving support for Danny and Isaac in Senior Pro Cup. Well, your support went well, didn't it? Because they finished first and second.
Yeah.
So that will bring us to an end for our morning session here at Teesside. We will take around about a 45-minute break now, where we will leave you, and we will be back around about 1 o'clock with the third set of heats, and then our finals in round 4. So I hope you will join us then. Thank you for being with us this morning, and we look forward to seeing you later on this afternoon.
Hello and welcome back, both at the circuit and live on TSK-Motorsport Media, with coverage of round number 4 of the NRG Karting Owner Sprint Series here from Teesside Autodrome. I'm David Sullivan. Alongside me for this afternoon, as with this morning, is Tom Butterworth.
Hello. Hello, yes, welcome back. A familiar sight from Southbank Corner, looking across the circuit towards Middlesbrough itself. As the junior pro karts start to make their way off of the dummy grid.
Lennon French then will be on pole position. Dylan Slack alongside him. Lewis Dean and Edward Rye on the second row. Freddie Battersby and Ben Edwards on row number 3. Row 4 will be Ashton Kennedy and Joshua Sullivan. Harry Pennington with Scarlett Whittaker Dunn in 10th place. Rhys Dodds and Charlie Henderson are your on row number 6. Isaac Wellburn, Joshua Milburn on row number 7. With Andrew McCrossan and Fen Wheat in front of Adam Roberts and Peter Webster. Mia Duffel and Ashton Horspaugh complete the top 20, with Marley Simpson and Reece Cranston, Josh Brown and Archie Young, Aaron Williamson and Ted Hall completing your grid.
Can I make a slight correction there?
Yes.
It's Lennon Wright that's on pole position.
Not Lennon French, who I believe I may have said. That's a throwback.
You did. I thought I would just correct that one because it's an easy habit to fall into.
Well, I only know 2 Lennons, so yeah. Here they come then. The pace is quite high, but they are formed well. And the green flag drops, and we are away and racing as we head up towards the national loop. We've got some spinners. We've got 2 or 3. Sullivan and Rye are off. They've all been collected. We've got 7 or 8 karts off on the outside. It didn't go well, Tom, for those drivers from 6th backwards.
11 out of the 26.
Well, Rye was 4th, wasn't he? Yes, he was. So the whole field taken out, basically, for the first half. And we've had Adam Roberts round as well and another driver as well. So
I said earlier on it was like Monza in the GTs a couple of weeks ago. Well, that was very much like Monza in the GTs.
We've effectively got 2 separate races now, haven't we?
Yes, split apart by about 4 or 5 seconds.
So Dylan Slack will lead us over the line then, I think, from Lewis Dean. Yes, we will.
Yellow flags over yellow on the board as well. Yeah, and yellow flags at hairpin 3 as well, which have just been rescinded.
Yeah, not sure what the barriers I think are being fixed on the outside of the national, which is why we've got a yellow flag out still. Cranston's up to 3rd, Tom, already.
Well, he definitely had the rub of the green in that particular start, didn't he?
Yes, but that's the thing at the back. Sometimes you get caught up. Sometimes opportunities open up for you.
So yeah, Slack from Dean, Kennedy, Battersby, Cranston, Pennington, Hall, Brown, Wright and Dodds as they came over the line. That was your top 10. But then it's the front 8 who are breaking away. Then everybody else is in behind then from 9th on down. That's headed now by Ashton Kennedy with Joshua Sullivan in behind. Rhys Dodds, Edward Wright, Archie Young, Charlie Henderson, Marley Simpson, the top 15. Now it's at the front of that group. Sullivan has hit the front and looking for Edward Rye, who's also now come through as well. So those 2 are now leading that second train.
Hall down the inside of Freddie Battersby there, and Harry Pennington with a little bit of overspeed, trying to find a way through. Cranston now to the head of the field once again.
Yep, that seems to have been a familiar theme throughout the day, hasn't it? It's Reece Cranston leading the way in junior pro karts. Even on random grids, he's managed to get through. Another yellow flag at hairpin 3. That is that front train now starting to move away from those behind. They are working together, although Cranston clearly is a cut above the rest as he's already gapping the 6 karts behind. There is then a bit of a gap to Lennon Wright in 8th place, who's sort of in a bit of a race of 1 now. Lost the slipstream to those in front. Still well clear of Sullivan and Wright in behind, who are starting to make their way on their recovery.
Horspaugh trying to find a way down the inside there. Can't get it done though. That's Archie Young in the 41. He's been very impressive, Tom, on debut here this weekend.
Indeed. Cranston with a new fastest lap of the race of a 46.3.
He's got a problem though. That left rear is smoking.
Oh, he's looking down. He's looking down.
Yeah,
as well.
I think it's the left. I think the hub's pushed in potentially onto the motor. Keep an eye on that. We need to get onto the leader because I think he's got a technical problem on the left side. Saw some smoke when he went into hairpin number 1. I'm going to try and figure out what it is.
It's not slowing him down.
No, it's not. He's still got some pace. I'm trying to figure out whether it's off the motor or whether it's the...
I think you're right. I think the hub's moved in.
Yeah, I think it has. I thought it was oil overspill, but it's not.
Yeah, I thought that as well. It looks like oil smoke, doesn't it, rather than tyre smoke?
Yeah, it's just continually going round. It's not slowing him down.
No, it's certainly not slowing him down. He's doing fine, and unless he gets a puncture, he's what causes a puncture? He's looking down on the wrong side. There he goes. That's the side he needs to be looking at.
I mean, he was Hall did an overtake on the previous lap. That's why Hall isn't quite as fast. But
he has received now a technical defect flag, although it seems to have cleared up now. Is that just...
I don't know. I don't think it...
Oh, no, it is still smoking.
No,
yeah, and he's come into the pits. I think he's going to essentially do a pit stop. I think he'll go back out as soon as he can, for want of a better phrase, kick it out.
I think he can go back out.
Yeah, he can go back out, yeah. We'll keep an eye on that. Somebody's lost a chain down here over the start-finish line.
Someone has lost a chain.
There is a chain on the start-finish line.
Could that be the 64 of...
Start line marshal
64
Callum
Charlie Henderson. He's going to have to... Yeah, I hope he's got asbestos hands.
Not sure what that is. A bit of tape, I think. But there were some other bits as well that got collected by a cart. Some washers or something. Looked like they got collected.
Yeah.
So it's now Ted Hall leading the way. With the so far retired Reece Cranston, although, like I say, I think if he can get back out there,
I think
he'll certainly score some points.
I'm sure. Well, he got to half race, so I'm sure he'll get points.
If he can get a wriggle on, there might not be points for last. You never know.
Josh Brown down the inside of Dylan Slack, I think that was. Yes, it was, and that was a tight move. Contact warning for the 12, and it slowed them both up. Coming out of hairpin 2.
So we've got Sullivan and Rye have started to make their recovery drives now, with Sullivan up to P5 and Rye in P8. So Sullivan's made a couple of places up on that lap.
Gap at the front is going out, and Ted Hall from 26th and last. Yes, probably got a little bit of help on that opening lap, Tom, but he's come through to put himself into a position.
Got to be in it to win it, haven't you?
And yes, we've seen drivers win from the back before, and we've seen drivers come through, but on record, this will be, if Ted Hall can bring it home, the biggest place gain to take a victory in junior pro kart history. 26th to 1st, if he can bring this one home. 3 minutes to go.
The reason we're giggling in the commentary box is Ted's dad has just jumped down off the bank and given us the shush symbol.
No cursing. Yeah.
Hush your gums.
Sorry,
don't jinx him.
He'd like us to say that Lewis Dean's leading the race from Harry Pennington. Ted's not in it at all.
Ted's not in this race at all, no. But Sullivan now moving into the rear of this group of 3 in front, which is Lewis Dean, Harry Pennington and Freddie Battersby. And he was half a second quicker than Ted Hall that time around. So Hall's going to need a bit of help to hold Sullivan back, I think, because he's on the charge.
Yeah. Oh, in comes Fen Wheat. 2 minutes to go. Sullivan's not going to catch Hall.
It's almost like a Rotax race. We've got that amount of retirements.
But he might have a battle for second place, Tom. 45, 1 minute 20, 4 laps to go because we'll not get round. So 4 laps to try and close in.
Wondering whether Edward Rye is carrying a small issue.
Yeah,
I thought his pace would have been a little bit higher than.
Well, he went with Sullivan, didn't he, in the
opening
few laps
this is
after
what I mean.
They both went off.
Yes, they both did go off, and I'm wondering whether from that he's carrying an issue because I can see him urging it down the back straight, like physically pushing it along as he goes down the back straight to try and get some extra pace out of it. He feels it's not there. Wondering whether he is carrying some sort of issue. I'm surprised that we haven't seen Reece Cranston back out. Maybe that was more of a terminal issue. Lewis Sullivan and Pennington went side by side into the D chicane, smoke pouring off both sets of tyres as they rubbed together. Going into the D chicane, and he's not happy, isn't Pennington? And it was a bit of a late move from Sullivan and forceful.
I'd agree. The only people that enjoy that are Red Graphics and Garage 29 because they get new stickers out of it.
Yes, it was forceful there from Sullivan, but found the way through and is already onto the back and, in fact, down the side of Lewis Dean and takes second place away. So now it's going to be Sullivan from Dean, then it's going to be Pennington and Battersby, and they are still in a group. Edward Rye a little bit detached now, and Josh Brown in behind them.
2 laps to go. Hall with a big gap at the front here now. It's 2 seconds and unassailable, almost certainly, although naturally we won't talk about it because I'm scared of his dad.
He will consider that fighting talk.
Yeah.
No. His sound is rich. Anyway, Ted still leads the way, as you say. Lewis Dean is not being dropped by Joshua Sullivan so far. He's managing to go with. So that's good for Lewis Dean. Harry Pennington, Edward Rye, Josh Brown and Dylan Slack all setting personal best that time around as well. Peter Webster likewise. So Ashton Horspool and Peter Webster 9th and 10th. That is somewhat of a surprise to see them. I wouldn't say far down the order, but certainly lower than they've run throughout the day. Wonder if they were involved in that first lap incident as well. I think they may well have been.
I think everybody was in some way either a winner or a loser in that incident. But coming back into focus and out of hairpin 4, we've got a winner in heat number 3. It's the O plate of Ted Hall taking the victory from Sullivan, Dean, Pennington, Battersby. No, Edward Rye on the final lap getting past Freddie Battersby. Battersby still with a personal best finish here in the Teesside Sprints of P6 with Josh Brown, Dylan Slack, Ashton Horspool and Peter Webster completing your top 10. Lennon Wright, Archie Young, Charlie Henderson, Isaac Welburn, Adam Roberts in front of Ashton Kennedy and Reese Dodd. Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn, Andrew McCrossan, Joshua Milburn with Marley Simpson and Aaron Williamson. 4 retirees, Ben Wheat, Reece Cranston, Ben Edwards, and Mia Duffel.
That brings to an end our first heat of part 2 of the day. One more set of heats and then we will be straight into our finals. Absolutely flying through the day so far. And some very good driving all around. I think we will move on to our Bambino grid. Have you got that one, David?
No, but you should because it's start where you finish race.
Let's find that then.
So Bambinos will make their way round. It will be our Mighties again going at the front despite Logan Grassi taking the overall victory last time. So it will be Jake Wynn in front of Oliver Mullen and then Ayrton Tennant. No, that's the practice results. So I need to find the Heat 1 results. So yeah, Jake Wynn, Ayrton Tennant, Oliver Mullen will be your front 3. And then Logan Grassi, Theodore Lee and Sebastian O'Connell are in 4th, 5th and 6th. But will be 1, 2 and 3 in our Coma class.
So we will just await them gridding up, and as usual, they will get helpers who are making their way out onto the grid now. Bambino is just rolling into their starting positions. So they get a little bit of help because they're such young drivers. So
yeah, parents, mechanics making their way down just to give them a few little words of encouragement and settle the nerves a little bit, Tom, before the race gets going.
Yep, it's just eyes forward. Don't worry about what happens behind you. And most of all, enjoy it. So we will wait and see what happens with Heat 2 of Bambinos. Of course, we expect the Mighties to rocket off the line with those electric motors. The green flag is in the air from start line Marshall Callum. It's down and we're away and racing, and it looked like Jake Wynn went before the flag but then stopped and then went after the flag.
Yeah, but Tennant did the same as well.
So both of them
reacted to each other. Well, certainly obviously the leader can't react to those behind him, but
they both stopped before the flag dropped.
Certainly, and Tennant sort of reacted to the movement of Jake Wynn in front of him. So
any major gains? Tennant actually goes wide through hairpin 1, and that's allowed both Oliver Mullen and Logan Grassi through. So Oliver Mullen up to P2. He's just going to try and squeeze Logan Grassi, who didn't really have anywhere else to go.
I'm not even sure Oliver Mullen really knew that Logan Grassi was that far along the inside of him there. And Grassi's done a smart job there to pull out of the way, really. He didn't need to keep his nose down there and didn't need to be gung-ho.
Ever so slightly blended out of the throttle rather than a lift, because we've seen with these Bambino C50s, the amount of time they take to get the revs back up. It takes a while for them to recover the speed. So good driving from Grassi just to blend out of the throttle slightly and maintain pace. Although in behind Oliver Mullen still, side by side they go into hairpin 2. Grassi with the cut back to the inside. That surprised Mullen, who didn't expect him to be there. And that's going to be Grassi through. Ayrton Tennant is still there, though, in the third of the Mighty Bambinos, fourth on the road now.
The best part of the day is happening, Tom, to your left.
Ooh.
Okay.
The fiscal wizard has arrived with kitchen roll.
He's brought Ashton Horspool with him. Give Ashton the headset. That Peter does us a grand job at every round by bringing us a new driver to talk to. And we're going to talk on this occasion to Ashton Horspool. Ashton, how's your day gone so far?
Quite good. We've just been taken out in that third heat, obviously, and we had to climb back from 20th, and we got P9 in the end. So I'd say it's quite good.
You weren't lonely though in that one being taken out. We counted 11 on the grass at the first corner. Didn't really see what sort of triggered it, because there was drivers from sort of fourth place down with Edward Rye being off as well. We've got a move down the back straight there with Oliver Mullen trying to come back at Logan Grassi. But Grassi, it's Jake Wynn actually, going around the outside. So Logan Grassi now leads overall. So he's now up into the lead. So yeah, Ashton, it was a tough start for many in that race. Obviously, where did you started a little bit further down the order and then had to come back through for a second time?
Yeah, around P17.
So good stuff. Peter's trying to put the cake back together, Tom, because there we go, rolled it over. I mean, I'm not trying to be pushy, Peter, but if you could just chuck that extra bit on there. Go on, chuck us another bit on there, because it's coffee cake and it's quality, and I can get away with what I want. Logan Grassi, Tom, into the 57s. And that's It's only 4/10 off the overall lap record. Okay, there we go. I've got a wedge. That is a quality piece there.
Houses with things thinner than that.
But houses are stronger because this is so light and beautiful.
So this is Dad's birthday cake.
So 4.5 minutes to go. And with Logan Grassi leading from Jake Wynn, Oliver Mullen, Ayrton Tennant, Theodore Lee, and Sebastian O'Connell. Obviously, with Ashton Horspool alongside me in the commentary box. And we've got because we've not got grids formalised yet for the final, but we've had some reasonable heats that should put you inside the top 10, Ashton. Similar for Peter as well. Are we?
Tied on points.
Yeah, so those two believe they're tied on points, which will be a fun little tiebreaker, given that we run random grids here, but other people can sort that out. It's not for me. But yeah, looking forward to the final. Now that we're in sort of points order, should give you a fairly good chance. Where do you think that we can finish this one?
Like P5, P3, hopefully podium.
Yeah, good stuff. Right, Ashton, I'm going to have to get you to give Tom the headset back so we can debrief on the cake before it starts getting to the business end of the of this Bambino race. And you just popped it straight back on your head, Tom, there, which was lovely.
Didn't even need to move.
So Peter has also bought flapjack, but flapjack isn't really my thing.
It's nor mine, but it's also not very commentary friendly, is it?
No, no, because
as all you will be able to hear is us masticating down the microphone.
3 minutes to go as we watch Theodore Lee making his way through the D chicane there in the number 95 machine.
I can tell you though,
delicious.
Papa Webster's birthday cake, delicious.
Yes,
like banging.
Happy birthday to Edward Webster as well for Friday. Just going to get confirmation, but I do believe he was 46.
What does your dad do for a living, Peter?
He's an osteopath.
He's an osteopath.
Axis,
of course he is. Yes.
Yes.
We were talking about this
we
earlier.
mentioned earlier on the personal sponsor, Axis Osteopath, for all of your osteopathy you need.
Is he Dr. Webster? Interesting.
Logan Grassi and Jake
was
Wynn.
the answer. Well, we don't know. Maybe.
Wynn is in the 58s as well now, Tom. We've got 4 drivers all in the 58s with all 3 of our Might E Bambinos all within 1/10 of a second of each other in terms of their fastest laps.
Osteopathy, of course, very different from chiropractors because of the spelling.
We're better.
Delicious coffee cake, though. I know it's not the greatest of commentary right now, but
No,
that's because we're too busy being delicious.
we're delicious.
And the cake isn't bad either.
I am a snack.
Hefty snack.
Yeah, I'm more of a picnic than a snack.
You're no one's side portion, are you?
Should have 3 laps to go, Tom. They've crossed the line with around about a minute and 2 on the clock. So Grassi leading from Jake Wynn. So he's pushing away at the front.
That is very, very good coffee cake. So thank you, Janet. I'm going to save the other piece for later on when I need a little bit of a pick-me-up.
Jake Wynn going with Logan Grassi on this occasion, whereas previously it was Logan Grassi by a similar distance back to...
We've got Mullen and Tennant who are nose to tail as well.
That was the thing last time. We had all 3 of our Mighties together, a similar distance back from where the battle for 3rd and 4th is from Logan Grassi, and on this occasion Jake Wynn's managed to go with him.
Would like us to actually just drop back onto those 2 for 3rd and 4th, which is the fight for 2nd in the Bambino class, and see if we can. There we go. There we can pick them up, and then we can see Oliver Mullen still attempting, as he has been for the last 9.5 minutes, to hold off Ayrton Tennant after he took the lead away from Ayrton Tennant on lap 1, did Oliver Mullen. Jake Wynn, of course, leading overall. But got through fairly quickly, and Tennant went wide, didn't he, at hairpin 1 on the opening lap, and it allowed a few people through. But he's slowly started to reel in Oliver Mullen, and we'll see whether he's got anything as they approach the final lap of the race. By means of attack for Oliver Mullen.
Logan Grassi then leads us over the line. 1 lap to go. And he's elongated that gap to Jake Wynn, but I don't think either of them are particularly bothered because they are both in the respective lead of their classes. Logan Grassi with a comfortable gap to his Coma rivals.
Both Ayrton Tennant and Oliver Mullen were quicker than Jake Wynn, though, on the previous lap around by 0.3 of a second.
The damage is done, though, I feel, Tom, as long as Jake Wynn could
I
keep
think
that car facing in the right
done,
direction.
It'll be good, good psychologically for them to know that they can be certainly quicker than Jake Wynn, particularly over 1 lap. Just got to try and tie it up a little bit. Tennant's got 1 more chance to get through here, and it doesn't look like he's going to be able to do it. So it's going to be Logan Grassi taking victory overall and victory in Coma C50 Bambino. Jake Wynn will come across the line in P2 and take victory in the Mighty Bambinos. Then it's Oliver Mullen and Ayrton Tennant, with Oliver Mullen setting a personal best lap on the final lap of the race. Theodore Lee and Sebastian O'Connell will come over the line in 5th and 6th places. There goes Theodore Lee.
I don't know whether Jake Wynn's just enjoying himself or whether his neck's starting to hurt, but every corner he's just sort of throwing his head off his shoulders. And was certainly doing that on the last couple of laps and wasn't doing it at the start. So I don't know whether he was just doing it to keep himself entertained or whether his neck was providing him with a bit of discomfort. But
From our perspective, David,
we'll see. Peter's going to give us an insight.
from our perspective, me and Ashton do it because we do it just as a joke. It's pretty much guaranteed that you'll get about half the junior go-kart with doing it. He's also
So what you're saying is on the cool down lap you go side to side, up and down like a roller coaster. Like that, yeah.
What was your opinion of last year? Like the battles that the last one were they?
Oh, Ashton's starting to ask like actual proper. It's like question time.
Deep and thoughtful
Yeah.
and insightful questions.
Oh, Ashton's also
Unlike question
yeah.
time.
So now Ashton's asked. He's just said, "What were your thoughts on the battles last year in R200, particularly the move I did at that corner at whatever?"
I can't remember what I had for
Ashton, mate, I
breakfast.
watch 1,000 races a year in this game, and you're asking me to remember a specific overtake on a specific lap.
But what do you reckon?
He's still trying, folks.
what's the moment of the year?
I thought it was a fantastic overtake, Ashton. Well done.
Incidents we've had.
No. Right, we've got a Honda Cadet race coming up, Tom. You've just had a quick look at the grids for heat number 2. They're going to head out. It's Reggie Cook from Alfie Keeling with Oscar Somerset and Sebastian McCarthy. 5th place will be Joshua Doherty with Jack Thompson, Sam Voughton, Alex Hatima with Thomas Chalk and Zach Sieber in 9th and 10th. 11th, Abel Hutton. 12th is Aston Wilson. 13th, Jacob Jones, adjudged to have gained an unfair advantage in his overtake of Sebastian McCarthy. Picks up a penalty that drops him down to P13. Calais Tennant, Phoebe Rogers with Oliver Reed and Frankie Turnbull in front of Oliver Bullock and Harlan Pritchard. And then it's going to be Edward Charlton and Evie Nichols. And then your 2 micro runners of Archie Mostyn and Tyler Gruffity. They're going to need to tighten this up, Tom.
There's no way we're starting this time.
It's
They are
unlikely.
way
It's
too
proving
fast.
firmly unlikely. They're being told to slow down and they're going again.
Yeah. Just need to slow it down at hairpin 3, not at halfway round hairpin 4. Or...
Yeah, so just needed a little bit of a slower run at it.
But at least the tyres will be nice and warm by the time they get to the national loop for the first time. I do feel like I need to point out that we've got a driver called Oliver Reed that we haven't actually, pointed out that he's got the same name as a very famous actor. Or they're spelt differently.
Which actor?
Well, I'd imagine it'd be the one called Oliver Reed.
Oh, okay, thanks.
But he's not Oliver Reed reincarnate as a cadet driver. He'd be far too drunk for that anyway.
No. We are.
Like what you sent my parents yesterday, David.
Oh, yeah. Last night I said to Peter, I was like, hold that wine glass so I can send a photo to your mum. To which she replied, he prefers cider. Right, here we go then. Honda Cadets nicely into position. This one's a little bit tidier. Green flag in the air. It's down. We're away and racing. They'll head up towards the national loop with Reggie Cook making his way through. Alfie Keeling on the outside has struggled to get back in. We've got 1 round, 2 round. In fact, we'll pick out them at the in a few moments' time. But at the moment, it's Cook from Somerset, Adoate Keeling, and then Sam Vout with a good start. It was the 22 of Oliver Reed and the 154 of Phoebe Rogers, Tom, that went round on the opening corner. Micro away and racing. Tyler Grufferty currently leading Archie Mostyn. He's gone round the outside at the first corner.
Reggie Cook continues to lead the way. Adote dropping down a position there as they headed through South Bank.
Tough start for Sebastian McCarthy, Tom. He's down in 7th place now, I think, behind Jacob Jones. Could well be 8th, in fact. Indeed it is, as they come through. Sam Vout still holding on to that 6th place with Jack Thompson in front of him in P5. The train of 4 at the front, nose to tail. A little bit of a gap back then to Thompson, but he'll close that in on the brakes as they concertina together at hairpin number 1. We've got a contact warning for the 21 at the same time of Zach Sieber. He's in 12th place. And down the back straight, we're going to have a change for 2nd, I think, are we? Yes, we are. Because Joshua Adoate has come nicely through down the inside on Oscar Somerset. The door was open at South Bank, but the move done very, very early into that corner. Oh, and Adoate's going to try and go down the inside of Cook, and that slowed him down. And all the way around the outside is going to go Oscar Somerset, pushed along by Alfie Keeling. And 2 carts go faster than 1, and 2 carts go from 3rd and 4th to 2nd and 3rd, respectively. Joshua Adoate down into a place, and then Jacob Jones goes down the inside of Jack Thompson to move himself up and is straight onto the train in front.
But Jacob Jones recovering from 2 penalties, post-race penalties, which have dropped him down the order for both restarts here for Heat 2 and Heat 3. So now he is on a recovery drive, and that's Adote side by side with Alfie Keeling, and now moving through as Reggie Cook still leads the way from Somerset, but it was Adote who had to get out of the throttle on this part of the lap last time around that dropped him those positions, but starting to find his way back through now.
He gets some really good drive, particularly out of hairpin 2, does Joshua Adote.
And likewise out of hairpin 4 as well. Good bottom end on that car. In terms of the engine.
Reggie Cook got a little bit of a tap, but I think that's because he went into hairpin 1 and then basically had to turn out of the corner because I think he saw the tyre wall on the inside appearing a little bit earlier than he expected.
Oh, Somerset's going to get freight trained around the outside. Oh, he manages to slide in behind Alfie Keeling. That was a great job from Somerset. I thought he was going to lose 6-7 positions there.
Yeah, what I have noted, Tom, as well, is that earlier on, we were seeing carts dropping wheels down the inside of the circuit at hairpin 1. Them tyres have been pushed back out during the lunch break to stop that from happening, because what you don't want is wheels going down there and it pitching carts into a spin. But at the same time, it may well catch drivers out once or twice.
We don't normally see that, and it just shows the level of grip that's out there on the track at the moment as well, that it's certainly not a green track. It's very much rubbered in, and they've got the grip to be able to get the car, get the tyres down the drop-off.
Warning for Sebastian McCarthy.
He's at the back of that group that you can see there.
Yeah, I don't know whether that was
P7.
For finding, did he find the way? No, he's passed Sam Vout on the previous lap, so I think it's just going into the back of Jack Thompson in front of him, maybe. Train of 6 behind as well, from Sam Vout all the way down to Aston Wilson. And there's a gap back to a fairly lonely Calais Tennant.
Jack Thompson with a new fastest lap of the race, a 10th quicker than the leaders, but he's 6th in that group. So just behind Jacob Jones and in front of Sebastian McCarthy as they head into hairpin 1 once again. That's the second group behind, which is Sam Vout, Thomas Chalk, Alex Fatima, Abel Hutton, Zach Schieber and Aston Wilson. So 8th down to 13th. That's as you were as they head down the back straight and into South Bank corner. Although looked like Thomas Chalk got a little bit sideways through South Bank. So we wait the leaders coming into shot. There we go. It's Reggie Cook still from Somerset. Archie Mostyn in 21st place in the Micromax set a new fastest lap of the race that time around. But we've definitely got two trains now.
McCarthy has just gone down the inside of Jack Thompson in the train in front of this one.
Down the inside here.
Might have a change for the lead, Tom, here.
3 wide. 3 wide.
These two are commentating along with us. Joshua Adote into
that
the
was
gap.
Forceful, great move. Got that one done, and that's relegated Reggie Cook, and he is now going to get freight trained now by everybody except
the brake van.
Yes.
Jack Thompson going into the side of Reggie Cook. No harm done in terms of the positions of the two of them. They'd have come out of that in 6th and 7th respectively anyway.
No, they're going to need a big slipstream down the back straight now to try and close that gap once again, though. But it's Joshua Adote who now hits the front from Oscar Somerset. Keeling still holding third. Jacob Jones recovering, as we said, from that grid penalty. He's now in 4th place.
2 minutes to go, and Joshua Adote, who has been here a couple of times this season. Alex, the team has gone round at hairpin 2. We've seen Tom so far this season with Joshua Adote. He's had some really good pace, but has probably lacked a little bit of racecraft. And if that move down in two drivers down the inside into South Bank is anything to go by, he's refined that a little bit in the last couple of months, because that was a special move by Joshua Adote.
Jacob Jones now he's using the slipstream of the 3 in front. There was a bit of a gap at the start of the previous lap. Well, he's used that slipstream to set a new fastest lap of the race, and he's clawed his way back onto the front, onto the rear of this front 3.
Here goes Alfie Keeling trying to draw alongside Oscar Somerset. The problem is he's got nobody to help push him along.
Yeah, he needs Jacob Jones there. Now Jacob Jones gets there, but it's a little bit too late for Keeling, and he's actually going to wash out wide. Manages to cut back and hold it onto the racing line as they start to make their way towards lap traffic.
They'll try and make their way through. The traffic will maintain their normal racing line, which is what... No, in comes Evie Nichols. So that leaves the leading 6 to carry on their work with a couple of laps to go, and Somerset's going to go down the inside. With a superb block pass, actually, on Joshua Adote, and that's going to allow Alfie Keeling to get a good run as well. That was a really good move by Oscar Somerset, not only in the overtake, but in sliding the cart across in front to stop the return run.
It's a great opportunistic move for Alfie Keeling as well. Saw the door open and just went straight through it. Jacob Jones then followed through as well, down the back straight. So Adote's gone 1st to 4th in 3 corners.
Somerset there left the door open, was obviously confident he had enough to be able to drive round the outside. Last lap board comes out with Oscar Somerset leading then from Keeling, Jones, Adote, McCarthy, Reggie Cook, Jack Thompson. Although Thompson's fallen away, has he, off the back of that? Yes, he has. Off this train of 6.
So we are back to a train of 6 as well. Reggie Cook has managed to reel in the rear bumper of Sebastian McCarthy. Got the fish and tackle out, and off he went, and he's now reeled him back in. And now we do have a group of 6 for the last 2 corners of the track. Hairpin 3 is first. There goes McCarthy on the inside of Adote, but it is going to be Oscar Somerset who's going to lead them out of the final corner and lead them over the line to take victory in heat number 3 from Alfie Keeling. Jacob Jones will come across the line in P3 with Sebastian McCarthy then into P4. Big shame for Joshua Adote, who led at one point in the race in P5. Likewise, Reggie Cook in P6 as well, who led for quite a significant portion of that race. Jack Thompson leads across the line, the second train from Thomas Chalk. Then it's Abel Hutton and Sam Vout, Aston Wilson and Zach Gieber, Calais Tennant, Oliver Bullock and Frankie Turnbull. And we say thank you very much to Ashton Horspool and Peter Webster for joining us in the commentary box for that heat and for the cake.
Cool. Peter's an expert at coming in the com box. He's just had to tell Ashton how to open the door because the door does require heavy handle and a big pull. But there's a reason for that. It's to stop frivolous entry.
Yes. Your name needs to be down.
Yeah, exactly.
Otherwise, you are not coming in. That brings to an end already our Honda Cadet Heat 3. And coming up next will be the R200 Heat 3, which is a finish as you start. No, start as you finish. There we go. I'll get it in the right order.
I'm about to eat 2.
I only had 2 ways of that.
Yeah.
That could have gone.
You can talk about eat 3. I'm going to eat 2 bits of cake.
Right. Tom Nichols is going to go from pole position with JJ Allen alongside. Those two have been nose to tail throughout the day. They will start side by side and we will see which way Heat 3 shakes out. Max Platz will go from 3rd place with Ethan Pearson alongside in 4th. George Wilson in 5th and Jensen Simpson in 6th place. And we do have all 6 runners who have started to make their way out onto the formation lap, which is good to see because we only ended up with 4 at the end of Heat 2. So good to see that they have managed to make repairs and get back underway. So Tom Nichols versus JJ Allen. I wonder whether JJ's watched Heat 2 back. Wonder whether he's watched Heat 1 back. And what his thoughts are on...
Well, it's been every round so far. This is like scene 4, act 3.
Yes.
We've had it at every round, hasn't it? So, and I imagine we'll have it at every other round as well. They are 2 very, very evenly matched drivers.
Just needs to find a way through. I think if he finds a way through, particularly so far in Heat 1 and 2, I think he's got the pace to be able to certainly lead for a significant portion of this race. He just needs to find a way past Tom Nichols, which we haven't seen so far. We've seen him alongside a lot, as we do now, but we've not seen him in front of Nichols yet. And Nichols has the high ground as he goes to the inside at the National Loop.
Allen's got a good run, though.
Oh, he did have a good run. And is he going to be able to hold it? No, drops into line. So it's Nichols from Allen, and then Max Platz drops into 3rd place with Ethan Pearson in behind. Then we've got George Wilson and Jensen Simpson.
Here goes Allen early down the inside, Tom. And for the first time today,
he's done it.
JJ Allen will lead from Tom Nichols. I get the feeling Nichols will push in and dig for a few laps to push back. Try and break away from the pack behind.
Well, maybe he did watch Heat 2 and Heat 1.
But also at the same time, Nichols already has 2 heat victories to his name. And therefore, a second place is still enough for pole position in the final. So it doesn't need to go gung-ho. Yes, there's championship points at stake, but 50 to 49 in the heats is the difference between 1st and 2nd. So at most, it's a 2-point swing.
So what you're saying is you think Tom Nichols is just going to sit there and push and stay in P2 for the whole race?
I don't think he's going to do anything. What I'm saying is, I'm telling you what he should do, not what I think he's going to do.
Right.
But
I think he should overtake JJ Allen and
at the
win.
same time, I wouldn't be surprised. Because
if I was his coach, that's what I'd be telling him.
At the same time, I wouldn't be surprised if he does just push away, and if they've got enough of a gap at the end to have 2 laps where he can go at him, maybe. But if they've got the same gap as this, why would you risk... If you spin yourself out and you lose some points, you might lose your pole position.
So we're going to end up with a 2-minute Honda R200 race.
Yeah,
again.
Look, despite the fact, Tom, and we said this before, that I'm the biggest Senna fan, I even named my boy with a middle name of Ayrton. When it comes to us talking about what drivers should do, I'm far more Prost than Senna, and you're 100% Senna at Suzuka. Just go and go.
Yes. Son of my hero as well, very much so. And I think for most people of our generation, as racing drivers go, there's not many that were in the same caliber. You know, you could be a Prost fan, you could be a Schumacher fan, or Hakkinen, or whoever.
I think the way you look at it, in terms of like naturally gifted sports people, for me,
he's up there with Jordan, isn't he?
For me, he's up there with Jordan and
LeBron, Messi,
Someone that hits a baseball, I imagine.
A-Rod. That Alex Rodriguez.
Yeah. I was thinking of somebody else.
Dale Earnhardt, senior.
Yeah, you sort of like your Djokovic's and people like that
Yes,
who
exactly.
are just like
Yeah.
naturally talented.
Yes,
and,
exactly. Yeah.
you know, but for me, it's Senna all day long.
Yeah. Same for me as well. Of course, we've got the new generation of drivers that we are seeing here today, and they will be Hamilton fans and Norris fans and Verstappen fans and etc. Whereas for me, I've after watching Le Mans this year, starting to become a big fan of Kevin Estre.
Is it BMW this year?
He
Or
was
for
he was
Estre?
in a I think he was in a 911 this year. I've got a funny feeling. Was he in an LMP2 this year? I can't remember. Anyway, he's I was watching a lot of last year's WEC to build up to Le Mans, and yeah, he's starting to become a big fan of Kevin Estre. These two continue to move away at the front, and now Nichols sends it down the inside of JJ Allen. Decides now is go time for Tom Nichols. He's been comfortable sitting there and just working with. Now they've got a big enough gap. JJ Allen gets the push alongside the cutback and chops across the front of Tom Nichols. He's not too happy with it, but
Again,
Allen was very much within his rights to do that.
Yeah, agreed. There was.
So we always say the throttle works both ways, and Tom Nichols managed to. Well, he had to realise that if he kept his foot in, it was going to be an almighty crash, and Max Platz would be thanking his lucky stars.
Here we go again.
Carbon copy of last lap. This time it looks a little bit more comfortable for Tom Nichols actually moving through there. As Allen tries to get the cut back again. I think Nichols is going to have this one scouted, though, and he does indeed.
Nice move by Nichols.
So we've got a 3.5 minute R200 race now for the win.
It could be a classic.
Could be a classic. Let's dig in and strap in and hold tight.
Up towards hairpin number 1 as JJ Allen tries to shoehorn his way through at hairpin 1. Can't get it done. Again, wait till about now where Nichols starts to bring that kart to the inside.
He moves to the outside again, does Allen, though? He needs to go to the inside.
Well, he did before and got through nicely.
I know. On lap 1 as well. Took Nichols by surprise. And there we go again. Look, chopping to the inside.
He's going to try and go all the way around the outside.
Just not got the same waft because he cut tight to the exit of hairpin 4.
That's the thing with it, isn't it? It's open gearing in Honda R200, so you can't have both bottom and top end when you've got open gearing. You can have maybe a bit of middle and a bit of a compromise, but you can often see drivers, they'll pull out. And here, Allen's got a good run out this corner, and now he has come to the inside early enough, and there is the move done.
Nichols thought about trying to close the door, but it was too late because Allen was already there, and then he had to back out of that move as well, did Nichols. Now Allen can take the line that he wants coming out of hairpin 4.
Nichols looking a little bit frustrated.
As you said, David, if he finishes here, will still be enough for pole position for the final. So then he's going to have to make Allen do it all over again.
Yeah, he's won all 3 of them thus far this season. JJ Allen looking for his first final victory of the year here at Teesside. Got a bit of a gap this time as well, coming out of hairpin 2.
Yes, that'll be enough to stave off the charge from Nichols into South Bank, and indeed it was. Is Nichols going to be able to launch an attack here into hairpin 4? Thinks about straight lining it, really thought about straight lining it. You can see he was half a kart width over to driver's left, our right, as they approached us. And elected not to make the move there. 14 seconds or so we've got this lap plus one more. It's still Max Platz from George Wilson, Ethan Pearson and Jensen Simpson, the rest of the grid. But
Nichols has got a
fairly
really good
equivalent.
run. And he's on the inside. Allen looked left, then looked right. And by the time he'd looked right, the 74 was down the inside of him. Just waiting for the last lap board to come out at the end of this one. It's showing 2 laps at the top because that's what happens when the time goes down to 0 at a certain point in the lap. And Allen's going to try and get the run round the outside. Nickel gives him a little bit of a squeeze and crosses the timing line onto the final lap.
I think that was a great move in the end from Nichols. I think he sold Allen a dummy down the back straight, made him look to the left when he was looking right, expecting to move down the inside, and Nichols waited until he looked left before he made his move.
Nichols is going to have to get this kart to the inside as early as possible down that back straight.
He's going to have to Bambino it, isn't he? Right line it down the inside. He does indeed.
I thought he'd have gone even earlier. He just needs to be careful mid-corner. Could do with a little lift so that he doesn't go wide too early, and has it done nicely.
Defends into hairpin 3, didn't he?
Allen's knocking on the door, isn't he? Gets on the brakes early to try and get the run out of the corner. He's going to draw alongside once again and try and get across in front of him. No, frustration again for JJ Allen. Elation again, though, for Tom Nichols. He takes his 3rd heat victory of the day. Nichols from Allen. Another P3 for Max Platz in the 26th, this morning's poleman. In front of George Wilson, Ethan Pearson and Jensen Simpson, who is just coming up and out of hairpin number 4.
Definitely not happy, JJ Allen. It's one of those where you can almost see him, you can hear what's going on inside his helmet, which is, what more do I have to do? You know, how much more do I have to do to be able to beat Tom Nichols? Because everything he's had so far, every question he's asked of Tom Nichols so far, JJ Allen, Nichols has had an answer for. So far this weekend anyway, there is still the final to go. And that's where the championship points, the big points, are paid out. The most important race of the day. So we will await that happening. It will be coming up in around about an hour or so's time. In the meantime, we will move on to our random grid for the Rotax race, which David will endeavour to pull up off his phone using magic, because I can't work the new Alpha Race Hub yet. I'm going to practice with this over the week.
I don't think it's on there, Tom. It's the
random grids aren't.
No, they're pre-generated and then issued out onto Alpha Race Hub. But we can't see them on there because I'm not logged in. I'm picking up the results, but I am logged in to Race Hub on my phone because I have to do the entry for the driver, for the boy, on my phone. So I get the grids on there. Ted Hall will roll off pole position in the number 43. Oh, we've got a kart round on the middle of the back straight. Morgan Cooney, I believe. We do need to grid up here fairly sharpish. So it's Ted Hall and Joey Swan, Ronnie Harrow, Mark Laredo Gomez. Should be Morgan Cooney, but may not be able to retake P5. Max Hall. Then it's going to be Adam Causer and Jacob Carnes, Jake Gruffity and Albie Cam, with Alex Lynn and Aidan Donnelly in front of Logan Pebbody and Henry Armitage. Seniors, Oliver O'Donovan, Holly Swan and Paul Swan.
Now we're almost come to a stop at hairpin 3.
That's because Ted Hall is backing them up. I mean, the seniors are going to be racing in the middle of the juniors at this rate. But having said that, it is Ted Hall's prerogative. He's the pole man. He dictates the pace. And that's exactly what he's doing. I mean, they're being told to slow down. They can't slow down anymore unless they want to eat gravel. Here we go then. Hall will lead us up and over the line. Up towards the National on lap number 1. Joey Swan's going to try and go all the way around the outside. But I think in the end, he's going to have to realise that one's not going to work for him. So it's Hall from Swan, Ronnie Harrow, Max Hall, Jacob Carnes with Jake Gruffity. Gruffity's not wasting any time, though. He's down the inside of Jacob Carnes, and Carnes may well get run out on the outside, although has got enough waft to drive all the way back round the outside. By waft, we mean power.
Power. Meanwhile, in seniors, it's Oliver O'Donovan from Holly Swan. From Paul Swan, it's kind of as you were throughout the day in seniors, the 3 runners. As Jake Gruffity goes very wide through and over the start-finish line.
Yeah, there's a
Thought he
bit
was
of
coming to join us in the commentary box at one point.
a twitch by Ronnie Harrer, and Gruffety actually went wide enough that he was safe, and that also allowed Alex Lynn through in the gap that was created by Jake Gruffety. Lynn, who has picked up a contact warning for something I imagine happened earlier on in the lap.
So Joey Swan holding on to P2, who the Swan tried to take flight earlier on in the day through the wiggle section. Didn't quite have enough speed up to get enough lift underneath the car and underneath his wings. So dropped back down with a big thump, as we've got contact warning has gone out for Alex Lynn in the 66. Swan still holding on to P2.
Swan closing in fractionally on the previous
He's obviously
lap.
been to see Edward Webster.
Oh, to sort out
his back out.
Sort his back problems out. Jacob Carnes and Max Hall swap positions. There they are battling out, still over third place, and that will have lost them a little bit of time off the back of Joey Swan, who was going very well. And is in fact catching Ted Hall ever so slightly. Is Joey Swan.
Indeed he is. And Jacob Carnes looking good in third place as well. Jake Gruffety now up to fourth. Max Hall and Alex Lynn, fifth and sixth. They're starting to break away now from Ronnie Harrer, Morgan Cooney, Adam Causa, Logan Perbedy. I think that's Morgan Cooney who's just gone down the inside. Oh, it was, but hasn't managed to take the place from Ronnie Harrer.
Harrer's
who
come
defended
straight
well.
back at him.
Yeah, managed to power down around the outside, did Ronnie Harrer, and pin Morgan Cooney to the inside.
So Cooney, who should have started in fifth but couldn't get fully back into position,
went off the back of the grid.
Went off the back, made his way up to ninth on lap number 1.
Yeah, and is now a little bit stuck with his forward progress in behind Ronnie Harrer, although pulls to the inside once again. It's a carbon copy of the previous lap, and now makes his way up to 7th place. Ted Hall continues to lead the way in this group of 6. It's Hall, Swan, Carnes, Gruffety. Then it's Lynn and Max Hall. So as we said before, Max Hall and Ted Hall, no relation.
Joey Swan.
Unlike the Swans.
Yes.
Who
All
three of them who are related.
Yeah. Got Uncle Paul.
Uncle Paul, UP.
UP. Uncle Paul, not to be confused with Eyeball Paul.
He plays hammering tunes.
He's playing hammering tunes. And then Joey and Holly, who are sister and brother. Or brother and sister, depending on which way you want to put them.
Ladies first.
Of course. Jacob Carnes is going to try and go round the outside, and that wasn't going to work for him. And again, another driver who seemed intent on coming to say hello to us in the commentary box.
Yes, and likewise, Jake Gruffety was very compliant.
Please just use the door like Peter Webster does.
Ooh, and not so compliant into hairpin 1, though, as he goes into the back of Jacob Carnes.
Yeah. And takes advantage and moves through into third place. But as Tom said,
it's a bit of a bump and run. And I can already see our race director, Clark of the course, on the radio, so I would imagine...
He's clicked the pen. He's just made the list. for wrestling fans out there, we'll get that reference.
His name is down. And 297, Jake Gruffety, picking up a contact warning to nobody's surprise. So he is now homing in on the back of Joey Swan as well now, so Jake Gruffety... coming back through the field now.
Loves that move into 2 and makes it
again.
work.
It's the Fox Whiteley move, isn't it?
Yes, and always will be the Fox Whiteley move.
It was perfected over years of training and practice, was that move, and continuing on with those who have learnt the ways of the Fox Whiteley. He's even got a similar helmet.
Yes, he does.
Ted Hall still leads the way, 0.8 of a second now. So we'll see what Jake Gruffety's got.
Well, given that Gruffety was 2/10 faster with an overtake on the previous lap,
There
it's
goes
going to
Jacob
be a big
Carnes
ask.
And Alex Lim both passing Joey Swan at hairpin 1. And it looks like Max Hall as well is going to draw alongside Swan, managing to keep the power down and hold on. We're looking at the back, the group behind, which is Ronnie Harrer. There's Adam Causa, still looking like his head's about to roll off his shoulders, but still managing to maintain good pace. And he's now made his way past Ronnie Harrer. In behind is Logan Pebbody and I think that's Albie Cam. It is Albie Cam. There he comes in front of the commentary box. That distinctive reminds me of a Dallas Cowboys sticker kit. I'm going to say it's for the World Cup.
Yes.
But yes, it's. We've also got Oliver O'Donovan and Holly Swan. They're starting to make their way into the midst of the juniors pack now. They've caught up and started to overtake a few of those drivers. In fact, they're going to catch this second train.
Yeah, I think they will. There's a gap between them, though. 7/10 with the gap at the front is down a fraction to a little under 7 now. But
so Jacob Carnes, Alex Lynn, Max Hall and Joey Swan are all still right there. Joey Swan becoming a little bit detached, actually, from this group now, wondering whether there's a little bit of fatigue setting in. The long races here in Junior Rotax, and Joey is by far, I think it's fair to say, the smallest driver in the Junior Rotax field.
Yes, certainly is this weekend.
In terms of stature.
Yes. I mean, we have seen one driver testing who is of junior age, but is sort of struggling in terms of physicality, and that was Daniel Ziad, who was the smallest junior in the world. When
he was the smallest cadet in the world.
Yes.
He still looked like a bambino when he was graduating from cadets.
Yeah. Which is a tough one for him because sort of age-wise or size-wise, he's...
Well, it's the opposite of the Reece Cranston effect,
yes.
isn't it? Where he was too big.
It does make you wonder to an extent whether there should be more classifications based on weight rather than age, but...
Yes,
yes. That's another argument for another day. And unpopular opinions and things like that. I know Henry Burdett had mentioned in the week on something regarding
weight limits.
Limits being
increased.
Yeah, being a little bit low, particularly on your sort of classes where drivers are going through that change period from children into young adults where they do get a bit of a growth spurt, and you're finding drivers that are 10 years old have got nowhere to go but have got to stay in micro class effectively because they can't move up, but they're already starting to develop and their sizes, meaning that they just can't compete. And I think the main one is Junior Rotax. That is the one where you have got drivers that are...
Well, it's the same in Junior Pro Kart, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's the same principle and the same sort of age bracket as well, isn't it, really?
But you see, with Rotax, you see, it's the requirement
speed
of the driver's weight. At Pro Kart, the driver can weigh up to 65 kilo before needing to go up into senior and add ballast. Now, if you're a 65 kilo 14-year-old in Junior Rotax, you're 10 or 15 kilo overweight.
That's was Oliver O'Donovan with a very late move on Adam Causa. Sorry, David.
It's okay. Again, you were adding a lot of value. I was just...
No. Carry on, please.
I'll eat them now.
Just in the shot there was Holly Swan passing Ronnie Harris. So, of course, two different classes. That is the senior.
Carnes is back up into second. I missed that whilst I was talking about weight limits and at the same time hypocritically eating a large slab of cake.
Well, Carnes, yes, indeed, up to second place. And Ted Hall still holding on to the lead in this one, but by no means comfortable.
No, a lap and a half to go. In fact, he's now super defensive.
Now turned on the afterburners, hasn't he, as Jacob Carnes? He chops to the inside. Does he make a move through? Oh, he does. What a move that is from Jacob Carnes.
Absolutely sensational move by the 22.
One for the socials at the end of the week, I think, that one. So Ted Hall defends then from Jake Gruffety, who had a half a look down the inside, and all that's done is allow Jacob Carnes to open up the gap at the front. Slipstream has allowed them to close up already, though. Last lap board is out, half a lap to go. But Jacob Carnes, what a move that was into South Bank Corner. I think we'll be talking about that one for most of the day.
I think he will be talking about it for the rest of the month, will Jacob Carnes. Second contact warning race for Jake Groverty, not shown on the overhead gantry because the final lap board was out and that takes precedent, but he's going to need to be careful in the final few corners. Jacob Carnes, though, with a victory as he comes out of the final corner. An overtake for the ages for Jacob Carnes to take the victory from long-time leader Ted Hall, Jake Gruffity and Alex Lynn in front of Max Hall. Joey Swan both battled valiantly for 5th and 6th. Morgan Cooney comes through from the back of the grid after the spin on the outlap meant he couldn't take his original grid position. He finishes P7. Oliver O'Donovan, the highest running senior, makes his way through up into P8 in front of the juniors of Adam Cawsett, Logan Pebbody and Albie Cam, with Holly Swan second in seniors in front of Ronnie Harrow, another junior, Paul Swan, a senior, Aidan Donnelly, Henry Armitage and Mark Laredo Gomez, who bought us some sweets at lunchtime along with Ronnie Harrow. Big shout out to them.
Yes, they did.
For the Haribo.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much to them. What I need to know is, and I need to know this, the Rotax class, are they braking into South Bank Corner or at least lifting?
I wouldn't.
I wonder whether they're flat. I know they've got super grippy tyres and they're lightweight. We know the senior pro karts are going to be flat into South Bank. We know every other class is flat into South Bank Corner. But I'm wondering whether there's a lift and a brake and whether Jacob Carnes just didn't.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like Ted Hall's gone, right, lift, turn in. And Jacob Carnes has just gone, nope, flat out. And then he's managed to make it stick. I don't know.
No.
But because it looked like he just, he just went through there quicker.
I'd be flat through there because I'd be going really slow.
Yeah,
down
but then
the
would
straight.
you be off, disappearing off towards Red Car over the top of South
Oh
Bank?
Yeah, I'd be visiting the Greg's drive-through on the A66
this is
roundabout.
what I mean. Yeah, would you? Is it flat? That's what I want to know.
Which was a line from last year's
Yes, it was.
mock on board lap. So
we haven't shown that to anybody yet either. So
well, yeah, it was on it was on the socials.
Was it?
Yeah, oh yeah, I put that online.
Oh, did you?
Yeah,
okay. I didn't know that.
Yeah, not on the T side.
I thought that was private between the two of us because we wrote that together.
Yeah. No. I voiced it and put it online.
Oh, brilliant.
Matthew Houshby will start this one on pole position with Freddie Cowley alongside Bradley Rowe and Joseph Williamson off the second row. With Lewis Blench, who's managed to fix his 1980s inspired Nassau panel back to a more modern one. He'll start alongside Steve Nichols with Zach Hudson and Zach Dean in front of Isaac Duff. Scott Blackburn will be the final runner.
Yeah, shame for Lewis Blench that he's managed to fix that. I mean, you can still see it's the old style Nassau panel, the much thinner one at the bottom. Here he is in third in the row on the right hand side.
But he turned 90s into 80s, hadn't he, by putting it down there. Are you wondering why they're going so slowly, Tom?
I'm wondering why Matthew Houshby's almost come to a stop.
Right.
And there's a gap. Even though they're going so slow, there's still a gap. Yeah, and you can see Isaac Duff pushing through and saying,
I think he's trying to push Zach Hudson onto the back of Danny Bean.
Yeah, he's saying, get on the back of him. Why are you leaving a gap? We're going so slowly anyway.
They need a gap to be able to react in case anything happens at turn one, as we saw with most of the juniors in their race.
And they're going to accelerate. Now, there he goes.
That is a textbook start by Houshby. Just brought them up to the timing line and powered down when he wanted to and maintains the lead from Bradley Rowe as they head up.
It was a NASCAR-style restart, wasn't it?
Yeah. Still on very cold tyres, though, Tom. And
it's cost him in the end as Bradley Rowe has sent it at hairpin 2 with the extra grip. And then Houshby actually managed to find some heat through hairpin 2 as Rowe chops to the inside and doesn't get through.
But it was at the same time that Houshby had also chopped to the inside to defend the position.
And there goes Danny Bean now through. In the end, it actually cost Rowe some momentum. He ended up dropping back off the rear of Houshby, and it allowed Danny Bean to go through. And I have a feeling it's just a matter of time before we say Danny Bean leads Senior Pro Kart once again. It's been a theme throughout the day. Hauschby gets very crossed up on the entry, really braked early there and checked up. Caught Danny Bean out, but he just went full send at hairpin 2 and gets through now. Bradley Rowe still holding third, but only just from Joseph Williamson. And Lewis Blench and Zachary Hudson there as well. They're in 5th and 6th, although Hudson a little bit detached. Sorry? Who said? Bella.
Bean then leading from Matthew Hauschby.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. Thank you, Bella.
So, Bean from Hauschby, Rowe, Williamson, Blench, Hudson, Cowley. Duff hasn't been able to make the early race inroads that I think he'd have hoped for, Tom. Having started in 10th place, he's still running in P6. Zach Dean, Steve Nichols, Scott Blackburn.
He's still fuming at the gap that was on the on the rolling in.
Yeah, but he's still behind the driver that he was complaining.
That's what I mean.
So I don't see the issue. And to be fair, when they came up and over the timing line, there wasn't at the start.
No,
so
I jest, of course.
Oh yes, we do a lot of that.
We do.
He is going to make a move though down the inside. You'll catch him in the background about now, making an appearance as he finds a way past Freddie Cowley. Top 4 are breaking away though. They're leaving Lewis Blench lonely in 5th. He's going to be under pressure shortly from Isaac Duff, but before that, Duff has got to find the way past Hudson.
Yeah, Duff is definitely struggling to make his way through. He's going to go in the inside at hairpin 2 and gets the up and under as Bradley Rose spun round as well. So as they make their way now down, there goes Duff. Now he's finally through.
Not sure what caused Rose to spin though, Tom. We were watching this battle.
I'm going to try and find out. I'm going to have a look back on the stream and see if we caught it on camera because I was looking at Isaac Duff at the time.
It was right on the back of Matthew Hauschby. There was a bit of a gap back to Joseph Williamson at the time. I'm not entirely sure we're going to be able to catch it. There's the Duff battle. And by the time they arrive, he's facing the wrong way. I think he's...
Yeah, but there were 3 of them nose to tail going into hairpin 2.
He was the meat in the sandwich, though, wasn't he, Tom? The middle of the 3, as Duff goes down the inside there of Matthew Hauschby, who's also fallen back behind Lewis Blench. So was it Bradley Rowe into the back of Matthew Hauschby? Hauschby with a half spin, Rowe with a full one, is what I imagine may well have happened because it's taken them both well down the order. Hauschby, who was running in 2nd with Rowe in 3rd at the time of the incident. Hauschby will now cross the line in P5. Bradley Rowe down in P11 with a heavily undercut side pod. I don't think it's dangerous in any way, but it's not as visible. You'll see, not this side, Tom, when he comes past the com box, but note when he comes back the other way,
it's pushed in at the bottom.
It's been pushed in a little bit at the bottom. I don't think it's going to do any harm to him, but
no, I mean it's not rubbing on a tyre or anything like that, is it? So I don't think we're going to see any kind of mechanical flag for that. But you never know. The stewards have very much been on things today, haven't they? They've seen everything heavily policed. As there goes Isaac Duff on Lewis Blench. Blench chops back to the inside, but Duff will have the momentum and holds on. Indeed. And, Isaac Duff's one that we don't really talk about enough, I don't think, in terms of senior pro kart, because we've seen obviously the astronomical rise of the likes of Max Shields, and Danny Bean as well has had made his way through as winning club championships, and now he's been perennially at the front. Today has Danny Bean. So Isaac Duff's rise through junior pro karts from, I can remember when he was, being lapped in junior pro kart when he was first starting out, to now being in the pro class under the Lucas banner, right at the front as well. It has been a great rise as Isaac Duff, seeing him come on leaps and bounds as the years have gone on.
I mean, didn't quite get the start in terms of the places gained early doors, but is still close enough here, I think. 4.5 tenths quicker than Joseph Williamson, only 1.1 seconds behind, that with 4 minutes left on the clock, could feasibly close in on Joseph Williamson here and still take a second place. And it's good points towards a championship when some of your rivals aren't here, Tom.
Oh, indeed, yeah. And, you know, for Isaac, as I said, it's nice to focus on him a little bit and tell a bit of his story, because it's one of the great, I think he's probably one of the great stories in pro karts, in terms of it shows you what you can do with the amount of seat time that you have in available to you in pro karts.
Yeah, well, he races alongside Curtis Yule and Rhys Cranston in BPEC, so the three of them will gain a lot of track time in that championship.
Because you get whole days of testing for BPEC as well, where you can just go out and just run and run and
chuck
run
an extra cart down every now and again for and you can double up in terms of your time, as we see Hudson, Dean and Cowley battling it out at the moment over 6th place. But and then Hudson with a bit of oversteer. And then that's going to put Dean wide. They'll slot back in. But Isaac Duff, a former junior pro kart champion here, Tom, with the likes of Harvey Still, Lennon French.
I'm trying to think. Maybe I've done him a disservice. Maybe he wasn't getting lapped. He definitely wasn't fighting at the front, though, when he first started in junior pro karts. I definitely remember that.
I don't think he would have been getting lapped. It wasn't the biggest grid in the world, but you can only beat what you're racing against, Tom.
Correct,
and then he's moved up into senior and is proving to a very, very accomplished driver. But former junior pro kart champion in 2024. Cranston then won it in 2025 to go in. But you look at some of the names that have won that championship, Tom. Aaron Alexander, Jack Morris, in 2019, 2020 respectively. Then you've seen your Harvey Stills and your Lennon Frenchers win that championship.
Yeah, all of which moved on to bigger and better things. Lennon French, of course, was in this senior pro kart grid for a long time. I think are they sold up now and not doing it anymore?
Yeah, no, they've retired.
That's a shame.
Hopefully, we'll see them back at some point in the future.
Yeah, we might see them at a British
Bradley
24-hour or something like that. Yeah, the recovering Bradley Rowe now passing. That is Steve Nichols making his way through. And is he going to go send here? No, he doesn't.
Found a way past Freddie Cowley there. Nichols further back, still battling with Scott Blackburn. So down the inside, Zach Hudson. He was already in front of Zach Dean, minute and 15 on the clock, but Bradley Rowe trying to find a way through on these two in front to get himself back up into what will be 6th place as Hudson takes the defensive line, Dean on the inside as well, and then Rowe's just going to put the cart down the inside at hairpin number 2 and create the space, and really good overtake there by Bradley Rowe. Moves himself up now into P7. 6th, I think, is almost inevitable for Bradley Rowe, who was a driver who's sort of in that grey area, Tom, for me, between club and pro. And next year will almost certainly be in pro.
Oh, I would imagine so, yeah. I mean, you don't win a UK.
Again, I think one of them drivers that is across, when I say grey area, I mean crossing the sort of threshold. Started the season as a club standard runner and has very quickly found himself racing at a pro level compared to the competitors that we've got.
I thought he got a loose rear bumper at the start of the lap there, where Zachary Hudson went into the back of it, and the bumper looked to have moved. But as he's come round, it's very much in position, and it looks pretty fixed as well. It might just have been a bit of trick of the eyes.
Yeah, I mean, there's 4 bolts holding a Pro Kart bumper on. That's double the amount of bolts that a Rotax one, and they fall out all the time.
Yeah, that's very true. Yeah.
I mean, they're held in.
It's very fixed.
They're held in completely different ways, Mike.
As I say, when he got pushed by Hudson, it looked to move, but obviously it hasn't. It was just a trick of the eyes there. So we look at Isaac Duff now going to work on Joseph Williamson. Isaac Duff with the fastest lap of the race that time around. It is the last lap underway. It is Danny Bean still leading the way. It's going to be 3 from 3 for Danny Bean as he heads into hairpin 3 for the final time. Hairpin 4 now, the final corner. Well, the final proper corner. for the little dog leg left and the kink to the right. And that is P3. 1 done and dusted for Danny Bean. Joseph Williamson does hold off Isaac Duff for P2. Lewis Blench and Matthew Hauschby come across the line, setting personal best for 4th and 5th. It's Bradley Rowe, Zach Dean, Zachary Hudson, Freddie Cowley, Steve Nichols, and Scott Blackburn, the 11 runners in Senior Pro Kart. And that brings to an end our 3rd round of heats, our final heat of the day, before we move on to Junior Pro Karts coming up next, and that will be their final.
Shout out in the live chat to from Japanese to English, saying shout out to his brother Scott Blackburn, star of heat number 2, and Angie Folker, who I saw this morning, but I think may have gone home to watch. And then also, well done to Ted from Evelyn By. We've got a few others saying come on to Harvey Keeling from. That's I read that as Robbery Man, but I think it's Rob Berryman.
It's Rob Berryman.
But
it does look like Robbery Man.
Robbery Man.
He's the worst superhero ever. He's like the anti-superhero, isn't he? He's the arch criminal.
Today, Batman will be trying to find
Robbery Man.
Right, juniors are going to make their way out then, led by the 13 of Joshua Sullivan, joined on the front row by the O-plate of Ted Hall. Edward Rye starts in P3. He's got Peter Webster alongside on the same amount of points as both drivers. On the 3rd row, Ashton Horspool and Harry Pennington. Rhys Cranston, despite the issue in heat number 3, has managed to get whatever the problem was fixed, and he's back out. He'll start in 7th, as having collected points, having made half race distance. He'll start alongside Archie Young, with Adam Roberts and Josh Brown, with Lewis Dean and Charlie Henderson. Isaac Wellburn starts 13th, Scarlett Whittaker Dumpy 14, with Dylan Slack and Freddie Battersby in front of Lennon Wright and Ashton Kennedy. Marley Simpson and Rhys Dodds completed top 20 in front of Mia Duffel, Ben Edwards, Andrew McCross and Joshua Milburn, Fen Wheat and Aaron Williamson, your 26 junior pro kart runners.
Have we got a new trend, or have the drivers been spoken to, do we think?
What about slowing them down? Or
Super slow formation laps?
I don't know. The boy is always quite slow. Does like to be slow.
And now we're power down and away, and the green flag drops, and we are away for our first final of the day. Junior Pro Kart fanning out 4-5 wide across the track, as there is enough room there, and it looked like Peter Webster just got a little bit up in the air, got onto 2 wheels, and bangs back down and
falls down outside the top 10. Oh, we've got driver off here. It's Aaron Williamson in the tyres at the Wiggles.
Definitely looks like he's saying that wasn't my fault.
No, so Cranston already up into 4th place. Cranston already up into 3rd place down the inside of Ted Hall.
I've watched the replay back. I'm not convinced it wasn't your fault in there, Aaron, I'm afraid.
Self-inflicted, Tom?
A little bit self-inflicted. Made contact with the kart in front, but could have backed out and didn't.
So Sullivan from Rye, Cranston with a good start, 7th up into 3rd place on the opening lap, and already swarming all over the back of the 66 machine in front of him, and he's going to go down the inside at hairpin number 1. Is the number 1, effectively, although racing the 43, but as the reigning champion could well have worn the number 1 had he wanted to. Up into 2nd place. Top 4 on the breakaway. Horspool 5th and lonely at present. Adam Roberts going well in P6 in front of Harry Pennington. And there's Cranston down the inside of Joshua Sullivan.
Oh, he's making wasting no time getting to the front of this one, is he? Sullivan actually fighting back hard around the outside and manages to get the drive and hold on to the lead.
Retakes the lead. I didn't think he'd do that, Tom.
No, I didn't either. It came as quite a surprise. But Edward Wright and Ted Hall still right there with these two as well. So we've got a group of 4 for the lead.
Cranston back down the inside at hairpin 1, though. And now we are a 4. Cranston, Sullivan, Rye, Hall. Horspool will be hoping that they battle for a little bit longer to get himself back into the mix. Adam Roberts going well in P6. That would be his best finish. He's been really good all weekend, to be fair to Adam Roberts. I'd go as far as saying maybe a bit of a breakout weekend for Roberts.
Ted Hall put half a move on Edward Rye through hairpin 4. And I think that might be a bit of a wake-up because he seemed to be quite comfortable there in 3rd place for Edward Rye. Looked like he was about to start working with Joshua Sullivan. And in the end, Ted Hall thought, do you know what, I'm coming through instead. So we'll see now what kind of response Edward Rye's got, because he's definitely not going to be wanting to be overtaken because there's a championship on the line potentially. He's right in the mix. In fact, all of these front 4 are in the mix for the championship, aren't they?
They certainly are. I think 8 points between the top 3 coming into this race weekend here today. Hall with a personal target of wanting to finish in podium positions in both championships, Tom, that he's contesting this season in Junior Pro Kart and Junior Rotax.
Indeed.
Warning for Lennon Wright in the 15. Currently running in... Trying to find his position, Tom, on the timing. He's currently in P19, but he's picked up a contact warning as well.
Indeed, and Cranston now starting to move away. 46.137 versus a 46.503. So 3.5 tenths quicker that time around was Reece Cranston. So really putting the hammer down and starting to put some manners on these pretenders to his throne.
Right, coming
in Junior
back at
Pro
Sullivan.
Kart. Yeah, as I said, I don't think Rye's going to be hanging about now. He's going to want past Sullivan if he can, if he feels he's got the pace. It looked like, as I said earlier on, like he was going to sit there quite comfortably behind, but now he's seen Cranston moving away and Sullivan not able to make inroads on his own. And when he does try and sit there behind and work with Sullivan, Ted Hall tries to make a move past. So Rye's in a tricky position, the meat in the sandwich of those 3 drivers, but he is... I think he's going to try and make a move on Sullivan sooner rather than later. Just from the body language, you can see from the car. A little bit further
he's in
down
that position where, like you say, if he sits, he just can't, he's going to get attacked, isn't he, Tom,
Exactly.
if he sits there. So
looking a little bit further down the order, I think this is around...
Ashton Kennedy there in
so this is a fight for
white helmet
place.
under pressure from Isaac Welburn and Lennon Wright. That'll be for around about 16th place, I believe, Tom.
It is now, yes. It was 14th over the line last time. Ashton Kennedy now dropping down to 16th. So batters being slack made their way through that lap. And indeed, lost another 2 places. Has Ashton Kennedy as Welburn and Wright moved through. And Peter Webster starting to make a recovery as well. So he heads down the back straight. Oh, no, in fact, Peter Webster's up to 6th. My apologies. That's Andrew McCrossan, in fact, making his way through down the back straight. So he will be up to P18. And, not the best of laps for Ashton Kennedy, I'm afraid to say. He drops down to 19th now.
Six minutes on the clock. That's half race distance plus the 1 lap, and they're about halfway round. So we are as near as possible to half race distance, Tom. And Reece Cranston has a gap of 1.1 seconds, having started in 7th place.
Yeah, really starting to move away now. At the front is Cranston and the 3 young drivers behind. I mean, they're all the same age, really, aren't they? Give or take.
Hall, the fastest of the 3 on the previous lap, in 4th place.
Ooh, that's wide and Larry from who was that? That's Josh Brown in the 12.
In second in the train behind Lewis Dean.
He was in the front of that train until he went wide at the D chicane.
Then it's going to be Archie Young, but then he's gone wide trying to find a way past the outside of Lewis Dean. There's a warning for the 12, and I think we've got Charlie Henderson and Scarlett Whittaker done there with a nice little move down the inside. Yeah,
and then returned the favour. And then returned to the favour again. Scarlett Whittaker done back down the inside. So there's oop do you
Oop de oop de oop.
oop do oop. Cranston with a new fastest lap of the race of 46.082. Still half a second off what we were seeing earlier, though, or three tenths off what we were seeing this morning.
Yeah, but the cloud cover has started to break a little bit.
It has, finally.
And I think the temperature is up a little, which does slow the engines a little.
It was definitely the stripe of pasta earlier on that came out.
Gap at the front was 1.16 seconds, Tom. I think it's out probably a fraction more this time. Indeed, it's a fraction and a half. It's out to 1.3.
As you see, he felt like he was pushed out there, but I don't think he was, in fairness. I think
Who was that, sorry?
I missed the number, green helmet.
Henderson, Charlie Henderson.
Charlie Henderson, yeah. Felt like he was pushed out, but not sure that was really the case. I think he could have held it tight, but it would have cost him the momentum, so he didn't want to do that and ended up on the rumble strip. So Cranston continues to lead the way with another new fastest lap of the race last time around. We'll see what he does this time. So he comes over the line. Oh, he's a full 10th off this time around. And Sullivan and Rye both set personal bests, and they were quicker than Cranston that time around for probably the first time in around 5 or 6 laps.
Yeah, the problem is then 5 or 6 laps, Tom, I think have done the damage.
Potentially.
Comfortably as well for Reece Cranston.
Might just be that tyre pressures are starting to come the way of Sullivan and Rye now. Or it might have just been a scruffy lap by his standards.
Oh, 3 off. Talking of scruffy lap, Tom. We've got Lennon Wright. We've got the 64 round as well of Ben Edwards. And I think we may have also had Marley Simpson in the 9 off.
New fastest lap of the race for Ted Hall. 45.944. Quicker than both of those in front. So he started to make his way onto the rear bumper of Edward Wright. In fact, pushed him through hairpin 4. He was that close. It was Ted Hall. They are fairly equidistant apart now, these three. But personal best for Roberts, Dean, Brown, Young, Henderson and Whittaker Dunn all in behind. That's 8th all the way down to 13th. So time's tumbling now as Reece Cranston went 2 tenths quicker on the previous lap and again has matched that this time around by 9,000th of a second difference. So now that the sun's broken and the temperatures come up a little bit, Reece Cranston suddenly found 2 tenths of a second.
Edward Rice found a little bit as well, Tom.
Well, they all they're all going quicker.
Yeah, he's caught up onto the back of Sullivan. There was a gap of 3 or 4 kart lengths a few laps ago, and that's been reeled in for second place.
And you can see all the way down the order, those blue bands on the left side of the lap time. That is personal best. So you can see those times are tumbling now that the sun has come through onto the track.
Three laps to go then for Reece Cranston at the front of this race. Gap is good.
Sullivan was 3 tenths off that lap. And whether he's dropping away now that the sun's broken through. And whether Edward Wright has got anything in by means of attack. Yes, indeed he does, as he moves through at hairpin 2. Not sure where that came from. He came from a long way back and just drove clean past Sullivan down the inside. Ted Hall's going to follow him through. And that's going to be 2 places lost in 2 corners for Joshua Sullivan. Edward Wright now in P2. Oh, Hall thought about moving through there, and that's going to allow Sullivan to keep momentum through hairpin 4, but can't draw alongside.
2 laps to go. P1 set in stone. This battle for second place, though. Now with Rye in second place, Ted Hall, Joshua Sullivan, gap back then to Ashton Horspool. Peter Webster's returned back up into 6th place, having dropped down outside the top 10 at the start.
Contact warning for Reese Dodds in the 82. Currently in last place, though, is Reese Dodds. So him and Aaron Williamson changed places on the previous lap, so I would put that down to that. Last lap board out and taken by the leader, Reese Cranston, already heading round the national loop, already out of shot. There he is, just coming into shot now through the wiggles. There's the chasing pack. Don't think they're going to have any answer for Reese Cranston here in the final, though. He's moved clear at the front of this one by 2.7 seconds coming across the line. But it is still in second place. Edward Rye from Ted Hall, from Joshua Sullivan. There goes Cranston around hairpin 3, around hairpin 4. And all he's got to do now is come across the line to take victory here at round 4. For Reese Cranston, it was well worth the 300+ mile trip up the road as he takes victory and adds to his championship points to try and retain his title here this year. Edward Rye comes across the line in P2, Ted Hall 3rd, Joshua Sullivan in P4, Ashton Horspool in 5th, Peter Webster in 6th, Harry Pennington 7th, Adam Roberts 8th, Lewis Dean will be 9th, and Archie Young will round out the top 10 for Junior Pro Kart final. And then we had Josh Brown, Charlie Henderson, Scarlett Whittaker-Dunn, Freddie Battersby, Isaac Welburn, Dylan Slack, Andrew McCrossan, Ashton Kennedy, Joshua Milburn, Ben Edwards, Lennon Wright, Marley Simpson, Fenwheat, Aaron Williamson, and Reese Dodds. 25 of the 26 original starters took the finish. And that brings to an end already our first final of the day. And we will await Bambinos coming out next. And I will await David trying to find a grid.
I know they'll be okay now because they're in points order. It was just the random grids that were having issues earlier on. So Bambinos for the final. I don't think they're there.
You were saying?
No comment. There we go.
Aha. So, your 3 mighty Bambinos. They are going to be headed by Jake Wynn with Ayrton Tennant and Oliver Mullen. Then it's going to be the 3 Coma C50 Bambinos, which is Logan Grassi, Theodore Lee, and Sebastian O'Connell. Will be your 6 runners in Bambino. It looks like our Bambinos are about to be given the green flag. They're going to make their way off the dummy grid. There they go. This will be your second final of the day. Dipping into the live chat comments. Nobody said anything.
It's always quieter after lunch.
It is very quiet
Always
after lunch,
quieter on
yeah.
the live chat after lunch.
But yeah, if you do want to get back in touch, we will endeavour to read your comments out.
There we go. I've just had a quick change from top chat to live chat. It has added 1 or 2 more, including Paul White, who I believe is joining us at Le Mans.
Oh, is he?
Can't quite remember which team for, but I believe he's joining us. Somebody messaged me and said that they were adding him to their lineup.
He'll be shirtless for most of the weekend, I would imagine.
I'm assuming he knows that they're that they've added him to the lineup. But yes,
Have we just been turned up a bit?
I don't know. I don't
in the
know.
headphones?
No, I haven't touched that part of it, but it does seem a little bit louder, doesn't it?
Yeah. Okay.
Just between you and I, as Anne-Marie Roberts says good luck to Adam Roberts. Just before that Honda, that junior pro kart final, in which he came home in 8th place, which is a good run for Adam.
I think Adam's going to be working in our vet fair for summer.
Oh.
To get his experience before he goes to do whatever he's doing next educational.
So Cat's just always thinks Adam might be doing a bit of work here, Tom, to get some experience before goes off and does some other mechanicking. So that'll be good for Adam in the summer.
If he needs any mechanicking experience, there's a garage over the back here, just over the back of the circuit, so next to the A66.
Start Marshal Callum moves to retrieve the green flag. And,
it's up, it's down, and we're away and racing for the Bambino final. All three mighty Bambinos get away in order. Likewise, the C50 Bambinos get away in order. So it's Jake Wynn from Ayrton Tennant from Oliver Mullen, Logan Grassi from Theodore Lee from Sebastian O'Connell. And the Bambinos are actually very close as they head into hairpin 1 for the first time.
Yeah, for the first time, Grassi hasn't managed to pick off one of the front 3 mighties before halfway into the lap, although he's going to be doing that around about now.
Logan Grassi reeled them in big time through hairpin 1 and 2. So he's about to put 50p in the meter of Oliver Mullen as he drives past.
Well, someone's turned the lights on down at South Bank because it's very bright down there at the moment. The sun is actually out covering most of the circuit again now.
It is in the sky.
The sun is in the sky.
That would be on the bingo card as well, wouldn't it?
So, Wynn, Tennant, Mullen. Although Tennant has gone wide on the exit of the D chicane.
He has, and that has allowed Mullen through. And it's about to have Grassi around the outside as well, and indeed it is. And Grassi now moves into 3rd place on the road. Sebastian O'Connell and Theodore Lee are still in close company as well. They have not been dropped.
No, but for the first time, Sebastian O'Connell appears to have potentially fixed whatever issues he'd had earlier on that was dropping him well off the back of the field on a number of occasions. He appears to be much happier in terms of pace, particularly in the early part of this final.
It would be the magic and voodoo of the Coma C50 engine.
Oh, yes. I think you have to order that with you.
Yes, you do, and you have to pray to various different gods that you've got the jetting right. There goes Jake Wynn, now still leading, but Logan Grassi up to P2 on the road. Passing Oliver Mullen just over the start-finish line. So Wynn still holds on through hairpin 1 just, but I think Grassi's going to get a good run out of here, and does. Draws alongside Jake Wynn. So this is horsepower over kilowatts. Horsepower wins.
On that occasion, it certainly does. But immediately, you've got Mullen and Tennant still very much in the mix, Tom.
They are. And Mullen's going down the inside.
Certainly is. That's a good little move.
Ooh, and robust. There was a little bit of contact as well between the two.
There's a pro karter in him there somewhere.
Yes, indeed.
And he will lead over the line for the first time, Tom. Will Oliver Mullen in the 281. Running 281. Normally, I think he'd run the 28, but
He's just done a 59.5 as well.
But obviously, we've got Grassi already with the 28 on his kart. So, shown on timing is 281 for Oliver Mullen.
See, I would always go 282 if that was me, because it would be 28.2.
Which is a fast lap time round anyway.
Yeah, well, it is, yeah. Like when we did the British 24-hour, we couldn't have 24 because somebody had already taken 24.
Yeah.
So we went 8.24, so it looked like B24. Oh, as they come together, Wynne and Mullen. Mullen tried to close the door, and Wynne was already alongside. Not sure whether Mullen knew he was there, but Jake Wynne kept his foot in, and Oliver Mullen did really, really well to hang on to that.
Yeah, they're two lines.
A bit of a bucking bronco, wasn't it? As he got sideways, managed to gather it all up,
and to be fair,
tame the beast.
Whilst that wasn't particularly fast for either of them, it didn't give Ayrton Tennant a chance either to close in. Hasn't really benefited from those two coming together there.
And Theodore Lee once again making big progress throughout this weekend. He's now in the 102s. It was Theodore Lee in the last round, wasn't it, that was making big progress. It started in the 109s.
Yeah, 107s ended up in doing some 102s at the end, didn't he? Maybe a few 101s.
And look at him. You can see the lines now that the other carts are taking. That's the difference. That's the progress he's made.
And then the closer he gets to the pack, then he'd be able to learn from the next one and the next one.
Correct. And he'll just get faster and faster and faster. And so very good to see from Theodore Lee. Although he is detached from this group, he's only getting better. So big shout out to Theodore Lee. I'm becoming a fan.
And there he is.
There he is on screen. Yes, indeed.
2:25 on the clock as we follow the lines of Theodore Lee down the back straight towards South Bank.
I'll keep my eye out the commentary box window and shout if anything happens with the rest of the field. But it's still as you were for my T Bambinos. It's Jake Wynne from Oliver Mullen from Ayrton Tennant. And they're fairly equidistant, although Ayrton Tennant is starting to reel in Oliver Mullen now, as Jake Wynne and Ayrton Tennant actually set personal best lap times that time around. Almost sub 59 as well.
Well, Grassi did a 57.5 earlier on, but that was in more overcast conditions to this and ones that would probably be more advantageous to the engine power. As you say, voodoo of coma.
Yes, I think Mr. Clarkson says, air goes in, stuff happens, exhaust fumes come out the back, power comes out the back. Yes, and I should just say as well, I know it's not like he's going to watch it, is it? But should just say our thoughts with Mr. Clarkson. Hope he makes a speedy recovery. Certainly one of my television heroes. Controversies and all.
I think we get 3 laps here, Tom. Logan Grassi crossing the line with over a minute on the clock. And consistently lapping in the mid to low 59s now, although Jake Wynne was faster on the previous lap than what Grassi was, though Grassi has done a 58.2 early on.
When did Theodore Lee on lap 2 did a 1 minute .438?
I think that would be a personal best.
I think that's by far a personal best. He's been running in the 102s for the rest of the race, barring lap 3 where he did a 101.4. But while he was with that pack in front and able to follow them, he was 2 seconds a lap quicker. And setting, as you said, David, I think personal best ever laps.
Time is down to 0, but not before Logan Grassi goes through the timing. So 2 laps to go for Logan Grassi.
Jake Wynne and Oliver Mullen, new personal best laps. They've still not managed to crack the 58-second barrier, although Logan Grassi did that very early on in this race on lap 3. He did a 58.2, but then has consistently been in the 59 since then. Jake Wynne and Oliver Mullen are both closing in, though, as these laps tick off. Still a lap and a half to go. It's not going to be enough for them, but they are consistently 3 to 4 tenths of a second quicker per lap.
So here comes Logan Grassi to see the last lap board. has a gap overall of around about 2.6 seconds.
58.8 for Jake Wynn.
Comes down slightly, and that's his personal best for Wynn.
Yeah, good lap from Jake Wynn, that. Brought the gap down another 3 tenths. So these last sort of 4 or 5 laps, he's been consistently quicker than Logan Grassi, but the damage was done early on in a similar way that it was with Reece Cranston in junior pro karts as well. The damage was done early, just gapped and pulled away. And it looks like Grassi is just pacing himself through the final half of the lap. He turns through South Bank for the final time. He will head into hairpin 3 for the final time, then hairpin 4. And Logan Grassi will come over the line and take victory in Cobra C50 Bambinos and Bambino class overall. The checker flag is up. It's down and it goes the way of Logan Grassi. In my tees, it's going to go the way of Jake Wynn, with Oliver Mullen in second place and Ayrton Tennant in third place. Fourth on the road. Then second place in C50 Bambino is going to be Sebastian O'Connell, with Theodore Lee coming over the line in P6. And I would say as well, that is definitely the closest he's been to the front pack as well at the end of a final for Theodore Lee.
I'd agree with that. The day, though, belongs to Logan Grassi, who has come all the way through the mighty Bambinos on all occasions to take his Coma to the front of the pack. He takes a victory. Congratulations as well in mighty to Jake Wynn, who wins a final for the first time in his respective subclass as well. So congratulations to Jake Wynn, the two leaders making their way in nose to tail. Logan Grassi and Jake Wynn will take home the winners' trophies in both of their classes.
Yes, excellent. And that will move us on. That will move us on to our cadet final, coming up in just a moment once Theodore Lee clears the grid, as he does now. So Alfie Keeling will go from pole position with Sebastian McCarthy alongside. Then it's Reggie Cook and Oscar Somerset third and fourth. Joshua Adote and Jack Thompson fifth and sixth, with Jacob Jones and Aston Wilson seventh and eighth. Sam Vout ninth and Abel Hutton in 10th. Thomas Chalk and Zach Giba 11th and 12th. Alex Tima and Calais Tennant 13th and 14th. 15th and 16th for Harlan Pritchard and Oliver Reed. Frankie Turnbull and Phoebe Rogers 17th and 18th. 19th and 20th for Edward Charlton and Oliver Bullock. And then 21st for Evie Nichols. She will go slightly off the back and detached, I believe, from the Honda Cadet, although it doesn't look like she's actually out there at the moment. May be done for the day. And Tyler Gruffity and Archie Mostyn will go off the Micromax grid around about 100 or so yards behind the cadets. So here we go, Alfie Keeling. This is a bit quicker than what we saw in the other finals as they get themselves into grid order. It looks like we're fairly well organised though, and it looks like we may be going this time. Green flag is up, it's down, and we're away and racing for the Honda Cadet final. So Alfie Keeling actually is going to lead the way, and it's Reggie Cook fighting his way through as well into P2, and Oscar Somerset, he got a little bit of airball on through the wiggles. He makes his way through to P3. Joshua Dote through to fourth, and Sebastian McCarthy, the big loser in that one, goes from first down to fifth. Jacob Jones as well in P6, as these front six already starting to make a break from the chasing pack behind. Keeling still holding on to the lead. It's a bit of a train now. The front six, they're all in order as they managed to be very kind to each other through hairpin 3 and 4. Leading us over the line, Keeling, Cook, Somerset, Adote, McCarthy, Jones. Then we've got Aston Wilson in that next train. Jack Thompson, Sam Vout, Thomas Chalk, Abel Hutton, Alex Atima, Calais Tennant, Zach Sheba, and Oliver Bullock, the 15. Top 15.
Keeling then gets a good launch out of the corner as Reggie Cook had to go up and over the curbs. The top 6 on a bit of a breakaway here.
Yeah, Aston Wilson and Jack Thompson, they've broken away from the pack behind, and they're now as a pair.
They're going to need this battle in front to rage early on, or at least work together to try and catch up to the 2 in front. Gap from 6th down to Wilson at the minute is 0.8 of a second, so we'll monitor that to see whether we can get an 8-cart train going at the front. But at the moment, it's 6 from Keeling down to Jacob Jones. What is a fairly compliant 6 at the moment, although Adote thought about a move there on Reggie Cook.
Well, McCarthy's now got the bit between his teeth after being deposed from pole position all the way down to 5th or 6th place. He's now back up to 4th and set a fastest lap of the race that time around, although be it we were only on lap 2. Jacob Jones has now deposed Oscar Somerset for 5th place, and there goes Jones. He's going to start to reel in this group of 4 in front as well now that a gap has been opened up with that overtake. But, Jones has been quick this weekend. He's just been unlucky with a couple of penalties that affected Heat 2 and Heat 3 grid positions. He's definitely been one of the quickest drivers out there.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, Tom. Obviously didn't qualify yesterday, which always means it's going to be tough coming through the traffic. As Sebastian McCarthy thought about a move there on Joshua Adote and popped his right rear onto the grass.
As predicted, Jacob Jones is right there now with that front 4, and he's brought Oscar Somerset with him. So Somerset now making it a train of 6 once again. There is a slight gap back now to Aston Wilson, but Wilson is doing well to bridge the gap in front. It was 0.8 of a second was the gap. It's around about 9, or it was when they came over the line, to Oscar Somerset. But I think he's closing in. It's Aston Wilson. I think it's going to be a train of 7, particularly if people start putting moves on Alfie Keeling at the front. Don't think you can count him out by any means. And I don't think Jack Thompson's that far back either as well. If they do start fighting, we're all in that mid-race lull at the minute that we see in Honda cadets where they will tend to pace themselves a little bit mid-race. We don't see a lot of overtaking. We do see a lot of working together. And the final 3 or 4 laps, we're going to 3 or 4 minutes, sorry. We're going to see it all kick off. Jacob Jones has now deposed Sebastian McCarthy as well for 4th place. And Adote is down the inside of Reggie Cook for 2nd place. That's giving Keeling a little bit of a break at the front. Jones now down the inside of Cook as well. So Jones up to 3rd place. And, that's held back Reggie Cook's momentum so much that Sebastian McCarthy almost pulled alongside, and it's broken that field up. We've now got 2 trains of 3. See whether they can come back together. And as I said, Aston Wilson starting to close back in now on Oscar Somerset.
Yeah, he's broken away, hasn't he, from Jack Thompson. There's a warning for the 42 of Jacob Jones.
I think that was for the move on Cook at hairpin 4.
Keeling still holding firm from Joshua Adote. Roughly about half race distance in this 10-minute plus 1 lap final. And, again, Jacob Jones has been methodical and just sort of picking one driver at a time off.
We're looking at the group here that was headed by Alex Atima. That's Atima, Hutton, Chalk and Zeba. That's that group there coming through the screen.
Behind them, Oliver Bullock, Calais Tennant, the 22 of Oliver Reed.
It's actually Sam Bout that's at the front of that one.
We've got Frankie Turnbull with Edward Charlton and Harlan Pritchard. We've got our 2 micro runners, Archie Mostyn and Tyler Grufferty in front of Phoebe Rogers. No Evie Nichols in this final. But fairly sure with track time aplenty, she will be with us and the pace will be there in no time. There's Thomas Chalk and Alex Hatima go side by side. Contact warning as well for Sebastian McCarthy.
It's very much a development for Evie Nichols, and we look forward to welcoming her back for round 5. It's a great test bed, is this championship as well. It's proper grassroots motorsport, and that's why we love it so much. And how nice everybody is in the paddock here, and all willing to help each other out. And I don't think you'll find anyone more helpful in the paddock at all than Adam Nichols.
Keeling from Adote and Jones now, Tom, all nose to tail as they come up and over the timing line. 2 minutes and 45 on the clock. And to be fair, McCarthy and Somerset are closing back in as well, Tom. McCarthy 3/10 faster than Jones on the previous lap. And now we are starting to nicely come back together as a 5. Reggie Cook, a little bit of a drift at the moment, but is within distance that he could make something of this. Who's that? That's Thomas Chalk, Alex Hatima, Sam Vout going 3 wide down the back straight. Hatima's through.
Yeah, and Ziba, he thought about it, didn't he? He thought about chopping to the inside. No, the gap very quickly closed.
Joshua Doherty has been shuffled back to P4. Jones up into 2nd place.
McCarthy's followed him through as well.
I don't think Jones will be wasting time here.
He's right on the back of Keeling as well for the lead.
Keeling is very late on the brakes into hairpin 1, but then not close enough either for Jones to make the move into hairpin 2. Keeling looks to his right. Change for the lead as down the inside goes Jacob Jones at South Bank. On Alfie Keeling. Keeling stayed with him. Somerset is up into 3rd place with Joshua Dote and Sebastian McCarthy having gone 3rd down into 5th on that lap, and it's put Reggie Cook sort of back into play.
Yep, indeed. And so all change on that lap. Oscar Somerset moved up 2 places. Sebastian McCarthy dropped 2. So Jones now leads the way and is going to try and break away. But Alfie Keeling going to have to do his best here to hold on to the back of Jacob Jones's car, and Oscar Somerset likewise, but not for long, because Adote is already coming down the inside of Somerset and takes 3rd place away, the final step of the podium. And Somerset with a little bit of a push through hairpin 3 on the back of Adote, but it's ended up as you were. No advantage for either, or disadvantage either, I think it's fair to say.
2 laps to go.
Front 2 have opened up a bit of a gap, haven't they?
2 kart lengths, which is about a bit of a gap as you're going to get in Honda Cadet here.
Yep. It's going to be a fight now through to the finish. Reggie Cook looking a little bit squirrely through hairpin 1, but manages to gather it up. It's going to halt his momentum a bit through hairpin 2.
Keeling's got a really good run, Tom, but I'm not sure he's going to be on the inside enough there alongside. No, he's not.
And Adote tried to push him as well, tried to work with him to push him through, but there he's on the inside, and again he can't get through enough either, as Jacob Jones has got some real pace into the corners.
Just needs to be careful, does Keeling, that all these little half nibbles don't ruin what could be a big chance somewhere else. And see there, it's dropped him away a few kart lengths by having a half move into South Bank, a half move into hairpin 3. Has potentially ruined the opportunity of having a full move somewhere else. Half a lap to go as they head out onto the back straight. Jacob Jones leads from Alfie Keeling, Joshua Doherty and Oscar Somerset, with Sebastian McCarthy and Reggie Cook as got waved yellow at hairpin 1. Cart is stationary on the inside. We'll figure out who it is at the moment when the marshal pushes it back. But back towards the front, it's going to be Jacob Jones again for the second time in 2 meetings. Jacob Jones, who didn't qualify yesterday, will win today from Alfie Keeling and Joshua Adoate with Oscar Somerset, Sebastian McCarthy and Reggie Cook in front of Aston Wilson, Jack Thompson. And then it's going to be Sam Vout and Alex Otima in their race-long battle that also involved Thomas Chalk, Zach Sieber, Abel Hutton, Oliver Bullock, Calais Tennant. And then your leading micro runner in Archie Mostyn in P16. He's in front of Tyler Gruffity, who also finishes P17. Frankie Turnbull, Edward Charlton, Harlon Pritchard and Phoebe Rogers. And unfortunately, on the final lap, the 22 of Oliver Reed with contact into the tyre wall at hairpin number 1 sees him out of the race and not seeing the checkered flag.
Oh, Andrew McCrossan's brought more nibbles, David.
Oh,
we are spoiled.
I like nibbles, but I did tell Andrew to spend the money on his cart, not on nibbles, because nibbles cart makes him faster. So, Andrew's joined us. Thank you very much. What have we got, Tom?
There's like a coconut thing.
Oh,
and a chocolate thing.
Lovely. We will tuck into them before the end of the day, I am sure.
Thank you very much, Andrew.
We are next up. Cheers, mate. Thank you very much. R200, 3 finals down, 3 to go, Tom.
Indeed. Absolutely flying through the day. 3:10 here. If you're watching in the UK, that is your correct time. If it's not, and you're watching elsewhere in Europe or the world, it's 10 past something. That's science for you, ladies and gents. So the R200 final, Tom Nichols is going to go off pole position by virtue of 3 victories from 3 heats. JJ Allen will go from P2 by virtue of being in P2 in 3 heats. Max Platz will go from P3 by virtue of being P3 in 3 heats. George Wilson will go from P4 by virtue of being George Wilson. P5 will be Ethan Pearson and P6 will be Jensen Simpson. And that's your grid for our 6 runners in R200. So once again, a little shout out. If you have got an R200 and you are watching from home, get yourself entered.
Whip it out and come and race.
Right, I'm good to go.
10 minutes plus 1 lap on the overhead gantry as the field make their way out.
Paul White has said, like Delahunty got stuck in Bambino.
Yeah,
I don't really understand that.
No,
what's that?
I don't know. We
reference to?
probably mentioned something about half an hour ago.
Okay. Anne-Marie Roberts saying good luck, Adam. Paul White saying number 9 as well. Paul, are you all right? Are you feeling okay, mate? MS Kart Racer 25 saying well done, Lewis Dean and Archie Young. Jude White saying come on, Frankie Turnbull. Steve Briggs has been on saying can you show a bit more of the non-front runners as it's as bad as World Rally Championship, only showing the top few.
No.
I've
addressed that.
We did address that earlier, yeah.
And I've not got the time nor the.
And Jude White is again saying big up Frankie Turnbull. And we are away and racing for our Honda R200 final. Tom Nichols leads the way from JJ Allen. Max Platz drops into 3rd. So it's the front 3 as they have been throughout the day so far, with the exception of Heat 3, where JJ Allen was in front for a little bit. Tom Nichols, I think, allowed him to have the lead for a couple of laps. Yeah, just there you go. No.
Well,
no, I'll take it back.
Well, I say that credit to JJ Allen.
Of course,
I'm getting to the front.
I am joking, of course.
But these two.
What I was going to allude to is, Tom Nichols like a cat with a mouse, just kind of toying. Yes, but no, of course it was JJ Allen very much putting moves on Tom Nichols, and Tom Nichols fighting back. And no, it made for a great Heat 3 actually. Head round, and it is still Nichols leading the way as expected. Alan's still just pushing along at the minute, and Max Platz. I think this is going to be the interesting one: is whether Max Platz can go with, because it looks like Ethan Pearson, Jensen Simpson, and George Wilson actually has dropped down into 6th place, but it looks like they haven't really had much by the way of as JJ Allen tries to go round the outside, and there was an opportunity for Max Platz, but couldn't capitalise on it. But Pearson, Simpson, and Wilson have not really had much in the way of answers to the pace of the front two. So,
Platz is the one here at the moment for me.
You
He's
can
staying with them, and
well, that's what I said.
the pace is still good from the leading duo, but Max Platz, who qualified on pole position yesterday at a fairly similar time, Tom, to this actually, at around about 3:15 to 4 o'clock yesterday, where he seemed to have a lot of pace, seems to be the same today, and he's going with the front two.
Yes, indeed he is, and just needs to stay in that slipstream, and he will be fine. Personal bests all the way down the field, with the exception of Tom Nichols and Jensen Simpson. So, yeah, if Max Platz can stay in that slipstream, he could be a bit of a fly in the ointment for the front two.
Certainly, if he stays close,
he's going to give them something to think about, isn't he?
Starts to pick up some pieces, doesn't he, as well, Tom, potentially? So
there's JJ Allen again looking very racy through South. There's points of the track where he is clearly quicker than Tom Nichols, but then there's other points of the track where Tom Nichols is clearly quicker than JJ Allen. And what happens is, over the course of a lap, they do near enough the exact same lap time. Look, I mean, prime example of it, 1,000th of a second difference. But like I say, through South Bank and into hairpin 3, Allen is definitely quicker than Nichols through that section of the track. But then, you look at the exit of hairpin 4, the D chicane, etc. Nichols is quicker through that part, and that's the bit that's got the timing stripe on it, and that's the bit where the checkered flag waves, and that's the bit that counts.
Just saying that was George Wilson going very sideways, like drifting it round South Bank. A dab of Oppo, like WRC, Tom.
Oh, second WRC mention.
Oh, no.
Got to be honest, I haven't watched a lot of WRC for a few years, since they went all like small engines and massive turbos and stuff. Hybrids. No, not for me. Although insane. Like, absolutely, because they're so fast now. The speeds that they're taking through,
through forests,
through special stages is, genuinely frightening.
Nichols still leading, but being hounded by JJ Allen. So George Wilson's found a way back past Ethan Pearson on that lap. Moves himself back up into 4th place. Still got half this race to go. 5 minutes plus that one lap. Nichols and Allen battle it out at the front of this race. There's Ethan Pearson trying to retake 4th place off George Wilson. Wilson with a personal best on the previous lap, and Ethan Pearson losing a fair bit of time with a 47.2 on that previous.
I've said it before and I'll say it again.
It's good cake, that, isn't it?
Good cake. Well, when there's not a lot happening on track in terms of overtakes, Pearson has really closed back in again on the back of George Wilson. I will sit here and eat cake. I'm not sure what these little sugar ball things are on top of the chocolate cake, but they are nice as well. They had an extra texture.
Crunchy, but not too, like, they're not Maltesery crunchy.
No, but they had an
They
extra
start
texture, which
crunchy and then go like melty. They're very nice.
It's why the walnuts are usually added, is to add the texture, isn't it? But
Yeah.
I don't think they do anything, but I think those little
no, they-
sugary balls do.
No, the walnuts do something to a coffee cake. They ruin it.
Very true. I would definitely second that.
So, Nichols parking the 74 car on the inside. JJ Allen trying to find a way through again, but
Imagine the
Can't do
hassle
it.
of trying to open all them walnuts as well.
I know. Max Platt still staying with Tom Nichols and JJ Allen here. And will be,
That'd give you carpal tunnel a workout, wouldn't it?
yeah, certainly. Well, yours.
Power steering is the way forward.
Nichols there with a defending to hairpin 1, but that's, to be fair, that's been his line most laps.
Is there anything in the rules that says a cart can't have power steering?
I don't know, Tom.
The thought's never really crossed my mind before. I mean, it would add extra weight, wouldn't it? But
Yeah, probably unnecessary.
but for your likes of like Ted Hall and Joey Swan, that's not going to be an issue, is
No,
it?
particularly in junior road types. No, we should give them some power steering
Yeah.
and a beef burger. Bulk up, lads. 2 minutes to go then as Tom Nichols takes us onto the back straight, and JJ Allen is going to try and draw alongside. The Nichols on the outside carries more speed and runs all the way round the outside and holds on.
Max Platz is there, you know. He drops back and then he closes right in, and he got held up a little bit there. He had his momentum arrested slightly there by the JJ Allen shaped cart in front of him. So we're now seeing why Max Platt was able to put it on pole yesterday during timed qualifying. So he's very much able to go with the leaders. JJ Allen just still, you can see him working it out. He's desperately trying to find an answer to the equation in front of him that is Tom Nichols. It's like one of those, like, you know, like you see in the Big Bang Theory where they're doing those massive physics formulas.
Well, he's going to have to figure it out fairly quickly, Tom. There's 49 seconds on the clock. They've been doing 46.4s. They've crossed at 45-ish. We might be 2 laps away here, Tom, that he's got to figure this out. And it's going to be tight when they come over the timing line. As they start lap number 13. I think they had a 14-lap final last month. It's going to be tight this month as to whether it's going to be 14 or 15. But out onto the back straight they go for what could well be the penultimate time.
He's chopped to the inside, goes to the outside.
There's a gap there on the inside.
And then loses the rear a little bit coming through South Bank.
Kart goes light as Nichols effectively takes the air away from the kart following. Time is heading down and is now at 0. So it's the final lap for Tom Nichols. 3 final victories on the board so far this year for the 74. Can it be 4 in 4? As he makes his way towards hairpin number 1, parks the kart on the inside.
JJ Allen is just welded to the rear bumper of that Nichols kart, isn't he?
Yeah, Nichols will then migrate to the inside again. Can you need to be a little bit further over? Yes, he does. And this is where he just needs to ease off in the middle part of the corner and hugs that white line on the inside up towards hairpin number 3. Allen has eased off a little bit there, and I don't know whether he thought he was going to go into the back of...
He got crossed up.
Yeah, into the back of Tom Nichols, but he's not going to be close enough. 4 from 4 in finals for Nichols. He takes the victory from JJ Allen and Max Platz. The top 3 split by less than half a second, 4/10 at the line between Nichols, Allen and Platz, with Wilson, Pearson and Jensen Simpson coming out of hairpin number 4 to take the checkered flag in his first final here at Teesside in P6. But within 20 seconds of the lead in a first outing here at Teesside in R200 is a good showing, I think, for Jensen Simpson.
Agreed. Yeah, as I was saying about JJ Allen, you can see him with the body language of the cut that he's trying to work out this equation in front of him. And in Heat 3, what he got is, it looked like he got an answer. And then Tom Nichols checked his homework and checked his margin, his working out in the margins, and went, nope, wrong answer. I can get it back. And yeah, it just, I don't know what the solution is for JJ. I mean, definitely chop to the inside, down the back straight. That's one solution, rather than go to the outside all the time. But, you know, we're not behind the steering wheel at the end of the day. But yeah, congratulations to Tom Nichols, who took all 3 heats and the final today. So it doesn't look like it was as close as it actually was in the end. But yeah, JJ Allen, I'm sure will come back fighting for round 5. And we haven't got a grid for Rotax, have we? No.
No, because they've gone out.
Well, it's Alex Lynn that's going to be on pole position, I can tell you that much. And Jacob Carnes in P2. And then Gruffity in 3rd with Ted Hall in 4th. Is that Max Hall in 5th?
Looks like it.
You're going to have to run us down the rest of the order, David.
Adam Causer, Morgan Cooney, Ronnie Harrow as the order as they've come out. Then I think we've got Logan Pebbody in front of Aidan Donnelly. The final few just roll nicely into position. Albie Cam and Mark Laredo Gomez on the final row. Joey Swan further down the order than what he'd have hoped, having had that rear bumper detachment earlier on in one of the heats, meant he had a mechanical. But yeah, it's going to be Jacob Carnes on pole position, Tom, Alex Lynn alongside Gruffity and Hall on row number 2, Max Hall and Adam Causer on row 3. Flags down, we're away and racing. We head up towards the national loop for the first time. 12 minutes and 1 lap on the clock. Looks like everybody is through nicely.
Gruffity's gone through to P2.
Yeah, he certainly has. With Alex Lynn, Ted Hall, Max Hall, Adam Causer, and then Morgan Cooney in front of Ronnie Harrow and Aidan Donnelly. Then it's the number 9 machine.
Seniors are underway. Oliver O'Donovan leads away from Holly Swan and Paul Swan. And it's that way into hairpin 1 as well.
Gruffity down the inside of Jacob Carnes to take the lead.
Yeah, good move there from Carnes to move through. Here we go with the first lap in anger. Already under our belts. It's going to be a lot of laps here in the final. There usually is. And still Oliver O'Donovan leading from Holly Swan and Paul Swan in senior. So it's as you were and as they have been throughout most of the day in the 3 senior runners. Jake Gruffity holding on well in the lead. Jacob Carnes putting him under an increasing amount of pressure now as the laps tick off. There we go with another one done and dusted. Alex Lynn keeping them both very honest as well. Gruffity definitely not feeling the need to go defensive this early on in the race. He's just trying to maximise lap time. You can see him opening the door to open the radius of the corner as well to maximise speed. And actually it's Jacob Carnes who's still looking very racy there in P2. Was deposed earlier on in this race, but has certainly not lost touch.
Now, all the way down actually to Morgan Cooney in 6th, Tom, are fairly equidistant apart. Adam Causer not too far back either, but at the moment doesn't really have anybody to chase and try and drag him along. He's got a few laps of hard work to try and draw up onto the back of this train in front. On the last lap was a 10th or 2 slower than Cooney. But if he can get there, we could have a battle of 7. Behind him, though, he's being hunted down by Ronnie Harrow, Aidan Donnelly, Joey Swan. And Logan Pebbody just behind that. And there's a gap back then to Henry Armitage, Albie Cam and Mark Laredo Gomez, who's probably, Tom, had his best showing as Mark Laredo Gomez since we've seen him come here at Teesside. Has always sort of been hampered at times with a few mechanical issues. And
yeah, fair.
on this occasion, he's been able to show his actual true pace. And at the moment, it's showing that he can keep up with the pack.
Yeah, I'm wondering where Jaden Stonehouse is actually this round as well, or whether he's
Injured.
Oh, is he?
Yeah, for a decent period of time as well.
Oh dear.
Yeah, I think he lost a fight with his electric scooter, I believe, and might have broken parts of him.
Oh,
That
I
was,
didn't know that.
yeah, I don't think he was at the last round either. Or if he was, it was shortly
yeah,
after.
I'm sure he was
It was
here at the
shortly
last round,
after the last round. There was chat in the Teesside owner drivers WhatsApp group about that.
I must have missed that. Normally I'm up on that.
Yeah.
I must have missed that one.
Yeah, so
So apologies for that, Jaden, that I've missed that. But yeah, we are missing you and wish you a speedy recovery. And I hope you get back in a kart very soon. It's still as you were for the front group here. Gruffity, Carnes, Lynn, Hall, no relation, Ted Hall, Max Hall, and Morgan Cooney, the front six who have broken away from Adam Causa in seventh, which is a surprise because Adam Causa's had some good pace here today as well.
yeah, but
so
at the same
far.
time, there's a lot of slipstream being used in front that he's not benefiting from.
True.
They are really taking advantage. I mean,
Joey Swan and Aidan Donnelly are exchanging hand signals down the back straight, the two orange helmeted karts for 9th and 10th. I think Aidan Donnelly is asking for a bit of a push, and Joey Swan seems not willing to oblige down the back straight.
was it one of them? Yeah, of course I'll push. Bang, straight out.
No, it was why aren't you pushing?
Oh,
All right. Keep an eye on them as they head onto the back straight this time around. And Joey Swan, sort of, gave him a push. Sort of. Ooh, and then Donnelly chops to the inside. We're just missing this off camera, but Donnelly is defending hard on Joey Swan. All for 9th place as our leaders come over the line one more time. It's still as you were for that front six. Adam Causa still in a bit of a lonely 7th place with Ronnie Harrott and then Aidan Donnelly and Joey Swan in behind. In fact, they're catching up with Ronnie Harrott now as also coming into play is Logan Pebbody.
battle on camera is Cam Armitage and Laredo Gomez.
Yeah, the battle for 12th place. I'm still keeping my eye on the group of 6 at the front out of the window, as well as trying to look on screen at what's going on here. There is Swan and Donnelly, and then Swan gets into the back of Donnelly there. Donnelly then fights back between 3 and 4 as he got on the power, and the kart got all out of shape, just trying desperately to hold on to that position, and does so. We had Mark Laredo Gomez past Henry Armitage on that lap. You can see them closing in on Ronnie Harrow, or they would be if they worked together.
Yeah.
But now Joey Swan is just pushed. And that's why Aidan Donnelly is getting frustrated, because you can see that gap opening up. Oh, and then he goes straight into the back of Joey Swan as if to demonstrate that frustration. And I think that may well have dislodged the front bumper.
We'll see.
Maybe not. Maybe not, but it was definitely a good whack.
It's a lot easier to spot when they're coming in at 20 mile an hour when they're passing the com box at 65.
True. So Ronnie Harris still able to hold on to 8th place for now. We'll see what Joey Swan's got by way of extra pace. Now he has
Well, he
deposed Aidan Donnelly.
matched Harrow on the last lap with the overtake included. So
The front six still as they were. Jacob Carnes is now right on the tail once again, though, with Jake Grufferty. Alex Lynn almost there as well in P3. Ted Hall, Max Hall and Morgan Cooney have become somewhat detached from that front three. Now that they're not they haven't been overtaking each other for a few laps, but they are now starting to move away.
Hall's still close enough to take advantage.
Of a slipstream, yes, indeed.
Yeah, but also of any potential overtakes as we head down under the 4-minute mark. Probably
there goes Joey Swan down the inside of Ronnie Harrow. That's for P8. So Swan's starting to make his way through the field now.
Well, whilst Donnelly was frustrated they weren't working together earlier, Swan is clearly showing that he had the pace to lead not only the two of them, but also to try and get through an attack. So
now we've got Adam Causer will be the next one up the order for Joey Swan, but he's quite a way in front. Is Adam Causer? We'll keep an eye on what's going on with that one. There's Aidan Donnelly, and he's got Logan Pebbody now for company. Yeah. Got Oliver O'Donovan in the seniors, has now started to make his way through the junior field. Dispatched Mark Laredo Gomez on the previous lap. He's got a good gap over Holly Swan as well. That's only extended out. And he's about to go past Albie Cam for 12th place on the road. Of course, we'll still be very much the lead in seniors.
Yes,
there's Holly Swan.
Enough time to do it cleanly. Makes his way through, not having to rush things at the moment. Oliver O'Donovan as he begins to come through traffic. Swan will try and do the same as well. And in the mid part of the straight, just that senior power just gives them what they need to get the job done.
So 2 minutes to go, plus 1 lap for the leaders. It's still as you were, but I'm expecting the touch paper to be lit now. So I think we need to start focusing on the leaders once again. Jake Grufferty still holds on from Jacob Carnes and Alex Lynn, and they are still nose to tail, as close as you can be nose to tail in a junior Rotax field. They head down and into hairpin 3. Ted Hall with a personal best lap that time around. 41.797. In fact, that's the quickest lap of anybody in the juniors so far, as he starts to show some pace now. Might be a little bit too late with 1.5 minutes to go plus a lap. He's half a second off the back of Alex Lynn. We shall find out very shortly. We'll find out whether Jacob Carnes has got anything by way of being able to attack Jake Grufferty. And Alex Lynn's going to be there to pick them both off if they do start fighting.
Yeah, Ted Hall's fallen a little bit further back than I think he'd have hoped earlier on. Not really in the picking up pieces position just yet, but could well be. The issue he's got is that the trio in front aren't really battled yet.
Well, he was doing really well with Ted Hall. He was closing back in, and then he's just had a bit of a scruffy lap and lost 1/4 of a second. Right. Max Hall as well and Morgan Cooney still there, but they are all three equidistant now. That fight is fairly done. 22 seconds plus a lap, so we'll get 2 more laps here. And we'll come across the line, and there'll be about 8 or 7 seconds left.
So Grufferty from Carnes, Alex Lynn, gap back to Ted Hall, who's been reeled in by Max Hall in 4th and 5th respectively, although on the last lap there was only 1,000th between them in terms of lap time. It's currently around about 3 kart lengths on the way into corners, closes up mid-corner and then extends back out on the exit, so pretty much as you were. Trio at the front, they're that evenly matched, Tom. They can't even make moves, and I think they're going to have to wait until this
Oh,
final lap when Gruffity
Gruffity is
starts
starting to defend.
Go defensive.
He started to defend at hairpin 3, and that's brought them right back up together again. Heading round the national loop for the final time. The last lap board has been taken. Here we go into the wiggles, into hairpin 1. Nothing doing there for Jacob Carnes. He's going to need good drive out of hairpin 2. Gets good drive, but Gruffity as good, if not better. And he's going to hold on, I think, is Gruffity here, unless Carnes can move down the inside here. No, Gruffity is going to be holding on to the overall victory here in the final. Jake Gruffity takes the checkered flag, followed by Jacob Carnes and Alex Lynn. Then we've got Ted Hall and Max Hall, Morgan Cooney and Adam Causer, Joey Swan and Ronnie Harrer. Logan Pebbody takes 10th place on the final lap from Aidan Donnelly. And it's Oliver O'Donovan, Holly Swan, Albie Cam, Mark Laredo Gomez rounds out the top 15. Then Henry Armitage. And then we have Paul Swan as well.
I think earlier on in the day, Tom, I said that I think you're looking at your podium there, albeit in the order I wasn't sure about. But it's Jake Gruffity, Jacob Carnes, Alex Lynn are your top 3. As expected. Congratulations in senior as well to Oliver O'Donovan, who takes the win in that class from Holly Swan and from Paul Swan as well.
When this heat's finished, all these cars.
I think we're just going to have a brief pause between the Road Tax final and our last race of the day, as we've got a small medical issue on
Off-track.
Off-track, yes. So we're just going to have a brief pause while our medical team deal with that. So we will be back with you very shortly for our last race of the day. We'll just take a brief pause. And just a reminder, ladies and gentlemen, we are still here. We are still about to go for our final race of the day, but we are just dealing with a medical issue off track. So just please bear with us. And we will be back with you very shortly. Just a little public service announcement to say that we are still dealing with the medical issue here. We will be back very shortly for the final race of the day, which will be our Senior Pro Kart final. Please stay with us for that. Also, just a public service announcement to those at the track who are thinking about heading home. Please stay for the trophy presentation at the end. As we always say, everybody should be there in attendance, because even if you haven't won a trophy, David and I give out 2 trophies at the end of the day for 2 drivers who we think have made either the driver of the day or our commentator's choice awards. And so we will be giving them out, and it's quite disappointing when we do that and the person isn't there. So please do come along to the presentation. Even if you feel that you haven't won anything, you might still have won something. And it's also good to just congratulate your fellow competitors who have won trophies and have done well, because you will want them there when you win. I think that's fair, David?
Agreed, Tom.
So the medical issue looks like it's coming to a close, so we might well have a race underway very shortly. Have I got a grid, David, for Senior Pro Karts? It looks like
Yes,
we
you do.
do. Well
I
done.
think I'd already done that.
You have done the hard yards, as you said earlier on. So our 11 runners for Senior Pro Kart. Danny Bean is going to go from pole position, because he's won all 3 heats so far today. Isaac Duff will go from 2nd place, with Bradley Rowe in 3rd. Matthew Hauschby will go from 4th place, with Joseph Williamson in 5th and Lewis Blench 6th. Zachary Hudson will be in 7th, with Zach Dean in 8th. Scott Blackburn in 9th, Freddie Cowley in 10th, and Steve Nichols will go from 11th place at the back of the grid. Looks like we are about to get underway, I think.
I think we might just have to wait for the medic to return to position. No, I think we are ready to go.
I can hear a rumble, and here we are for the Senior Pro Kart final.
So, again, what we do have, Tom, is trained medics as well.
Yes, indeed, we do.
Alongside
we are
the
well covered here.
So we are able to go racing whilst the medics see to the off-track incident.
Right, or rather, the team of medics, professional medics, see to the incident. We have other trained medics here on site as well, who can deal with racing while that continues. Which you don't get a lot of tracks around the country, do you?
No.
It's one team of medics and that's it.
That's
we
correct.
have multiple teams here.
Heading up towards hairpin 4 then for the start of this final race of the day. Thank you to those sponsors at the bottom of the screen that continue to support our wonderful championship here at Teesside, with Optimum Oil Medics UK, Infratech, ARC, Plant and Repairs, Metro, Plum, HRS Racing Engines, Garage 29, MS Karts, and Heroes for Homes as well.
And it looks like we're about to go. The green flag is up. It's down, and we're away and racing for our final, with Danny Bean leading us away from Isaac Duff, who tries to slot into P2, manages to keep the power down all the way around the outside of Bradley Rowe, and does indeed take 2nd place. So both of our pro class drivers are now at the front of the field, with our club class podium as well, 3rd, 4th and 5th at the moment. So Bradley, Rowe, Williamson and Hauschby. Sorry, David.
It's all right. Being down the back straight, benefiting from that pole berth, as Isaac Duff had to fight round the outside to get back in, as Bradley Rowe gets a little bit of oversteer mid-corner, struggling to get that kart pitched in, and that potentially leaves a door open for Joseph Williamson to try and nose down the inside. Doesn't, but in the end he slots back in. So we've got 2 pro runners, 3 club, 3 novice, and then 3 more.
It's almost like the seeding system works, isn't it?
Yeah, Nichols up 2 places so far in front of Blackburn and Cowley.
The seeding system, of course, being the class that you are put into on entry, whether you are pro, club, or novice. Novice on experience.
Yeah, novice runners, of course, your drivers that are in their first year of motorsport, so no matter where they finish, really, they'll go up into club for the 2nd season.
Yeah, true. It's not based on pace. Likewise with club, it's not based on pace. It's based on experience.
Oh, Lewis Blench there taking a huge chunk of inside curb.
So Danny Bean continues to lead the way in our delayed Senior Pro Kart final. But look at that through the wiggles. You can see the line that everybody takes through the between the two left-hand curbs and the right-hand curb. You can actually see a racing line on the track itself. Such is how well rubbered in the track is after a week of dry weather. Lots of running, practice, qualifying, and a full race day today.
Moved down the inside there. I think that was... It's been all change a little bit further down. Lewis Blench has found his way to the head of the novice train of 3, and Zach Dean has moved through as well. So Zach Hudson from first down into third in the space of a lap. The good moves been taking place down at hairpins 3 and 4.
It's good to see our 3 classes all in podium fights together, albeit only 2 pro class drivers here this weekend due to a conflict of events with other championships. But we still have Danny Bean and Isaac Duff, and Isaac Duff actually very close to Danny Bean.
Isaac Duff hasn't, if we're being honest, hasn't been on Danny Bean's level through the 2 heats, Tom. Bean has managed to pull away and put some good gaps on Isaac Duff throughout the heats. And in this final, Isaac Duff has found something. And I say that, actually, he's got good pace, but Bean I don't think is quite as quick as he was earlier on. That's a 46.6 on the previous lap for Bean. He was low 46s earlier on.
Do we think he's gone
low on
and
pressures,
changed tyre pressures to accommodate for a late race push, since he was going off the front anyway?
Potentially a bit cooler as well, Tom. So maybe it's one of them. He's either gone low for the longer race or he's gone higher because of it being a later race. There we go. Starting to make inroads now as we thought it might be. The pressures needing to come up. Well, the 46.399, 2 tenths faster, or 2.5 tenths faster than Isaac Duff that time around. And yes, a new fastest lap of the race for Danny Bean. So getting the hammer down now. Message received. Down the back straight they go. Bean, who was 2 tenths faster on that previous lap, but I think we're going to see that Duff is faster this time round.
Yeah, he's right there, isn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he was going to launch it down the inside then as well. So this is certainly not comfortable for Danny Bean at the moment.
Maybe he'll regret not launching it down
yes,
the
maybe he will.
there.
Yeah.
But certainly South Bank and hairpins 3 and 4, Isaac Duff is the faster of the 2.
Well, the battle for the the club class is still headed by Bradley Rowe with Joseph Williamson and Matthew Hauschby. Those gaps are opening up, so no reason really to focus on that. They are as they were. Lewis Blench, Zach Dean and Zachary Hudson are also still in the same order, but they are still very close together on track. So while we keep an eye on this, the overall battle for the lead, I will keep one eye, probably my good eye, on the take my strong hand.
My strong eye.
I'd say my strong eye on the fight for novice, which is Lewis Blench, Zach Dean, and Zachary Hudson.
Still fairly nose to tail. Tom.
Yeah, they are. That's why I'm trying to keep an eye on that at the same
with
time
Dean
as
on the last lap 2 tenths faster than Lewis Blench.
As the leaders, because I think we're rightfully focusing on the lead because Isaac Duff is, for the first time today, putting Danny Bean under some real pressure. He's been fairly imperious. Or Bradley Rowe with the fastest lap of the race last time around as well. There's our novice class fight that's headed by Lewis Blench. Zach Dean doing everything he can to hold on to Lewis Blench, who I raced against 2 weeks ago now here at Teesside.
You said you stayed near him for a lap or two.
I was behind him for 2 laps, yes, and then I wasn't. Then Bradley Rowe decided to insert himself in between us, and
you lost all the toe.
And he was in the pro kart as well, and we were in the corporate hires. So yes, that broke it up a little bit. But yeah, I was quite pleased that I was able to hang on to the back of Lewis Blench there for a few laps. Oh, Bradley Rowe's got a problem.
He has got a problem, Tom. He's gone missing.
He's behind the novice runners. He's just dropped back. There he is. Is he back up to speed now? Looks like he is. He certainly lost a huge amount of pace.
He's losing time, I think, lap on lap, and I think he'll be peeling
coming
in.
into
Yeah,
the pits? He is.
slow, so slow. I think he may well.
No, he's not. He's not coming in.
No, he's carrying on.
But he's dropping down the order. Steve Nichols has just moved past him, and next up will be Freddie Cowley. Although, yes, there you go. So there's Freddie Cowley moving through as well. That got a bit close, entering the Wiggles.
He's got no power, Tom. I think he could even be down to one motor, potentially, the way they're pulling away from
Well, he's
him.
made it to half race distance, so he will get points.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the only saving grace of his weekend.
Danny Bean starting to turn the screw once again on Isaac Duff with a new fastest lap last time around. Although Isaac Duff almost matched this time.
There is the slow moving.
He's not down to one motor. He's definitely not on one motor. He's got two engines, but there's obviously something wrong.
Oh, yeah, well.
I'm not sure why he's continuing if he has got an issue.
He's down to last place, Tom, so he's still going to collect the same amount of points now as to what he would have had he been, as if he retires. Although, the thing now, with him being at the back, he's not going to get in anybody's way at all, is he, Tom? So,
what could it be?
I don't know.
Apart from being on one engine, you don't tend to see it. But if it's on one engine, it doesn't go this fast. And normally you'd see him try and pull start it as well while he's driving along.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
No, I'd agree with that. Zach Dean has moved to the head of novice.
Maybe
now,
he just wants some camera time.
Yeah, with and he's got a decent gap in front of Lewis Blench.
Yeah, he has actually. Yeah, he's passed. Not only has he passed Blench, he's dropped him.
And, 3 minutes on the clock.
So
52-second lap time, sorry.
yeah, Duff now still maintaining the gap.
Yeah,
we've got Zach Dean now in a race of one, all on his own.
Pulled away,
and then we've got Matthew Hauschby also in a race of one, all on his own. And then we've got Zach Dean now, who all of a sudden is significantly quicker than Matthew Hauschby, nearly 0.3 of a second that lap around. So Zach Dean has suddenly lit the afterburn. He's got past Lewis Blench and gone.
Got something to chase, hasn't he, at the moment? With Matthew Hauschby in front of him.
There goes Bradley Rowe now pulling into the pits. It definitely didn't sound like it was on one engine, though. Oh. Clutch is stuck.
The bolt might have come out if it's just spinning.
No,
Not spinning. No. So 2 minutes remaining then. Isaac Duff with a personal best but on the previous lap, but still slower than the time that Danny Bean managed to put in. Gap is out to around about half a second now. Behind them, Joseph Williamson in third place, but heading now towards club class victory with Matthew Hauschby second. The big battle is going to be for the third place in that club class, and it looks like it may well go the way of Freddie Cowley. He's managed to pull away from Steve Nichols and Scott Blackburn. Leading duo across the line with 1 minute and 10 on the clock, so we've got 3 laps to go in this senior pro kart final race of round 4.
Starting to go out a bit, that gap now with Bean and Duff, although Duff was, well, hundredths of a second quicker that time around. It's going to make absolutely no inroads into that lead of Danny Bean at the moment. Williamson and Hauschby, as you said, David, fairly comfortable in their respective positions. Zach Dean starting to stretch out as well at the front of novice. The only fight really on the track is whether Zachary Hudson has got any kind of questions to ask of Lewis Blench for second place on the novice podium.
Yeah, can they close in? To be fair, Houshby's being reeled in, as you say earlier on, by Zach Dean, and his cart doesn't appear to be handling as nicely as he would have liked it earlier on.
No, I said Houshby was starting to struggle respective to Zach Dean, and in fact, he's right on his tail now with Zach Dean. So that's definitely the fight that we want to be looking for on camera, as Zach Dean is about to pull out of the slipstream. Is he? He drops down behind the seat.
Just needs to be careful, doesn't he, Tom?
Behind the
Doesn't need
seat,
to
behind
get
the
too
wheel.
involved. It's a different class.
It is a different class, yeah.
So just needs to make sure he doesn't get backed up to Lewis Blench.
There they are on screen. Yep, he needs to make his way through fairly quickly if he's going to come through. Lewis Blench was also quicker than Houshby. Last lap board is out though, so it's now or never for Zach Dean. Danny Bean still leads the way pretty comfortably now from Isaac Duff. We will continue to have a look at this one.
Yeah, down the back straight they go, and still got Houshby and Dean battling it out here. Although I think Dean may well just sit nicely in between on the back. Doesn't need to get too involved in terms of currently leading that class. Wouldn't want to take himself out of it. Out of the final corner though, Danny Bean is going to take victory here in the final. Already tapping his Nassau panel. Danny Bean takes the victory from Isaac Duff. Joseph Williamson third, but takes the win in the club class. Houshby second in club. Zach Dean wins in novice from Lewis Blench. And Zach Hudson with Freddie Cowley getting himself on a class podium in 8th place overall. Third in club for Cowley in front of Steve Nichols, Scott Blackburn and Bradley Rowe, who did get to half race distance, so will collect points for P11.
And that brings to an end our Senior Pro Kart final and our day of racing here at Teesside for the NRG Series. Round 4 comes to a close. And it's been another good one here, David. I've very much enjoyed being here. I'm sure you have too.
As always, and the next time that you'll hear from Tom and I
on the TSK-Motorsport Media channel,
we'll be in a different country.
We will indeed. We will be in Le Mans for the Le Mans 24-hour kart race.
Drinking Le Mans Fanta.
Yes, we will be drinking Le Mans Fanta. Keep your ears out for Chat du Fromage, which will be incoming as well. So we look forward to you joining us there.
3 weeks' time.
Yes, can't wait. I've got a holiday in between that.
Yeah, also to France.
In between, yes, I go to France, and then I'm back for 2 days, and then I go to France again.
So Tom will be heading back out there. So will I. Second weekend in July. So we've got 2 weekends off, and then will be the Le Mans 24-hour kart race.
Can't wait. One of my favourite events of the year.
Superb track, superb surroundings as well.
Good people.
Yeah, Tom and I will look forward to you joining us there. Thank you very much for spending your Sunday with us here from round number 4 of the NRG Karting Owners Sprint Series. If you're at the circuit, have a safe journey home. If you're watching from home, enjoy the rest of your Sunday, and we'll see you again on TSK Motorsport Media.